told each other's bottom ramp, so and Toto was on site, so Toto should be covering.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, we're doing what worked in the first gun round. We're running down lane.
Wow.
And it's once again superbly effective. Alongside that, you also just have Toto getting these kills in elbow. It feels like he's continuously securing like the one guy who's trying to push through elbow as the lane control's coming in. He's stopping the rains down in Africa.
I was thinking, I hope he plays outside, lurk on Nuke, on T side, because then he can go in Africa.
Oh. We do have a good chuckle, don't we?
Swingers don't.
No, they've been having an awful game. And it is the last bit of utility for the CT side, but it does allow for rotations of Toto. Last time this B-bomb side didn't do great. Yeah, last time it didn't do great. This time, at least we're playing a little bit more cohesively. Dash confirms that his presence is known. And it looks like he's just saving.
You got to get out of there, Dash, mate. Although, to be fair, I don't think they're going to hunt. They'll just go get the AK that's just on ramp. Nice easy pickup. Raguti's been playing really well as the anchor. Don't forget your kit, says Toto. Maybe I was wrong to count Dusty Roots out so much.
Yeah, I feel a bit of an Egypt right now as well, because we were sitting here like, yep, Swingers have got it. They've got
the thing is though, individually they are very good players, but they're just
much better.
They're not playing with any real sense of purpose, and when you're getting consistently the fight being taken to you, on towards mid, on towards shelf, like it's just being a complete overwhelm. I feel like Swingers have come into this thinking that their aim is going to get them through a lot of these fights. And they're not really compounding that with utility. And as a result, they're just being done in over and over and over again.
Yeah, it feels like just systemically, right now, the Dusty Roots are significantly better. And I think this could be of the virtue that we were talking, especially in the pre-show Swingers. They've changed their complete core since last season. And also have made roster changes with, like, that core's changed, not even going into the year, but, like, this year, like, days ago. So, yeah, understandably, maybe not the most fine-tuned right now. This is a different gimmicky play from Swingers. They put the Heaven Smoke like they always do, but they drop deep CT and deep donut straight away. It's all that you two. Where are we going? Are we going A? But now we don't have... We have one smoke left.
Okay, they're gonna go red.
Okay. Are you also struggling to kind of see, like...
The vision?
Yeah,
well,
like...
Unless they go through red room and they wrap A. Maybe they heard 1962 jump up on the boost, so the players are gonna backstab in CT. That's the only thing I'm really looking at right now.
You can just tuck when you're boost as well, like... Okay, well, they've actually got into CT.
Yeah.
And they've got into CT maybe a little bit too easily than I would have liked. Smoke, 1962, reveals his position, but the first player falls. Issue is, this is when he gets backstabbed. MaxCore now, close range with the AWP. Who needs distance? Shotgun AWPing. Dash finally does trade out, but MaxCore... You were talking about how you knew he could be good. You know what he's capable of. And, well, he's just shown it all on the server right there. And Toto gives them a taste of their own medicine as he swings out. Just destroys him.
That was sickening. That was an easy 1962's been used as the bait there for the AWP. 1962 goes, okay, buddy, you better hit your shots. And then MaxCore just hits 3 at the back of sight. 1, 2, 3, they can't clear him. They're trying to swing all these different angles and they can't get rid of him. No bomb down. That was a round that actually felt like Swingers should have got in terms of opening up that bomb site, at least thrown us into an afterplant. Didn't even manage that. So now you've got, again, a hero AK, but this time it's on Desh, who's your AWPer, which feels a little bit awkward. And now you're going to try and challenge MaxCore the AWP again. I wouldn't. And they think, yeah, you know what, Brandon, you're right. I'm going to go the other way.
Yeah, MaxCore does more than 100 men or more could ever do.
Similar round, but this time going through Red Room to go B.
Did you pick up on that?
What?
Oh, never mind.
No, I didn't understand what it was. I just sort of looked at it.
That was funny. I'm proud of myself. That's a really good resmoke from Toto. He just blocks them off Donut. And now Swingers, it's just like, okay, well, this ain't working. Next stop, Red Room. And 1962 is holding for them, but Dash overwhelms. Advantage, the T side. They need to figure out where they want to go.
Good space here from Toto. He's now just taking A main. At the
Yeah,
same time,
there's also been a resmoke round.
But that is an overcommitment.
Fragurity's got a double in positions like this before. And he's already just been spammed through the smoke. He's been spammed through the smoke, so it revealed his position. And these crazy rounds where Dusty Roots are certainly sitting here and just being like, what's happening?
What are they doing?
Like, what are they doing? And they're just running around and the individual aim is succeeding. And Dusty Roots gave up, well, every single 1 versus 1.
There was over peeking, don't get me wrong. The 1962 one in towards red, over peak. Tommy Jed peeking in towards cave, over peak. Didn't need to do that. But at the same time, they kind of wanted info. But they had info. They had Toto pushing A main. So you feel like you should not be having a little bit of a... It wasn't even a jiggle in towards cave. It was a big wide swing, stood in the open. Hey, you want to kill me? Here I am. So unfortunate for Dusty Roots. But they did sort of pile the pressure on themselves by themselves. Swingers can make this 5. No, not like this. Not like this. 2 kills already. It's a 5v3. They're doing the split again. They're doing the crunch, and it's working. Tommy Jed's found 2. That nade has done a lot of damage. The Eagle's out. They're both low. And MaxCore finds both. And he goes, oh, Desh. You just Amazon Prime me my AWP back. Thank you.
Cheers. Wow, we really undervalued Dusty Roots, it appears, Brandon.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind being wrong.
I don't mind being wrong as well.
This is also ridiculous, though. Like, this should not be... this should just
it's
not be
also
happening.
just like, what are we doing here? Like, MaxCore doesn't hit... He literally just body spams with a deagle at range, and he still gets 2. Like, how are we not trading, for instance? And I swear, every time we come out elbow for Swingers, we're always losing someone. Like, we're never... I don't know. This is really poor from Swingers. And this is their map pick, by the way. Second tactical pause is a good time to pull it out. If you're ever gonna... So it's something that we critique the South American scene, potentially, at times. Lack of taking those pauses, so... Especially when you're 2-8 down in your map pick, and you're maybe just losing to rounds you shouldn't. It's good to take 30 seconds, a breather. Get the coach on the mic. EXP, he's coached Ninjas, he's coached Ponta before. In Arctic, they played at RMRs. Get him on the mic.
That's aggressive. That's really unnecessary. So's that. No, MaxCore. Okay, MaxCore. Fine. You do you. They're going in towards A with the bomb Swingers. 4v3. MaxCore should be able to get over for the cross. But Toto's not going to hear anything. In fact, Toto's just spamming the smoke. Now they're going to have no idea. Toto comes back. And he's dead.
Yeah, okay.
Gets the dink. But it sets Dash up to kill Max Core. This will be the 3rd round for Swingers.
It's good. Tactical pause gets them back on track. And for Fraguity, I think he's just going to try save the AWP, but is he going to be able to? Maybe not. There's a very high chance that Swingers can come back into this game now, getting 2 in a row at the end of this first half. 4-8.
Oh, Leo's going to
Win
kill him.
second pistol round, very possible. And yeah, Leo, he's going to get the AWP out of the next round. I'm actually not sure where the money kind of lies for Swingers.
It's not great, I don't think.
Sorry, not for Swingers, for CT side. Yeah, really not good. That AWP would have been very valuable. So it looks like Swingers are going to be able to get 4 going in the second half. And that actually sets them up potentially for a very successful comeback if they're able to, well, get first pistol round, second pistol round that is, and then the gun round. You know, it could be good.
Could be. Let's see. Look, we lost a round like this before where Dusty Roots just went really aggressive. But they're going to be met with a lot more players out middle this time. Everyone is blind. Ninjas. Won't be able to get a kill. He's just tagging up 1962 and then gets dinked for his troubles. 1962 removed, but I think that's baited in Toto until he drops nades. Tommy Jones.
Ooh, yeah. Wait. Oh, okay. Ponta trades. Toto. Nothing crazy going on. Vinner Beast, a little bit of flair. He was sitting on 3 kills going into this round, so nice to see him getting a little bit more warmed up into proceedings here. And for Fraguity, there's sure he might get a kill, but yeah.
Winnable.
1v3. No. Yeah. No. If he'd got that kill on Vinner Beast, I would have been like, hell yeah, dude. He's also got no bullets in the AK, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So...
This is no longer winnable.
No. And 4-8. I've seen these a lot before. It's very winnable for Swingers.
I don't know. When I look at Dusty Roots, in terms of Max Cora and Tommy Jed and the way they were played in that first half, what did they want to do? They wanted to swing. They wanted to get really aggressive. They wanted to swing the swingers. So I think their T side is going to be pretty good. Again, happy to be wrong. I'm just here for the vibes and the ride. I haven't watched these teams in ages, so it's fun to see where they're at. Last time I watched Vinner Beast, he dropped 25 kills. So same pistol setup for Dusty Roots as Swingers did. The difference is that you got this heaven split and you got 3 players in mid. Everything is frozen for me. I don't really know what's happening.
Don't worry, I got it, baby. We're swinging out. Swingers. Yep, this pistol round's looking pretty good. All kills get collected in middle very easily. Sure, we do actually eliminate the 1 player that was guarding the A-bomb site, but the bomb should be... Bomb's going B. Brandon, we're seeing a replication of the first pistol round where we can't get the bomb down on A, so we pivot B. Are they going to expect Leo so close in CT? Doesn't really seem like it. And he just ends the journey there for Dusty Roots on their T pistol round.
Okay, that was weird. I didn't see anything of that pistol up until Leo got those last 2 kills. So I couldn't tell you what happened at all. Actually, come on, Swingers. I hyped you up so much. Time for you to win. This was, what, 7-1?
Yeah, give or take. Maybe 8-1.
No util to get you on the site apart from a single flash. if the Glocks win this round, I will... I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want
valid.
to say anything too outrageous, because knowing this series,
Anything can happen.
it will happen, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, we are in South America. Never want to say never.
I'll buy some cockroaches and eat them on stream.
You'll buy... Wow. That's... Okay. The dedication.
No, I regret it. No, I don't.
4v4? No, okay, we're all good. We are chilling, dude.
It's fine. I didn't even mean to say cockroaches. I reckon they grow something crickets. So.
Right, first gun round. This is where boys become men. And Swingers, they're initiating a very similar style to Dusty Roots on their city side. They're taking lane, they're taking elbow. And Dusty Roots is going to react with popping out on the A-bomb site. Dash subjugated behind these smokes and CTs, but Ponta, he's been flashed through and he's not allowing them out of A main. That's a big oversight to not have a smoke towards Donut. We do have 2 smokes on Friguity and Toto, and we put a lot of utility down very early and now reset, and we don't have that much to work with, and we also have no map controls. So it is very obvious what's happening.
They are in, but Ponta's still behind sight, and they don't know about him. And you got this spam from Desh that's really selling the idea that Ponta isn't here.
Oh, that's huge.
And it's even just capitalized upon further by the fact that he has now got 2 kills, and Ponta's just watching from behind
3
the box.
kills.
Wow. It's
might run out of
over.
bullets. Oh, there's also a flashbang over. Yeah, great flashbang. Okay, Ponta actually does fall. Friguity is on lovely shots. If only it wasn't still a 1 versus 2. There's 15 seconds left. He's got a smoke. He can smoke off Donut. He's swinging in. Oh my god, Friguity almost 1v5s.
Nearly. The lineup was there.
Or if he had just like smoked Donut, for instance, he could have picked up the bomb and planted. I mean, there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes, but hey, that was winnable.
And these shots were fantastic. Look how close this is. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, and we're running up to our grave. It is a tied scoreline now. Swingers who were down 1-7, and we were like, oh, we do underrated Dusty Roots, right? Swingers, yeah, maybe we underrated Swingers.
No, we didn't. I think if anything, we overestimated Swingers.
Yeah,
but
as in,
now
like,
back.
when they started losing.
Back. This is rough for Dusty Roots, actually, because if they lose Ancient after being up 7-1, then they go on Nuke T side. It's dicey. It really is dicey. So this gun round means an awful lot.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's not very nice.
Neither was that. Ponta just taking the fight straight out mid, and the break on the smoke.
What a shot!
Yeah, it doesn't favour Desh whatsoever. Ninja steps in, and there's covering from heaven, though. A 3 versus 2, been a beast low because of his teammate. But look at this from Ponta. Straight into A main. Straight away taking this space. And Leo's got all of cave.
He's also just got all of lane now. He's taken a lot of free real estate. We are very spread out for swingers, though. That's the big issue. And Leo, they might not expect him here. Oh, they do. What,
what a shot.
What a clear. I mean, wow. Okay. And now Molotov, it's actually going to land on Winnabeast. Yep. Double Molotov. You can't afford to sit there. It is a big waste of utility, though, for Dusty Roots to both throw their utility in the exact same area. And Winnabeast has taken a lot of this attention centered towards himself. Ponta creeping and crawling up the ramp. He has to be the one that cracks open this round, but instead Winnabeast gets caught with his back turned, and they're holding for Ponta. Still somehow wins the duel on 1962, but with 13 HP, there's no way this round is winnable. Maxcore is going to reveal himself, but he does just identify that no one's on the bomb, and whoa, what his final bullet. That got way too spicy. Ponta almost clutches up, but Dusty finally put themselves on the board on their T side.
Yeah, that is touch and go. Touch and go, really, because you had these immaculate clears. You remember, you had that Toto insta headshot on Dash. Then you have this clear here from Maxcore on Leo. He does everything. 8-8. Dusty Roots take that round. Dash is now back on an AWP. He was 0 and 7 at one stage, or 1 and 7, something along that lines. And that was 13 and 10. These nades are doing a lot of damage. It's not swingers taking the space this time. It's just leading with utility. Winnabeast's got to be careful, but he baits them straight into the AWP.
And now counter utility is starting to come in, but we're over swinging potentially. We have the crossfires set. Yeah, we have the crossfires set up in the bomb site. We don't need to go and swing ramp like that. You know, we can let them run up, and that's when we'll be the most effective. Oh, this is a 5v3. And we've been put down to a 3 versus 3 because we're all just isolating ourselves these kills on ramp.
I mean, you got, again, another... To be fair, Swingers has some really good mid-round reactions. Now they're pushing towards middle as 2. They've left Leo alone with the AWP. It all depends on this Toto swing in elbow. And he gets caught. Don't know if he saw the second player there. 30 seconds. It feels like you're destined to go in towards B now. But with one Molo, it is on Leo's position out long. They're still worried that it's going to be A. But no, it's really not. It's B, and Leo finding even more success. 1962 thrown up into the clutch, sees a lot of players. Re-swings in. Leo misses the shot, but he can't convert the spray onto ninjas.
Imagine if he'd actually killed ninjas on the first spray. Like, he kind of whiffs on ninjas a little bit there. And because of it, ninjas is able to trade out his teammate. Swingers almost lose the 5 versus 3, the 3 versus 1. Like, Dusty Roots got given so many opportunities back into that round. But ultimately, we even up the scoreline once more. And Ancient feeling so much more competitive than we would have ever imagined after those inaugural 8 or 9 rounds.
Alright, let's go. Because these rounds are getting close. Economy is wearing a little bit thin. This is a bit faster. Out of swingers, and Winnabeast takes the fight straight to them. Maxcore will tray through the smoke. Tommy Jed is in a cave smoke, and Leo's got no idea. This is weird. I don't think you're ever going to be ready for Leo. Very clear from Maxcore, but there's Leo.
Yeah, there's Leo, but an even better than trade from Tomijed. Issue is, we're still making our way out of A. Why? What are we doing? You've killed 3 players on B. And yet you're still committing out A. Ponta, a great brace to be collecting. a fantastic show of individualism, but now Tomijed is left into this 1 versus 2 after he did so much to give his team the advantage.
And the worst bit is, it can still evolve into Tomijed winning this clutch, because it is a 1v2, but the 1v1s are isolated. Ponta is holding, but he is low, needs the instant headshot, or maybe he doesn't. He wins out the fight anyway. Tomijed sprays the wall. Swingers through the hands of Ponta. Now it's every single one of these individuals stepping up, and Dusty Roots think, oh no, we're now losing control of this game.
And this was Dusty Roots done and dusted, but it's been 6 rounds out of 7 won in the second half, and then on top of that, it's 8 rounds won out of the last 9 for Swingers. Like, this was all them. I'm just so shocked at that last round. Like, what are we doing, Dusty Roots? Why are we running out A after we've cleared lane? The bomb's down. Like, just why? Just disengage. And then how are we not trading as well then? We're gonna go for it. At least trade.
Freddy is not happy. And this is map 1 of 2 BO3s. This one should be convincing, and it is. Just Tech 9s going up against the full arsenal of Swingers. It's going to be 11. At 6-2, can you get one? No. Ponta puts him out of his misery. Swingers will hit 11 after being down 7-1.
How the tables have turned. Money's also pretty good. We're going to have at least be able to afford... Well, it's not very good, but it's alright. We're going to be able to afford at least a purchase in the next round. Matt Score's got the AWP out. He's had some really fantastic rounds for it. That one on A definitely comes to mind. And he's going for a cave peek. This is brazen. But he will be able to catch Leo Dirk with his util out. That's an interesting decision from Leo to be kind of like jiggling that with utility. I feel like that's a big misplay.
Uh-oh.
But Swingers... Once again, this A bomb site holding sturdy with Ponta. Beast ineffectively cleared. MaxCore and Fraguity separated.
Why?
Bomb down. MaxCore's been identified towards cave. It's another round for Dusty Roots. We just have to sit there, look at it in absolute puzzlement.
Puzzlement.
This game has got me to this stage, okay?
I don't get... I just don't get it. It is the real honest answer is I don't understand it. If you are taking cave control, you're taking heaven like that with your AWP, then look to take mid. Don't look to walk out A main. Because this is exactly the same reaction that Swingers gave you in the previous. You should be ready for this. You should be so prepared for them to peek you A main. You're just not. And it's also just going on at the same time as the cave control is being taken. It just feels really disjointed.
It's also though like when you've got that A main control, right? Ponta takes the first contact, and it feels like Dusty Roots are not really together. That's when you just got to be going, lose a step. Play more together.
Exactly.
Just one step. I don't know. That was an opening kill. It was awful. It was a pretty poor opening kill as well. Like, Leo... Yeah, it's caught off guard. So peeking him cave, and he's like, what? But... ultimately, this is Swingers just decimating.
This is do or die now for Dusty Roots. On a map you felt like they were going to take. Toto is... Oh, should have been dead. Ninjas wanted to re-smoke elbow and instead has allowed Dusty Roots out in towards middle.
Bad donut smoke. Also, Toto was the guy catching players off walking through the elbow smoke on their CT side, so it's interesting to see him inject that same philosophy in. Luckily for Dusty Roots, they haven't lost a player, and that should have been the opening kill for Swingers. Tomajed, though, a fantastic transition onto Leo. Vinner Beast, nothing to be done for him. Desh is giving the CT side sign to work with, but as he misses that second shot, and now he's on 30 HP alongside Ponto's 12. It feels like Swingers are probably going to have to save this, as Dusty Roots shall at least be allowed double digits on Ancient at a minimum. Or are we still going for this?
Looks like they're going for it. That smoke's missed though, so now you call it off, surely.
Surely. Yeah, if that smoke had missed, 1962 would be forced out into the crosshairs of the CT side. So yeah, that's another kind of added incentive to hitting your util. But yeah, okay, it will be double digits.
Great openings from Tommy Jed and Raguti, just up B.
Oh, that's not good for the seats.
It's not great. They got money, but it doesn't help. If they lose this round, you're probably going overtime because they've got no loss bonus and they're about to drop everything that they own over. Really important round for Dusty Roots. Obviously they all are, but you get over this hurdle, the buy next time will not have an AWP. Oh, Ponta should be able to catch this player. Oh, that's sickening from Ponta. Toto tries to go back through the smoke, it doesn't happen. 5 versus 3. Swingers should be closing.
I think this is where the road ends for Dusty Roots. Bomb towards B. 1962 is going to make his way over. We have smoke, 2 molos, 2 flashbangs. You might be able to get, you know, up ramp, but I have a sneaky suspicion we won't get any further than that. 3
I would
players.
love it if Max Core just spammed the wall.
That would be great, but it's a great counter flash from Ninjas. Swing is using their utility more effectively. Leo concludes this map on 20 kills. Max Core will at least get 1 back, but it's a consolation. Ninjas 1 tap to the cranium. Swingers, after having a very slow start on Ancient, resurge, victorious, and now head on to map 2 with the advantage.
Yeah, look, Ponta has a great game. I think Leo did as well in terms of warming up in that second half, but there was a lot of mistakes that were just being made there by Dusty Roots. It felt like they had the early round almost sorted, but the mid to late rounds decision making was questionable at best, and Swingers were just able to capitalize upon them, and they did swing on them. And in the end, their individual firepower did overwhelm. There was 3 players on Swingers that were nearly at 20 kills, which was the firepower we spoke about heading into this series, and I'm glad the potential does get realised, because from 7-1 down, they come back and they win the entire map.
Well, Nuke is up next. It's the map pick of Dusty's. I really hope Toto sends the reins down in Africa. We'll be finding out all of that after this break, Brandon. Do not go too far, because Nuke map 2 is up next. Welcome back, guys. That was a very exciting first map. Swingers, they looked down and out, and we were saying, whoa, we're quite disappointed in this team that we value to be probably a little bit better than they look to be, but then they came back victoriously. They took Ancient in their stride after going 9-2 on their CT side, and Nuke is up next. It's the map pick of Dusty Roots. Brandon, do you think we're going to see Train? Do you think we're going to see third map?
No, to be honest. Look, that T side from Dusty Roots left me pretty uninspired. And now we go to Nuke where they're starting T side. So no, I don't really have much faith in them. To be honest, I expected Swingers to do well. It took them a while to get going, and then they did start performing very well. And that T side was just so all over the place from Dusty Roots that I think now on a tactical nuanced map such as Nuke, unless they're going as 5 and just going into an area of the map and taking the space pretty proactively, I can't see them winning it.
No, I agree. I'm really excited to see where Toto plays though. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Let's go. Let's jump into the game.
Let's jump in the game. Brandon, do you think we're gonna see? So you putting your value on Sinners then? Sinners, Swingers.
No, not on Sinners either. Come on, Alaska.
Come on. B-Dog GIF.
Yes.
Ooh, Tree's gone 11 and 14. Yikes.
It's fun.
Sinners best map, so. Wait, Alaska picked Ancient. What? They used to suck on that map. Ooh,
shot
that
from
is
Dash.
a good shot. Thomas Jed eliminated.
They made it down the vent.
But they've been
not
very
the bomb,
loud
though.
about it. Yeah, I don't... Did Toto miss the vent?
Maybe.
Brandon, I think he did, because they were all coming outdoor. He missed the vent. That, you know, the round might have not been won. I think this still would have been very difficult, but it would have been significantly easier if they at least got everyone down the vent. For Gruity, fair play.
Shots.
You know, fair play. There's some really nice shots, but look, but this is all just... Oh, is it just nothing? I think this could be something for Gruity. He almost got a 1v5 on Ancient. And now, this is looking really winnable. He's got the bomb, and he's gone down the vent. Brandon, he actually has the space to get this planted. Ponta has no armor and has low HP. Ninjas needs to be very careful taking this duel at range. He does put Fragility down even lower. 25 hit points. Never mind. Ninjas denies any more chaos, any more excellence from Fragility. The bomb getting planted in itself is a big success for Dusty Roots.
1v5, he kills 3 of them, and he puts the bomb down. I mean, what more could you ask for? Why are we not defusing the bomb? There we go. Okay, the HUD broke. There we go. Bomb locked in. Swingers will get the pistol that they did rightfully earn up until that 1v5 near stroke of brilliance from Fragility. Unfortunate, but the bomb means they got a little bit more money. I mean, these shots are just so clean.
Those first 2 shots was like, ooh, crazy.
They're going to force in Hero Galil, which is not a sentence that brings too much inspiration, really.
No, I don't sit like it doesn't have the same ring as the same ring to it as a Hero AK, right? It's like Hero Galil. How excellent. But we do have a fair bit of utility. And that's meaning we've done the outside smokes, mouse smokes, cross smokes, however you want to say it. It's all a ruse. We're popping onto the A-bomb site. Then a beast. MP9 can't get anything done. Alongside that, the Tech 9s continue their spree of
Oh. There we
Sick.
go.
Okay, Fragility almost died. Doesn't. And Dusty Roots, after losing only 1 player on that execute, utility got placed perfectly. The entry pathing is sublime. The T side off to a pretty good start, all things considered now.
Now we can roll the replay. Because it's just a save. Yeah, I mean, a good burst onto the site. The fact that Vinnabeast doesn't find anything there, even though he's just stood in the molly for one tick and then is unknown. You feel like a lot more is going to be achieved. But it isn't. Ninjas gets burnt out as well after getting one kill. A quick burst in towards A after the outside smokes were dropped. A good round all in all for Dusty Roots.
Felt very easy. It was a really good mollo on default. Good flashes out as well. Bit poor from Vinnabeast that he wasn't able to get any of the players. Yeah, like, I think there actually could have been a different conversation if he was able just to get one, maybe. They would have stemmed the bleeding a little bit further, but instead that wasn't the case. They also couldn't get Fragurity as he was going into main. Some oversights from swingers, but they're going to be forcing back in. It's always very difficult when you win the pistol round and lose the conversion because, well, you're on 5-7, Kevlar, and a smoke. So we're putting a lot of reliance on the likes of Desh and Ponta, who saved their weapons from the previous.
Don't mind this out of Dash. You're holding secret and you basically got all of outside, so you can say to your team, just focus on the A hit. And that means that you are focusing also on close range angles. Going in towards ramp would be the correct play here for Dusty Roots, if they elect to go for that. And that means going into Ponta, which is going into a FAMAS. He goes dink for dink with Toto, and now he's out of there.
5 HP. He can't really contest this.
It feels like they're just faking out ramp, though. They're trying to get these rotates over.
I don't think they actually want to go towards B, but they might use Toto, for instance, as a late assistance from Heaven. And now, here comes the main brunt of the attack. We're coming through the A bomb site. Vinnabeast, a nice change of position from the previous. He gets the first, but that's all he'll find. Dropping down onto the bomb site. The Deagle struggling to find a kill. Toto activates from behind, but it's Desh surging up through the vents. The saved A1S finds so much emphasis on damage in this round.
Yeah, they didn't pull the rotates because why would you need to? Desh was down B the whole time. He could have quickly rotated, went over towards double as well, and then quickly came up the vent. And it was really clever that Leo DRK got this kill in Squeaky and he just stayed there. And he goes, okay, you can come up the vent now, it's safe. They were always aware of this player that could come through hell and in towards heaven. Desh gets so much value out of that A1S. And it's a force buy that yields success. And we're exactly in the same position as we were previously. Tommy Jet will find ninjas. That is ridiculous. That should not be happening. And he nearly deals with Desh.
Yeah, this is now very awkward because we got to deal with him, but
Leo.
we cannot. How is Tomajed just dodging bullets? Dude's in the Matrix. And the rest of his team are just down B, and everyone's focused on Tomajed. Toto's even got down the vent. Dusty Roots, after falling against the pistols, falling against Desh, now it's just looking flawless.
How weird. They're hunting this, and I don't blame them. And they will catch off Ponta. That's another rifle being removed from the equation. Vinnabeast lets them know, hey, I'm all the way back at lobby. And now I'm running away. Or am I? Oh, that's called dies there? Really?
Nuke really changed a lot of its parameters. It's quite deceiving now, whereas before you could just survive on the bomb site, for instance.
I mean, Tommy Jed is brilliant here. I don't know how Leo doesn't get that trade. He just walks into main just expecting there to be a back turned, and there isn't. So now we are consistently in a force by war. Oh, he's going to do it again, isn't he?
Ooh.
No.
Off he
Ninjas, you
goes.
saw him. Surely saw him.
Or heard him. Sure, there's a guy in main. Yeah, you definitely know he's here now. And it's a very similar round to the previous. Toto's holding towards vent. Tomashid's got so much space outside. And, okay, fair trade from Leo. Alright. Issue is, once again, 3 players are down B with the bomb.
Ninjas, what is going on, man? Finally gets his kill. I mean, that's just taking way too long. He's gone up heaven, he's jumped off, he's made noise. I feel like Ninjas, even though he's 3 and 3, he's been caught out a lot already this game. They're getting down B for free a lot of these rounds, and that's because they haven't had the utility here, Swingers, to blow open the smokes, fight aggressively for outside. They've been really worried about lobby, but it's now 2 rounds in a row that Dusty Roots have just been able to get down B for free, and Raguti hits some bangers on ramp. This now has to be the eco. Maybe Dusty Roots got more of a conversation in this series than I initially thought.
Rounds are looking very one-sided almost, aren't they? Like, Swingers win pistol, they win kind of a 5-7 round on the A bomb site where Desh gets a triple, but apart from that, Dusty Roots, it feels like they're the one controlling a lot of everything. And yeah, I mean, this is how Ancient started though, you gotta remember, right?
It did, that is true, but it was a lot worse actually. Ponta. Cleared. Gets dinked for Raguti, but he hits the instant headshot. That's the AK versus M4 difference. Ninjas! Again! Again, just losing his life. Does that need to happen? No. Tommy Jed should be caught here by Vinnerbeast, but he's only got a USP. And Tommy Jed's actually clearing him. Never mind. This is done. Didn't expect too much in this round anyway.
Yeah, another round where, okay, to be fair, this is one where it's just like okay, if I was Leo and I died there, I'd be a very not happy bunny. But look, this is just a pistol round, Brandon. So the next round for me is definitely where I'm like, okay, Dusty Roots, do we have any? Are we going to continue just destroying them outside and whatnot?
I feel like they need to fight outside a bit more aggressively. Or at least just establish control over there, because right now it's just so easy to walk down secret and get these kills for free. Jump on top main. Tommy Joe's done that, what, 4 rounds in a row now?
Yeah, and he's just like, no one's really been able to stop him.
No ult for Dash, but we've seen what he can do with the M4. This time Ninjas just caught off again. I told you, I saw it earlier in the game, and I didn't want to sort of make him a scapegoat, but this is now, what, 3-4 rounds in a row? He's died without doing anything.
I feel like if I'm Tomijid, I'm just thinking, how am I getting away with this? Like, and, like, yeah, how am I just constantly getting away with getting a kill outside? And Swingers, what's also been something that's quite noticeable is when they're in these positions, like, what is this? Yeah, the setups, there's no real map control being taken. You've put Ponta down on B. You've gamble stacked now actually the B bomb site itself. sure, we may not have any information, but the one benefit is that we're reading into the fact that Dusty Roots are continuously going towards B. 3 defenders here. This actually might work out for Swingers, even though they had a really poor start. No way. Are they potentially losing this round still, though?
They got the bomb.
3 versus 3. Wait, we're still going towards B.
Yeah, the bomb's on site.
Oh, the bomb's on site. I thought the bomb was on Fragility. Wow, Ponta saves a day there on the back of Silo. He was like the 3rd piece to reveal himself.
Fragility's got 1 HP. Just trying to hold on to anything and everything. We'll get away with the AK. Tough. But a good hold from Swingers. Off no info, they gamble that it's going to be the B site, and they were right. And thank God they had 3 players there, otherwise that collapses.
Okay. Step in the right direction, and that's probably a bit of a poor round for Dusty Roots, because similar to this, opening kill, max core, haven't seen him really do too much on this T side yet with the, or Nuke with in general, and he's picked up the AWP, and it's an excellent start. Now Dusty Roots, outside smokes, there is Desh already down towards Secret, and Desh is actually going to fight quite aggressively up Secret. And he will be able to clear for now that there is no one outside. There is a Molo coming down into his position. He should be able to say there's no one outside. Issue is, no one's ramped. Swingers, Ponta has just vacated the area. He's actually got up heaven.
Wait, they're not fighting it in towards heaven, are they? Yeah, they are. They're rapping. And look at this as well. Tommy Jed, I believe, is still in main. So Ponta's now got to be really careful. Wait, there goes the bomb.
Oh my
That's messy.
God. That's very... What a nade. How is Ponta alive? How does Ponta get a kill? And now, as they're finally...
what a shot.
Heaven for Gruity. Just brute forcing his way out. Almost got a 1v5 in the pistol. Not quite, but he's still
good.
Still sitting on 10 kills. He's one of the newer guys, right? It's him and Toto who have joined this roster, who are very inexperienced players. And, well, they make up for their inexperience with just that.
He just owned Winnabeast. See you later. Bang. That felt like it shouldn't have gone that well, though, I will say. The fact that Ponta gets the main player and he doesn't get any of the hell players is a bit confusing. But Winnabeast should not just be getting owned there, quite frankly. I'm not surprised they take a pause. It's now 5 rounds on the T side. You got no money. Dash and Ninjas have got guns, but this has just been really complicated rounds that weren't working on Ancient, but are working on Nuke because they're dragging all the rotates.
I'm impressed with this T side from Dusty Roots, but I feel like they're getting away with a lot. I feel like they are just literally doing like whatever they want, and Swingers have no resilience to it.
Another pause.
Just back-to-back pauses.
It is.
That's... I mean, at least they're cottoning on to the fact that it's not going very well.
The thing is, if you lose space, you need to take it elsewhere. Like, the biggest hole in that round and the previous was that Dash rotates event. Fine. Where's your ramp player? Why is there no ramp player for Swingers at all?
It's because they're losing players elsewhere on them, and it's causing someone like Ponta then to rotate away to cover up the space that's being lost. But then when you do that, you have to make up for that fact by getting aggressive elsewhere and reclaiming space, the push and pull.
Yep.
Instead, they lose space and then just sit. They don't reclaim anything more and let Dusty Roots just go wherever they want.
Okay, we're taking a minute, and then you just peaked max core and died.
And again.
And again.
I mean,
now, Ninjas has push ramp, so that's good at least. Gets 1 kill back.
It is interesting taking the double pause going into a round like this, because obviously it's just kind of the AWP and the saved AK. You know, the next round is where we put the emphasis on everything. The next round is when Dusty Roots might go to 7-3 on their T-side of Nuke and force swingers onto a low buy. That's when it's like, wowzer.
Maybe it's Trey. It's now 6 rounds. At least you've kept the AWP. That's the only little saving grace I have in this round for us for swingers. You kept the AWP. Which feels like a horrible baseline. Rather than you won the round.
Well, this is looking pretty good for Dusty Roots. Maxwell's just getting the easiest. He's got 2 rounds in a row, 2 entries. Kind of the main reason why the rounds then won. Counter-terrorist moving out. What are we changing up? Okay. Okay. I like this. Outside, Desh holding a deep angle with the AWP.
We've got mollied.
Yeah, he's just got mollowed off. He's still going to hold, though. And we're just changing. The issue is with this setup is that you need a player under silo to then hold for the close.
Or ramp.
There's no one ramp. Ponto's only just moving over now. Why? What is happening? Okay, Desh is here now. Desh is rotated ramp. Perfect time. Sees the shadow. Bomb dropped. Gets away. 69 HP. And...
nice.
Jesus, swingers looking very erratic though with these rotations. 2 players storming without any real sense of danger towards ramp, and even though we had the opening kill for swingers, now because of these ineffective rotations, Dusty Roots claw it back into this 3 versus 3.
Dash is on a great angle. What is going on the mini-map? Oh, okay, they're trying to scale in towards heaven, and Winnable says, "Oh, the bomb! Thank you." Oh, you shouldn't have. Toto will remove Winnable and remove Dash.
What?
That feels really, really stupid from Dash. It's got to be said.
Wait, Ninja's still on the A-bomb site though.
Yeah, Ninjas is trying to be a ninja.
Oh my god,
cleared.
Toto.
That is an unbelievable round from Toto, but what are you doing?
Yeah. Like, what? This is certainly just like a CT side that doesn't...
has no idea what they're doing.
Doesn't feel like they have an actually any idea. Like, rotations are all over the place. Even that setup outside, they probably could have still held on to it, but instead, like, it's fallen away. That late round is just chaos. And Dusty Roots, this is now a great position for them to be in. They're 7-3 up on the T side of Nuke. They're up against a lower purchase.
Ninjas has got an AWP.
Yeah, sure.
Ninjas is hero AWPing. Tommy just got out then. No, okay, he's in behind main. Silhouettes and that. Good opening kill for Max Core. Ninjas is going to walk over. It looks like he's going to just crab walk into the angle, which doesn't feel amazing. He's already been tagged. Molly goes in towards top hut. Desh will find Tommy Jed, and Ninjas has actually found some kills. Wait a second. Max Core, you never expecting the AWP on top hut. Okay, Ninjas, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with your game. He gets free.
Yep. I don't know. This game is just like, what's happening, right? What makes sense anymore, Brandon? And then, even though he gets 3 kills, it's like, no, that's your time to put on the AWP. Ah, Brandon, like, what's happening? Why are we, how are we?
I don't know.
Dusty Roots, the only rounds they've really lost are against pistols when they've gone out A.
Yeah, I don't know.
They look so flawless on the gun rounds, but it's not because
what's
they're...
amazing here is if they get 5, it's actually a decent half, considering the landscape we were in.
Yes.
Considering where we were.
Yes.
The bomb's just been dropped. I think.
No, the bomb's...
No, it's picked up.
It's,
no.
yeah.
Oh, it's just...
Tommy has bomb.
God, this map sometimes, the
it
silhouettes
really trips. And also, when you're back ramp by, we call it Bish box, if you're like the red box back ramp, it shows you're like outside. Oh my god,
what a shot.
Max Core. Oh my god. That doesn't feel like that should have happened. That is ridiculous. He's just peeking around the corner. Tomijit catch us. Leo pushing aggressively, and a one-tap. It's not going to be 5. They got an opening kill, but Max Core shows them who's the real AWP Supreme.
That was disgusting. You get this opening kill and you think, oh, not bad. And then Max Core does this.
Yeah.
And again.
Oh. Ooh. Whoa. What a bizarre map and series of Counter-Strike. Swingers. T-side now. And of course...
Watch them win. Watch them win. They're going to win the series off T-side.
Yeah, okay. Leo's accelerating forward and starting to claim quite a few kills. Max Core's on 7 HP. He will get support from Toto. Okay, it's a little bit labored there at first. Side of the head, not always the easiest thing to shoot, but the bomb is going down the B-bomb site. Max Core, remember, again, 7 HP, and he's making a lot of noise. Ponta, it's an easy collection for him, and Toto looking to stand in the footsteps of his fallen comrades.
Lovely stickers on the gun.
What is it?
Just says FAP. Haha. Amazing.
I think he should be on Swingers. He'd fit in then.
I feel like the definition of Swingers is maybe like a...
I has to be different.
UK pilled, yeah.
No, I think it's American. I think.
Oh, maybe.
Because it's in Borat, isn't it?
I don't know. Hello, Twitch chat. One of my friends has just sent me a message of what you've said. The commentators are more mad than us betters, lol. Yeah, I mean, we want good CS, guys.
It's not mad. It's, I guess, frustration. It's an expectation.
That can be linked to mad.
Yeah, I think they're within. It's a synonym, right? Yeah, it's almost one of those things.
They've just made it down the vent completely, by the way, and they've got no idea Dusty Roots. They might have a semblance of it now with the door swinging open.
Just an expectation for a little bit more, and okay. What? This is weird because there's
It's fine.
not every, but so Swingers still
Wait.
have 2 players outside. Yeah, I think if Dusty Roots had gotten those kills down on B, like if Leo had fallen, etc., this could have been really precarious because Sinners didn't have the players there. They were all quite far away, but luckily that isn't the case. And Swingers looking like they want to keep 4 alive and looking like they want to take Max Core out the round as well, which means he's not going to have that save for Mass going into the following. It's going to be an eco for the Dusty Roots side.
It's going to be a 1-round game.
It's about to be a 1-round game.
It's about to be a 1-round game, given how convoluted and good that T side was from Dusty Roots. Swingers have come out swinging. They win the pistol, they win the force buy, they win the eco, and suddenly 8-4 becomes 8-7. And they've dinked each other trying to break the glass.
Oh, we did actually miss the outside smokes. There's a big old gap there. But it's fine.
Look at this gamble. Everyone B. And this did work in a round for Swingers. Remember when Ponta was on top silo? The unfortunate part about this is whilst everyone's on B, Swingers are going A.
Issue is, the bomb's been planted today. Be a 1-round game, baby. You did say on the pistol round that, of course, there's going to be Swingers coming back on the T side. Very possible. Which is indeed. Good to get the Mac 10 getting some kills, bombing up some cash. Also, 5 players staying alive in this round, 4 in the previous. You can see that's benefiting the economy measurably. Dusty Roots, definitely a little bit scared.
Ninjas has got a Mac 10, so I'm expecting something maybe a little bit punchier out of Swingers. They know it's the bonus round. They know that this is the buy-in now for Dusty Roots. So what have they got in store? A quick play. The nade breaks the first smoke, which means Ninjas is just down secret, and they've got no clue. It's going to be a fast burst in towards ramp.
I think Greguity is going to get caught off guard a little bit. He is doing fantastically, and the flashbang does actually go awry. It doesn't actually flash him, but he only gets 1. And now, speaking about Ninjas, he's down towards vent, controlling secret. So it's allowing for Swingers to now get this bomb down without really any contention. There's a smoke on Leo, but apart from that, there isn't much utility for Swingers. This nade, however, will do a little bit of damage. Look how aggressive they're being. They're taking the fight straight to the city side. Max Core just got a no-scope down the vent.
In the vent.
He just dropped down the vent, no-scopes Ninja. Issue is as well, Brandon, look, there's no kit on Dusty Roots. Sure, it's a 3 versus 3. Sure, Leo's on 19 HP, but if you have no kit and there's no time left, you're gonna have to save. This 1-round game has turned into an even equation.
Oh, I thought that was
T. I also thought that was a T. I was like, oh, he just shot his teammate. Oh, everyone does go down with the ship.
Okay, but it was a bonus. Look at the money. They've got 10k basically per player. Mega. At least they got out alive with 3 players. That's decent for Dusty Roots considering the circumstances. Max Core is still on this AWP as well. That's an important save. Spray, really good. Ninjas is starting to get some of that impact, pushing towards ramp, finds 1-for-1 trades. Greguity hits another. And look at the HP bars of both Ninjas and Leo.
I'm shocked that Fragility doesn't trade there. Oh, sorry, doesn't get traded. Like, how is he still alive? And it's the fact that Winnabe's almost just got both of them in the spray as well. I'm shocked, and it's all falling apart. Ninjas gets caught outside. It's an advantage now for Dusty Roots after being in a 3 versus 5. Maxcore has...
Maxcore.
Yeah,
he goes close. Ponta's gonna...
Does he clear? He clears. Oh my god, Ponta.
Never mind.
Had to hit the headshot. Doesn't. And now Leo, he's gone down the vent, which in essence feels great, but there's someone already on B. Fragility has got the kills in lobby and now has rotated towards the B bomb site. Leo none the wiser. And that's a massive triple kill.
What a clear from Maxcore as well onto Ponta. Maxcore is now powering up in a big way. But Leo has just traded Tommy Jeff through the smoke. That's a little bit unexpected. He replenishes the smoke as well. And Winnabe's hoping to potentially catch one of these players coming out of hut. 1962 backside. Desh scoped in ages ago. And...
Oh,
nice.
That's rough.
Good catch.
That's a great catch from Maxcore. That's actually a massive piece of the puzzle now gone for Swingers. And he's also been able to then rotate up towards heaven. If Swingers even get a kill here, I'm going to be impressed. Yeah, they're just walking through smokes. The door's closed. Okay. Toto. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Orpas. It's an Orpas paradise right now on Nuke. Both going blow for blow. And Ninjas and Desh, they're able to reset. There is aggression from Fragility, and he will be able to say, by the way, lobby's clear. And it does probably signify that Swingers have gone outside. But I don't even know how Dusty Roots will be able to react off this, because Maxwell's dropped onto the bomb site. It's not like he can move freely around the map anymore.
Oh, but if they go back to main... This is all depending on timing. It feels like they've read this really well. Unity lines them up. Ninjas hits the tray, but Maxcore still backside. Why would you ever expect him backside? 3 kills again for the Orpa for Dusty Roots.
To be fair, I actually was going to say, kind of has to be backside. Like, of all places, I feel like backside's the most, like, the last info of where the Orpa was is on the A bomb site. And Fragility gets the kill right. He's in door, isn't he? When this kill comes in? Yeah,
yes.
Like, he gets his kill door. Yeah, like, obviously he's backside, actually. I feel like Ninjas definitely should have maybe anticipated that, but Maxwell does hit a really nice shot. Him and Desh have a really good round, but ultimately, it's Dusty Roots who go to 10.
And 11. Unless Winnabe says no. Ninja's now holding 1962. Oh, he had the chance to remove him. He still does. What is happening? Tommy Jed surely clears all this out. Nade breaks the smoke and actually does more damage to Ponta. Can Ninjas hit some bangers with the Deegs? Gonna guess no, especially with Toto making this advanced position and collecting the follow-up kill. This is 11 and this is 2 rounds away from Train.
Yeah, I think realistically Swingers won a pistol round. They won like 1 gun round, and it was like, ooh, they could be back, but it's like, okay, no, probably not gonna be the case. Unless... Let's see. Let's find out. Swingers came back on Ancient. They looked pretty down and out. Can they do the same here? They got a couple rounds to show us what they're truly made of. It'd be 5 in a row flawlessly to close it out in regulation. And that's not a great start. Max Core cancels out the outside play. And towards A, the counter utility is sublime. It's really well put by 1962 and Toto. Now Swingers, without even feeling like the round started, are in a 2 versus 4. And just look at this, like Ponta's dinked on ramp now. Desh is walking outside with the bomb. Like this feels so all over the place. Yeah, I mean, this is Nuke over, I guess.
We're going to train. Choo choo.
Choo choo. Choo choo.
That train line suck.
We know Toto. Yeah, I don't know.
There will be traded. Ninjas is just upgrading his rifle, but not for long because Toto steps in. It's a 4v3. Dash is half HP. We are going to train.
Matt Scores had a brilliant map. And there it is. He gets 20 kills to solidify his presence in this series. Dusty Roots, from going 0-3 in the last CCT South American series, are now taking us to a third. Train is on the horizon. Both teams have won their map pick. And Max Corp, he's having a field day.
He is. I mean, look, Max Core's been brilliant in all of these maps. Fraguity as well has been really stepping up. Had some like insane shots, particularly that one in towards Heaven. Needing 1v5s on the pistol. I mean, what more can you ask for if you're Dusty Roots out of your newest addition to the squad? Train is where we find ourselves here. One of these teams will be progressing 2-0 in the group stage. One will be dropping down to 1-1. It's all decided on our latest map of Train in the map pool. We'll find out which one it is after the break.
We're going to a third map. There was inklings of a potential comeback there from Swingers, but ultimately Dusty Roots force us to train. This is a 1-0 game in the main Swiss. Whoever wins this will be touching distance away from playoffs. And for Dusty Roots, this could be really impressive because last South American CCT, they went 0-3. So this would be a real turn of change events.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest with you, they might be kicking themselves because they were up 7-2 on map 1, and then they let that one slip 13-10. Nuke felt a lot more convincing, felt like they were really in the game. Obviously, it's their map pick, but they were manipulating the rotates so efficiently. And now you go on to train, and I'd actually liken train to Nuke a little bit in terms of if you can't stop what Dusty Roots want to bring on the Swingers side of things, then I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that there's a real world in which Dusty Roots can take this. I didn't think we'd be getting trained at all, regardless of the outcome of the maps, but we are in this position now, and I'm really excited because I've not seen a South American train, so I wonder what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen enough train now to get a good gauge, and I've played it enough, and I've practiced enough. These teams, they have played it. Swingers almost beat Odic on this map. In the Ace South American Masters Spring 2025 close qualifier. Now that just rolls right off the tongue.
It does.
Yeah, that just in a heartbeat. So Odic's a pretty good team to be taking like the full 24 rounds distance. Fair play. It was also a decider in that series. Dusty Roots played twice, beating Familia Macaninanina and losing to Solid.
Yeah.
So both teams at least are somewhat well versed potentially on this map.
Yeah, Dusty Roots have been picking train a little bit as well. The Swingers, they played it 4 times. They've not won it at all. In fact, it's 5 times. Oh no, I'm looking at Nuke.
You're looking at Nuke, yeah.
I'm looking at Nuke. No, you're right. You're spot on.
It's the first game still. Long day.
The game is live, so we can just jump into train. You're right. Look, there's not a lot of tape, but it's cool to see that they are pushing the envelope for Dusty Roots. They start T-side. I think in South America, T-side's going to be the strongest suit, but we'll have to wait and see. No util. Tommy Jed's got on mollies and dropped it to max core. Where's the smoke? There isn't one. It's a P250. So it's a P250, a mollo, and Desh is in pop. I suppose long dog.
I've actually just got my my pop dog t-shirt. I ordered it. Pretty cool. Pretty nice. And this is not looking like a great pistol round for the CT side. They're all over the place. Lucky to get out of pop there from Ninjas. And Swingers have... They did leave the B-bomb site, but they have brought 2 players back now. Pont is one of them, though. He's on 29 HP. We've got only a Mollo on max core. I wonder where he throws this. I wonder where's the, like... You know, on Inferno, it's like, okay, if you have 1 Mollo, you throw it triple. If you have 2, you throw it maybe oranges or dark. You know where it's like there's obviously the very clear, like, okay, this is the first place you Mollo, second. I wonder what it is on B. Maybe back Thomas?
You don't even have to go B. That's the thing. You can maybe just go pop, because look at the space that's been created out A. Ninjas pushing and securing a kill on max core. That's a big one to find, but you still don't know about the player that's on site. It's Vinnerbeast. It's right behind him, and has now been caught by the pop players. Tommy Jed needed that kill and grabs it. Bomb goes down on A. Yeah,
also a great Molotov and connector. We were talking about where is it going to be placed. Well, that's the perfect position because it denies the rotations as Dusty Roots are moving towards pop. Really effective from Dusty Roots in this round. Ninjas and Ponta just running to their grave. And it's a lovely T-pistol round where they just slow things down. Don't overcomplicate anything. And on the board.
Yeah, Tommy J got so much space. He was just out A, and they had no idea. It makes it to back site, and it's like, oh, yeah, guys, come through. Ninjas gets this kill, and it just sort of accelerates the play out A, and then the connect through pop means that Vinnerbeast gets spotted. Because if he doesn't get spotted, potentially there's a different round on. 3 quick kills. Fraguti is playing out of his mind in this series. Another 3K for him. Starting off incredibly strong. Forced back from Swingers. Double nades in towards main. There were double nades that got thrown to stop a lower push, but it's upper in which the CTs reside.
Pretty good at this game, isn't he?
Is now an Ivy crunch? I like this Ivy space being taken because you're using the, I was going to say long range weaponry, but his ninjas is 5-7, does more damage to Tommy Jed. But 1962 gets a spray on ninjas, gets half health on Leo. Raguti will be caught off. That's an AK that now can be scooped up by Desh and will probably force Dusty Roots to go in towards A. And they're out.
Yeah, there is a misflash there from 1962, but ultimately we're being forced onto the A bomb site where there's no one really to defend. Ponta is going on this big flank, not going into pop, but going to be going into A main. The double Ivy setup. Leo and Vinnerbeast were waiting for someone to come Ivy that never did, and Ponta, he's just come around the corner and been obliterated. Leo, Desh. Should be a pretty uneventful end to the round, and they should just be dealt with shortly.
I mean, Leo will be. I think Dash will get away with the AK, which is a pretty big salvage from the round, but that looked pretty okay for Swingers. They had a lot going on in terms of the setup. That was just not on his head at all. But they get 2 casualties there. Oh no, don't die. No Dash. He'll be okay. He's so far away. He's going to have to run around the corner and be really loud about it. Nope. Not happening today. So Dash keeps the AK. And Leo couldn't scavenge another rifle. So he has got Kevlar, but only a 5.7. These were the rounds that Dusty Roots were losing, though.
Yeah, it was on... when they were on the T side, right? And they were going on to A, and it was the 5.7s that kept on...
We're not live.
Oh. Whoa, there's a lot of deaths.
The thing for me is, we've already seen in 2 rounds of train, right, this double reaction out of Swingers. They double push Ivy, they double push upper B, they're taking map control. Where was this on Nuke?
Yeah,
like,
Nuke
please,
couldn't have been...
Where was this?
Nuke couldn't have been any more dissimilar. Like, it was a completely different orchestration of a game from Swingers.
So that leaves me hopeful for Swingers. Maybe we can see some of that firepower. They'll put themselves in better positions. But right now, it has not been going to plan. 1962 bails out Dusty Roots in the previous. Double set of mollies and nades, just really pushing. Lower B players back. There's only one. It's only Ponta with a USP, and we're now starting to establish deep main control for Swingers if they want it. Desh is now going to start poking and prodding, getting a little bit further invested, but MaxCore is holding this, and the molly pushes them back and gets the audio that one was close.
Now you have the audio of a few people are close, and also the AK
Great
Desh,
molly.
just constant uncomfortability due to this Molotov. He keeps on having to move around the utility, and a really well played round from Dusty Roots, where so far in the series they have, or on this map rather, they have just done very well at slowing things down, dictating the pace, so then they can form the perfect round for themselves. Like they don't allow Desh to sit there and get a multi-kill with the AK. They force him to be out of position, where they then get the advantage.
What a really good molly. Onto this time. Oh, he's trying to get aggressive, and I don't even know how he's seen him. He's just taken the shot. And MaxCore has opened up B. That is terrific out of the AWPer of Dusty Roots. You might as well just call that round done. That's huge. There is a quick flank. That's the bomb dropped, but it can be recovered. You see Desh is trying to make his way over it in towards Pop. This Molly's done so much damage. Leo just starts to close the gap. Can they get round the corner in time? Yes, but the CTs are all here. You just plant deep. 1962 had also lurked Ivy. He's got all the space, the confirmation that they are all behind you or in Pop.
I think this is a save. Well, obviously it's a save. What a great round from Dusty Roots. They're playing Train to perfection right now. It doesn't even... I think adding on to your point of from Nuke, it's not like swingers are looking lost. It's just Dusty Roots are looking really clean.
Yeah, looking very good. I mean, MaxCore has just won the round single-handedly. We'll get to see it on the replay. I don't even know what pixel of Ponta he spotted. But then the follow-up as well was just immaculate. .4-0. Dusty Roots are now taking complete control of this game. Tech pause now comes in on the 1 second mark.
You gotta get all the time you need.
True.
Oh, we've had a lot of tech pauses. This, though, we go when round 5 eventually does get live. Swingers still have the AWP on Desh. They still have all the rifles out. AWPing on this map is really difficult. And we've seen Maxdor was great on Nuke with the AWP. Desh had some pretty good moments. And I think this is going to be a really interesting head-to-head as we go kind of a little bit further into Train of which AWP shows up. Because that's going to be a massive win potential.
Well, look, I'll put it plain and simple. Freddy. On the AWPs, MaxCore's been leagues above Desh. Desh has been better on the rifles than MaxCore. So I would not even hate seeing Desh just rifle for the whole third map. That's the way I see it.
I think that's fair. We have a TeamSpeak issue right now. I don't know. I see this happening a lot. Where it's like, it'll be a tech pause because of a TeamSpeak issue. I don't think I've had a TS issue in years. I use it every day.
I'm not sure. My mic sometimes cuts out in TeamSpeak.
I think your mic cuts out
I relate.
everywhere, Brandon.
It hasn't cut out for a while, actually, though, has it?
It did cut out once today.
Did it?
Yeah.
Unlucky. That's a shame. I thought it was back. I'm hearing chat, which normally means we're good to go, and it is. Let's get this back underway then. Let's see what Desh can provide against MaxCore. Yeah, MaxCore's just been clean. All series, he's been really good. So many multis. I think that's the key difference, is that he's getting multi-kills every single round he's got this AWP.
He's actually gone for an aggressive pick towards A main. Surprised he gets away full HP. Dash is going for an equally aggressive pick towards Pop. And he might get offered... to be honest, you do not expect an AWP to be here. That's quite a cool position to start off. I think you could really catch someone with their pants down, but Tom Jeet, apparently, he doesn't care about that. He Ferrari peeks Desh, the AWP gets dropped, and that's a massive opening kill for Dusty Roots.
And you can go anywhere, really, with this now. Like, yes, you don't have a main control, but you've got all of Pop, you've got all of Upper B. You don't know it yet, but you have all of Ivy. Look at this rotate. 3 players have come over towards B. In fact, make it a 4th player is gamble stacking the B bomb site, basically. This is all because you have a main control. This feels really risky to me.
This is certainly one of the calls of all time. And, well, I think the jig is up now. Smoke archers, smoke connector, flash out. Tom G's just going, yeah, I can't see anyone. And what's a little bit more concerning about this is that swingers aren't even reacting. They're not even going to try and win this round. Bomb should be planted. Then a beast gets spotted. Molotov forced them away. That's going to be 4 players surviving, or trying to save rather for now, in towards CT.
Yeah,
that's a freebie.
They almost treated that like Inferno, where they gamble stacked a site and they were like, okay, well if you go B, we'll have it a go, and if you don't, we'll just save.
I think this map, we are going to see more. We are going to be seeing more gamble stacks towards B. I think, in general, it's not as previously where it's like 1B, 4A every round. That you're seeing more people start towards B. You're seeing CT side like fight B early on, gamble stacks. I think we are going to be seeing more of that actually as the game evolves.
No, I agree with you there. I think it's really easy to take B when there's only one defender there, because there's just so many different angles. I feel like we'll start to see variations as well, where players are holding a little bit deeper, like away from the connector angle. The connector angle just feels so easy to pre-fire when you're on the T side. That was, again, a round in which swingers over-rotated towards B, hoped that the hit was going to be there, and it wasn't. The Dusty Roots just walk out. They then drop their counter utility. Winnable is still getting really close towards A, and now it's an aggressive posture in towards Pop. And they know that Desh's AWP is towards Ivy. He just fired off a shot.
I wonder. Ooh, Fragility, lucky to get away there. Max Corp gonna eat a net. Ooh,
no, it did no damage.
Sails straight past him. Okay, Dusty Roots are quite lucky. I feel like right now to have 5 players alive.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There's a lot of map control here for the CTs. And it is really pushing the limits of Dusty Roots. They've got a minute left. Where do they want to go? It looks like they might just go back into this Ivy play.
I think they might assume that Desh has rotated off somewhere after being originally spotted in Ivy. But little do they know, he hasn't moved in a muscle. And time is actually starting to get a little bit precarious. Smoke A main at 45 seconds. Really big piece of utility. And Dusty Roots, yeah, they're trying to mimic the previous round where I assume 1962 is going to smoke connector. You're then going to have Tom G'd smoke archers. Yep. And then you've got the 3 players walking Ivy. This is the exact same round. This time, though, swingers are in a better position to deal with it. There's also only 20 seconds left. Everyone's here for the CT side apart from Ponta. And there's also a player in Olof that's unexpected.
Oh, no.
The player in Olof reveals himself, though. Oh, that's massive. Ninjas had the round in the palm of his hands, but he shoots too early. Desh now last alive. The Orps duel together, and Fragility ends up winning it out for Dusty. That is an insane round. All orchestrated. A symphony swept through by Tom G'd.
I can't believe that Tommy just gets so much room. Like, he gets so much room. They're so worried about Ivy because they see 3 players. And he just skirts up. This smoke is puffed out a bit to the point where he can just take these fights. And they're just untradeable. They got to walk through all these smokes here, swingers. I don't know about that one. That feels like they were in the right position to deal with it. And they get completely iced out.
Yo, they got iced out. They got ice on the wrist. Sorry. Sorry. Ooh,
this is better. More aggression. And it's just about nets a kill. They got dinked through the wall.
the difference there is not necessarily this aggression from Swingers, it's the aggression from Dusty Roots. We haven't really seen Dusty Roots go for anything aggressive like this early rounds. We haven't seen Tom Jeed push towards Ivy. We haven't seen Toto get in towards A main. And Swingers, they do deal well with one bit of the aggression, but then lose a big factor in Desh, who was the only one who really got any tangible success in the previous, as he's down and out. And Swingers, they're now very preoccupied with Ivy. This could give a big opening for Dusty Roots out of, well, anywhere else.
They've got to recognize that, though. That's the thing. I think Ninjas has just spotted the shoulder as well of the AWP of Max Corp. Max Corp can just sell this idea that they're going to come out A because he's always been part of the single prong of attack. Yeah, they're so preoccupied with A. They're worried about Pop because they don't have that control. They're still holding Ivy because they've not locked that in. But Max Corp falls. That's the A main player. You got to be worried about B. Where on earth is Ponta? Yet to get a kill. Ninjas rotates in. Bomb planted.
Oh my God.
But Ninjas bails out Ponta. And between the two of them, they leave 1962 in a 1v4 that feels unwinnable.
Yes,
it is.
Duck towards Thomas. There's nothing he can do there. That round, I feel like, is Ninjas. Because Ponta would have died otherwise. So Ninja's rotation is sublime, and it's all somewhat as well a reaction after Leo gets that kill in A main as the execute's coming out onto B. So a much better round for Swingers. They finally put themselves on the board.
Finally, the breakthrough. But will it just be one round, or is it going to now build into a bit more for Swingers? This nade that they keep throwing to get the players off Red Train just isn't working. And now you've got players just on top of Red Train. Trying to gather all the info. Dash. Brilliant angle to get Tommy Jed. No way he's expecting that. So an opening kill, again, being found here by the CT side. Molly doesn't... Oh, it did tick. Gratuity. Don't know if that's been heard. Do you really want to peek the AWP on E-Box again? I don't need to wait for your Ivy player.
Yeah.
Or Matt's score that's on top heaven or on B.
Yeah, the issue here right now is look at just the individuals all spread out. And I think this is another instance where we're not expecting the AWP to still be here. We think the AWP has maybe moved away, but he hasn't. And these rounds, okay, Dusty Roots seemingly have a very one-dimensional kind of centric play of this map of, like, use the smoke out of...
Like pop to the arches.
Yeah, and then smoke con and then walk out A. It feels like we're running a very similar setup, and well, it is working. We're going to need a good flashbang, though. This round can actually be won quite easily if Desh is just flashed off the angle. But he's not. We're walking into him dry. Difference maker is that 1962, he's not throwing utility from T-Spawn. He's actually in A main with the rest of his teammates. And Max Court, sure, he does trade out Desh, but a Molotov goes towards Heaven. Would have been great towards Con because that's where two players are. He's actually just going to save. He's going to save his AWP. He's going to walk away.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh dear. Yeah, you're right. It feels like the game plan's now been figured out. Something's got to change. They tried that one round where they got a little bit aggressive before. They got shut down by the A main aggression. This time smokes are being dropped for more of an A hit. Might be a bit delayed just after the initial CT utility, which hasn't done any damage really. Toto goes out, but can't get the kill. And Leo's already in pop, which has now been smoked off. Flashbangs have been brilliant here to get the space, but the kills are coming in back and forth for Swingers. There's Ninjas coming up with an important double. It's a 5v2. It shouldn't warrant anything more unless 1962 or Max Core just find a multi instantly.
1962 does get a freebie. Oh, that's a double. That's the multi. But unfortunately doesn't expect Ponta in a similar position to Ninjas who he had just brought down. Max Door gonna get pushed, and yeah, Ponta never anticipated. That's 2 in a row for Swingers. Somehow we still have money though for Dusty Roots. I don't know how they play this now, because, well, it's a bit weird. Like, Max Score's got 6.2k. Regurity's got just under 3k, so do you maybe take an eco here so everyone can get money next round? Or do you just put him on a Mac 10 and everyone else gets rifles? Sorry, it's 3 in a row now for Swing. It's not 2 in a row.
If they get 6 here, this would feel very good. Again, considering the landscape of what this is, Dusty Roots always take in a good start. Can they have a response here? Bit of a half buy with the Orpin players, more of a hero. Max Core. We'll find Winnable. Smoke now goes down onto Ivy. Are they going to push this? I wouldn't. Leo, oh, spamming that smoke's a little bit risky as well. $55. Maybe they try and work a play just in towards the B site and just overwhelm. It could be the way in. Ponta's been very good at holding down the site, so that's been the difficult thing. Big catch from Ninjas. Oh, not the second though. And then Max Core found another one from Ivy. This is getting out of control now.
Dash close range with the AWP. Does find one. Bomb will be planted. Max Core spots him. This is very difficult. Ponta is in the unknown and Max Core misses a shot. He then, unfortunately, because he misses the shots, gets taken down. And Desh, the only member alive then on that A-bomb site, cleans up everybody else. 4 kills for him in total. And that felt like it was going to be a T round. That felt like this weird investment was going to pay dividends. But instead, isolation of 1v1s for Desh, and he somehow stays alive, eliminating everybody in his path. 4 in a row for Swingers.
Yeah, I mean, he takes a proactive approach. He just needs to get close. He just needs to take these fights immediately. But Max Core should have traded him. Like, Desh should have been dead a long time ago, especially when Tommy J got out with the bomb, started planting. That should be the AWP just locked in on the angle, hitting the shot. Instead, it's not. It's now 4 rounds in a row. As you said, 4 Swingers. Boost up for Max Core just over the smoke. Can't see anything. Inner Beast wants to go in towards Pop. They need a flash here if they're going to do this, or a double wide swing. There are 2 players holding on both sides of Pop.
We tried to go for a lot of Pop aggression for Swingers. Like, Dash was holding it one round right, but then he got owned.
Gotta be said that Tommy Jeb was 9-1, and now he's 9-5. So has died 4 times without getting a kill.
He was just kind of sitting around Pop the whole time and was just killing people. This time, though, he's walked out on B. He was saying he's died 4 times without getting a kill. There's finally one on the docket. Ponta will trade. Unexpected is this B anchor. Unfortunately, though, not only is Fregurity going to trade, but 1962 is also just laying down hellfire from A-Main. He's controlling all of these rotations, not allowing anybody to go and try and save the day for Swingers, as Winnabeast left in the 1 versus 4 finally does deal with that nuisance out of A main. But the round is too far out of his reach, and Dusty Roots, it's a very simple round where it's all just Tomajed getting the timing out ramp.
Yeah, good timing. And then the player on site in Ponta is probably getting scolded at by his teammate. How's he walked out there then and killed me? And there's only a 1-for-1 trade, which doesn't favour. And then you're right, that allows the space for 1962 to get these kills out A. Last player you expect it is one out main. So there is a break in the silence finally for Dusty Roots. They will get that 7th round. I played a pug yesterday on train with the man, the myth, the legend, Sneaky Beaky.
Oh god, how did that go?
We were 10-2 up on CT side train, and we lost 13-10.
Yep, I was just about to say, did you have a good CT side?
We did have a really good CT side. It was the T side that sucked.
Yeah, that's how pugs go nowadays. I'm guessing you guys didn't know much util, right?
I was the only one that knew util.
Yeah. Tom gets quite annoyed, doesn't he, sometimes?
No, he was fine.
He was fine. Well, that's how pugs go nowadays. I actually won. Down elo a little bit. I've lost my 2.7, but I'm still up. Winnabeast. Tested. Failure. Raguity. Oh, gets blinded. Dash runs through.
The volleys.
And blinding as well. Okay, Dash does get around the mollos, and Ponta, rotating from the B bomb site, is just clearing everything out. He's going to assume that they're just shifting over towards B. He will look to cut them off. Issue is, random, Dusty Roots aren't going towards B. They're going towards Ivy. Does Dash ever anticipate this?
He's looking at it occasionally.
I don't think it's the primary.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
But he should be ready for it now, because Ponta's got good space over towards Pop.
But A main is also like, did they just reset and go A? And yeah, okay, the committal. Wait, what? Sorry? Has Dash read them going into CT?
Looks like
Close range or no, it's a quick scope. That is so fast. Max Cordeau.
No, he's going back to A.
A headshot, and Ponta's read the rotation back towards A. Max Corp, a smoke, not even going to be planted in the smoke. He has spotted Ponta, misses the shot, and 1 bullet is all he needs. Max Corp gets read like a Harry Potter novel.
He was so scared, he just ran back to A, and Ponta, with this pop control that he had the entire rounds, just was like, oh, okay, I'm going to try and go through connector. Oh, never mind, I'm going to kill the guy on A. 7-5, another one of these broken record sayings that I've been saying every map in the series so far, but given what that was, that's a good recovery from Swingers.
Yeah, that was definitely a really good recovery, because those early few rounds felt very dominant. So this game is kind of up for grabs right now, it feels like. Fast out onto the A-bomb site. A big nade and a big double from Max Core. The rest of his team seem like they're picking up the rest of the pieces. And yeah, it's a real shutdown. Swingers swing out of control.
Very nice, very demure for Dusty Roots.
Very nice, very demure.
This is all, by the way, they're winning 8-5 and Toto's got 1 kill. I've only just noticed that.
Yeah, I saw it at the half and I was like, ooh.
No buy, just an eco. Claim for Max Core. This should be 9 pretty convincingly. You're not going to really achieve anything with Glocks. Although, he just cleared IV in theory. But he didn't at the same time. They're all running away. Oh, they're all running away. Never mind. I think he saw Venombeast as well. Yep. Cleared by Tommy Jed. Leo will get one. Bomb, can it be planted? No. 1962 clears Ponta. Leo's got the bomb. He's going to try his very best to get onto this site, but there's already a flank happening, which he seems to be aware of. We can't claim the kill. There we go. Dusty Roots lose one player. Absolutely fine.
Okay, so this is the biggie. Dusty Roots, they allowed Swingers to come back into that first half a little bit. But now, after winning the pistol, the conversion, you now have the first gun round where if Dusty win this, probably gonna be game, or close to it. So, expectations here for Swingers to see if they've got any fight left in them.
Have they got the minerals? It's very slow. They're anticipating aggression. They've just seen a flash go by into Ivy, but it's A main. That's the main source of contention. Between Tommy Jed and Ambiguity, they clear all of it. Spam does affect the MP9, but you'd rather it be on the MP9 than the M4. What's the move here? It looks like another one of these Ivy plays. Molly comes in at a pretty decent timing. 1962 supported by MaxCore on B. Alright, Toto. You gotta at least stay alive here. Tommy Jed needs you.
Or Tommy
maybe-
Jed just
maybe
does
he
it by
doesn't.
himself. Oh, that's perfect. Don't expect the third player to be Ivy. And now, there's actually a big level of confusion.
But the bomb's here.
Oh, God, yes, it is. MaxCore thought they were going heaven there, so it gets sidelined. We need to get this kill on Leo. We need to hunt him down. We need to find it. But instead, Leo only gets one. Now it's Friguity, a 1 versus 2, a really well-placed smoke. They're forced to run through it, and he runs out of bullets. The AK had no ammunition, and because of that, Ponta's able to secure the first round on the T side for Swingers.
Unlucky, because that was really weird. Really weird. That's why MaxCore just didn't expect the player down lower B. The bomb's Ivy. The bomb wanted to come through and go all the way through spawn after Swingers had cleared all the space on B. Instead, they get met with the MP9 M4 wombo combo, and yet it's still not enough. The fact that Leo stays alive for those extra couple of seconds and gets the bomb down is everything. Counter smoke for 1962 gets the kill on Ponta, and then Tommy Jed steps in. That's a brilliant set piece to get the opening kill. Or should I say two?
I guess it technically is the opening kill.
They did use all of their smokes to get those kills, though. They now have no utility for the rest of the round.
I feel like putting yourself in a 3 versus 5. Sorry, 5 versus 3.
Worth it.
I think it's worth it, yeah. Maybe if it was a 5 versus 4, maybe you could have the conversation of like, yeah, maybe that wasn't necessarily worth it. But the fact that they get that extra kill, I think it changes everything. Issue right now, so Toto has got a lot of control towards Ivy, but it does just mean that this A bomb site, the defense is very sporadic. But luckily for them, they're going towards B. And there's 2 defenders here. Should be bait. 1962 should have baited in Tommy Jed. And he is. But now Tommy Jed left alone. Oh, it's all falling apart. It's all gone wrong. It was a 2 versus 4. A 3 versus 5. And now Toto's left by himself. He pushed all the way from Ivy. He has no kit for mass. Both players are low HP. But Brandon, it's going to feel near impossible to get both these kills in time. Spots out the first. Even further damage towards Desh. Jumps in. Completely blind.
What?
Mid-air. Does get the first kill. Will he expect this reposition
Yeah, he
from
does.
Leo towards CT Heaven? Even if he does, Brandon, there's no time. And Leo's just playing with his food. Smites him down. And it's 2 in a row for Swingers. And coming back from a very impressive 3 versus 5.
I don't know how they lose that, to be honest. You have a really good sequence. You then bait and switch 1962 and Tommy Jed to get another kill. And but the players in Connector ruin that. The players in Connector just push through on a whim. The players on site are not exposed, so they're not fighting like anyone on site. Oh, that just feels like a throwaway. And look at what it's done to the economy. They really have thrown it away. This is again, Freddy, going to be a one-round game.
I don't think we expected this game to be this close, did we?
I don't think we expected this series to be this close.
Oh, sorry, yeah, when I said game, I meant series. That's my bad. Yeah, just in general. And also this game, on top of that. Like, after a really good start from Dusty Roots, I was like, oh, yeah, that's probably going to be it, really. Like, their train looks really clean. Swingers just haven't really got an answer just yet. But
They found one, though.
They found the answers. And I think it helps that Toto is having a pretty rough game. Max Court, he's been quite hot and cold, right? Desh got that round with... You remember the round where he got 3 kills with the AWP? Like, I think that was a real difference maker type round. And Leo's stepping up in a way that we haven't really seen from him yet in this series. Making up for maybe some of the lack of impact from the like of Vinnabeast, I'd say. Fragruity also hasn't been popping off. So I think we've been praising him quite a lot. And I don't think I've seen that level from him on train.
I think that's valid. I think Fragruity started off the game like first like 3-4 rounds, red hot, and then slowed down. Same with Tommy Jed really, because he was 9-1. Yeah, I'm not really too
basically
sure.
won their like first 4 rounds for them.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what's going on because look, Leo is 17 kills. He had that on Ancient towards the end. Like he was stepping up in a big way. It was a big reason why Swingers were able to win that. Tommy Jed has just killed Leo for free, just as we're speaking about him. Tried to sneak his way out, and now you've got this Ivy push, good nade on Vinnabeast, and now a re-smoke. 1962 is playing so passive on B. Tommy Jed looks to work his way over towards Pop. They have all the map control here, Dusty Roots.
Yeah, and they're also, if they can continue pushing around this B main side of the map, they're going to be getting it all for free and coming head to head with their adversaries. Around showers. Oh, this is a big duel. Do we need to push this far? Ponta gives his teammate a little love tap. Doesn't expect there to be one more. Will they expect a third? No. Bomb dropped. I'm not a massive fan of pushing 3 players there in a man advantage, but it couldn't have worked any better.
That's the point. It worked. And you're never ready for another player. You see 2, like, okay. You don't... you don't see the third. You're never ready for the third. Also, this catch that Tommy Jed gets on Leo. Everything just sort of fell apart in this round. Dusty Roots will hit double digits. There's enough money to get a buyout. In fact, then there's not.
Oh my god.
I thought the money would be better than this.
I guess there was only 1 player alive in the previous, right? Oh, sorry, in the one prior in the first gun round.
And another techie.
Tech.
What's going on with this one? I'm going to do my research. That's the wrong chat. Swingers, call him a tech.
Just a tech, no reason. Well, Brandon, looks like I'm going to be a little bit delayed, because the next game, Uno Mele versus Crew.
They've got the veto in.
I've got the veto in, but... Isn't Crew owned by Aguero?
Yes.
Pretty cool. They're quite a big Valorant team, right? I think their Valorant's really big, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're big in Valorant. They're quite big in, or trying to be big in CS.
They've had a CS team for quite a while. they made the Perfect
RMR,
World
right?
RMRs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty big. They already done anything else since being in CS? Like, as in, they've got a few decent results online. Like, I don't know, top 4 Res Regional LATAM. Like, a few like CCT playoffs here and there.
Oh, they've got
RMR's kind of the
Ataraxia.
biggie.
Ataraxia is really good.
I'm honestly not massively familiar with this team. I know Deco because I remember on Isurus, I remember that Isurus team was a really good Argentine team.
Yeah, and he was on
That was a
Bestia as
long
well
time.
for a little bit.
Yeah, that was a long time ago though.
Riggy, from what I...
Massively experienced players, a lot of them coming from, I think both Laser and Ataraxia both come from like Boca Juniors, River Plate type teams. And yeah, okay, so it's a mixed bag of team experience. Big org though, that's definitely always gonna really benefit.
Yeah.
Let me check the crew Liquipedia.
Look, we don't know what's happened to Dash, but he
Is
has
it co-owned by Lionel Messi?
disconnected. Yes, I think
Oh my God,
Lionel
it
Messi
is.
got
Yeah.
brought in. Yeah.
Owned by Aguero, co-owned by Leo Messi.
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
That's, yeah, fair bit of money there.
We will hopefully get Dash back in as soon as possible, but because we don't know what is happening, if it's alright with everyone at home and production, I'd love to throw it to a quick pause. When we come back, we're going to conclude this best of 3 and then get ready for our next one. Well, sorry about that. That was a pretty anticlimactic ending to that best of three. Basically, what happened is that Desh lost power completely. They gave some time of his tech pause. Dusty Roots gave some of their tech pause, and unfortunately, he couldn't connect back. So they forfeit, and that means that Dusty Roots win. They were winning anyway, even though it was 10-8. They were winning, so unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. Dusty Roots go 2-0 now in the bracket. Swingers go down to 1-1, and to be honest, there's not really much more to say apart from we've now concluded one game. We need to go straight into another one because Crew versus Uno Mele, it was supposed to start half an hour ago, Freddy. So I'm going to throw this one back into a break, and then we're going to go straight into Crew versus Uno Mele. Stay tuned, we'll be with that game very shortly.
What's up, guys? Thank you very much for waiting with us. We've had quite a long break today. We had the tech issues, but ultimately it was a forfeit win in our last series. There was some electricity issues, but now we go on to another 1-0 game, the high games today in the main Swiss. It's Crew versus Uno Mele, and I think this is going to end up being a really exciting game, Brandon.
Yeah, it should be. I think what I've learnt so far in CCT over the many months, I guess years of doing this, is expect the unexpected. Didn't expect that to finish in the way that it did for Dusty Roots. Now with this game, I haven't got a clue, but I'm excited to jump on board and just sort of walk through it. Let's go through rosters. Let's try and speed through this a little bit more and go for crew, because we sort of mentioned it at the start of the tech pause, but I imagine a lot of people weren't here. So we'll speak about crew, and we'll go ahead and we'll bring up their roster. Ataraxia is a player that I think has been really exciting to sort of watch and keep an eye on as well. Riggy as well for crew has been pretty good in the last 3 months. Reversive has been playing in sort of Isurus, LRV, Furious, just sort of all of these teams for a very long time. Reversive 32 years old now, and still ever present in the scene. Finds his home on crew with Deco. And you spoke about Deco a little bit, Freddie. You said, look, this guy played on Bestia for a little bit, has been on crew for probably 220 days. So that's quite a long time. So I'm excited to see sort of what they've been getting up to.
Yeah, I think both these teams, they have played each other in ESL Challenger Season 49, and Crew's actually doing really well in that league. The issue is they haven't really played against any of maybe like the better opponents so far. So they're sitting second with Uno Mele down in 10th with a negative scoreline, but they did get a 2-0 victory against Red Cannons. So Uno Mele, they have the ability to do well, but against Crew, they lost 13-2 on Mirage, but then beat them 13-7 on Dust 2. So if we do get the vetoes, I'm very interested to see where these vetoes go, because Uno Mele, they really impressed me. It would have been last season, I think, of ESL Challenger, because they made quite a decent approach in ESL Challenger, if I'm not mistaken. I think they qualified this season. Never mind, I'm forgetting everything. But yeah, this could be an interesting game, especially with the vetoes, seeing how they have played each other recently.
Yes, they played each other recently. That was on Mirage and Dust 2. And it's fun because we've got Dust 2 right at the end of this veto. I'm just going to say it just in case the graphic isn't working, but it's going to be Uno Mele picking Anubis. Crew are going to start CT side of Anubis, which I think is interesting. Crew then pick into Nuke, and Uno Mele are going to start CT there, and then Dust 2 is going to be our decider. We've got the roster now for Uno Mele, and you can see that the core has played for Vikings. Leo Monster was part of Ints for a little bit and has now found his way over here. And Leo Monster's been playing pretty well over the last few months as well.
Yeah, he has been. And what I like about his team is the addition of BNC, because I think he's come from Bounty Hunters, if I'm not mistaken. And he was doing very well. And that team ended up going a different way. And I think BNC's 100% someone who is going to elevate this roster with a lot of experience. And what's interesting is that with this series in general, Brandon, I don't think we have a clear victor. I feel like this is a fairly even matched game, right?
Yes and no. I think Crew should have the edge here, but I don't want to sort of make any predictions, to be honest. I just want to just sort of enjoy what we've got and just go with the flow a lot with this. Ataraxia is my guy to keep an eye on for Crew. If not him, then obviously Riggy as well. So they're the two I look at and I think, okay, these guys should be doing the damage here.
Yeah, well, so as we were saying, this is a team which is backed by a very big organization. Crew, they have the manpower, they have everything about them, and they have cool experience where some players a little bit newer, coming from maybe some of the academy teams in the Argentine scene, and then some guys like Deco, who's been on Isurus, who has played at a top level. And I think they're doing very well in ESL Challenger right now. And this is a team where you'd expect them to do very well, more so internationally. They made the RMRs for the Shanghai Major. They have made some roster changes, if I'm not mistaken, right, coming into this year. Oh no, they haven't made any roster changes. So it's the exact same. They have added a new coach in Locomotion, and this is a team that, you know, we saw their standard.
Coach.
We saw, yeah, very good coach. We saw that they had the standard of qualifying for the RMRs. They need to be able to now bring that element, so that level, they need to now bring that over into CCTs like this. Like semi-finals, no, sorry, playoffs should be mandatory for this team. And I think with the organizational backing, that should be the expectation of them.
Yeah, I think so. Here's the run through of the veto. Well, we've got that Anubis pick. We've got Nuke afterwards, and then Dust 2, our decider. I think Crew starting CT's the interesting point for me on Anubis. Don't know how you feel about that one, Freddie.
Okay, so vetoes is a pretty clear. Obviously, there was Mirage and Dust 2 being played in the ESL Challenger League. Dust 2 was dominant in favor of Uno Mele. That's our decider. And then it was Mirage, which was very dominant for Crew. So it's very interesting to see Crew not pick into Mirage and just say, yeah, Uno Mele, like, okay, we're getting that out of it. We're getting that straight out. If Mirage doesn't have to be played, we're not going to play it. So it's very interesting for me when I look at Crew where they haven't gone for Mirage here. Is that maybe like, ooh, we're gonna, you know, might not expect the nuke, or are they just that confident on nuke?
Yeah, but potentially. I think, especially them starting CT side at Anubis as well. It's one of those where it's just like, okay, we win the pistol, win the first gun round. It feels like we've done enough. So I'm interested to sort of see what happens here between these two teams. But from the veto, I think Crew should have the edge naturally, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Uno Mele can provide, because I've not seen them play in a very, very long time. So I wonder what it's going to look like. I've not seen Crew play since the RMR either. So for me, it's just one of those where we sit back, we relax, and we enjoy.
We just sit, yeah, exactly. We just enjoy the Counter-Strike, and we just have fun. The game is live. Map 1 will be Anubis. This is the map pick of Uno Mele. I think I could see us going 3 maps. I think I could see us being a very contestable series. Uno Mele, they made playoffs in the previous CCT. I don't know if Crew actually played in the previous CCT in Series 6. They didn't, so it's the first time we're kind of seeing them. They beat Atrix. That wasn't a massively competitive team, unfortunately, to play against in the opening stage. So I think it's their first real test now coming into this season of CCT.
This is fast, straight out from Uno Mele, and yeah, Cheshkin just overwhelmed immediately. Cheshkin, his name is Laser on HLTV, but he's owned by Cheshkin here. So we're going to go with that.
Are we? Oh, yeah, obviously. Sorry, I got it mixed up. I thought we were gonna go for Laser. No. I was like, oh,
no.
That's Rogue.
No, we're not doing that. Good after plant's being taken. Timing doesn't favour Riggy, and all these players are just peeking in one by one again. And this has been a very comprehensive pistol round. In fact, no one dies from Uno Mele.
Well, it's a good start on their map pick. The happiest of days on T-side Anubis.
These are just so individual gunfights.
Yeah, just a lot of 1v1s being taken. Not a very great retake from Crew. Not a fortunate start for them, I must say.
Does it? Now we just wait for the ecos to be collected, and they have been.
Easy. No issue whatsoever. Let's just hope everyone survives. Realzin needs to make sure he doesn't probably run to his impending doom if Deco's on the other side. But this should be a pretty easy 2-0 for Uno Mele. And also, without losing anyone.
Terrorists win.
I want to see what the intent is now for crew, because you've picked this for a reason in terms of starting CT. You've now got your first gun round. How aggressive and dynamic is this CT side going to be? That's the next question here.
Temple smoke, right? Oh, that's definitely missed that smoke. I think that was supposed to block off middle, but instead it's gone elsewhere. Crew don't even see us. They're actually going aggressive towards B main. 3 players on the other side. Flashbang in. Everyone's able to dodge and hide while they're blinded. BNC, though, unfortunately can't get the both of them after his players all full. And Realzin and Leo Monster now coming from connected together in this 2 versus 4 position. It's not looking great. Reversive, a massive double to be collecting in this round. And he also is just hiding, waiting for his teammates to come and rescue him. Realzin should be able to get this kill, and he does. The bomb can be collected. And all of a sudden, this 1v2 is actually winnable, but he needs to get the bomb.
And he's got it. The thing is, as soon as one player takes contact, the other one can just swing. And yeah, Ataraxia catches him. Then Deco comes in close from middle. A little bit of a scary situation for crew, but they are able to get it over the line. And it's just as simple as a flash play out be made. Missed piece of utility as well for Uno Mele. And they just make the most of it.
There's a lovely proactive piece of gameplay. That's exactly how you play CT side Anubis. You just got to keep on moving, never become stagnant, never sit there and let your T side dictate the pace. Take the fight to them at times, clear out space, and that's exactly what happens. A really nice round from crew to get themselves on the board early on.
They're doing it again. Another flash play. And it does work.
We get out?
Yeah, it does, but not
so
for long.
far.
Look at Leo. He's seen the
It's 2 as
shoulder as
well.
well. Molly's great. Well, he's stuck, and now you can just ignore him. Break on the
Good
smoke.
name.
Leo gets close. Easy does it.
Ooh.
Ooh, there is a team kill. So it is a 3-on-2. Remix finds Deco. That should be all she wrote in round 4. Uno Mele respond immediately.
It was like well set up round as well from crew, but it was just Uno Mele in a position where as soon as that B contact came in, even though they did lose the kill outside of B, it's all fine. You have 2 players in connector ready and waiting. The T side back to winning ways.
That was exactly the same play that crew went for, but it was countered by this double push with Leo in con. I think it was BNC. So awesome little layer in there. The fact that they just speed up after they see 2 players out B main, or if there's 2 players B main, one guy's flashing, which means there's no one in connector at all. We can take that space. They do exactly that. Get them pinned in against the wall behind the pillar. Nowhere to go, nowhere to move. Okay, it was Realzin with him, but same principle.
Same principle, same idea. Felico, apart from the saved AK, Ataraxia, you highlighted him. You have to get a kill so far.
Yeah,
So-
don't do that to me.
No. He will. I mean, this is more of like a... We're building him up for when he does go nuclear.
I like this idea. A little boost up. Drills in. Dealt with. Issue is, you now identified that the saved AK is in A main, which means they're going to push and try and get more weapons, so you need to go B now. Really good job by Reversive, just blocking off all of this B space with utility, but the B main smoke has faded.
Yeah, I'm surprised crew haven't made more of an effort to get over quicker. How is Reversive just got a kill? P250, no armor, and he's even furthered this advantage. He's still alive as well. Bombs only being planted now. Riggy's behind, but he's there with a deagle. It's actually bad. Ataraxia still the man that we want to be looking out for, but unfortunately Remix, his AWP from B main, he not only cancels out Rigi on the flank, keeping him on 0 kills, but also Ataraxia with the AK. Now for crew, the round probably isn't winnable, but can they do a little bit more damage? Are they able to deal with B and C on the back of the bomb site? Yeah, they are. And you've got 2 AKs. Wouldn't even mind just going for a save here, to be honest. Like, there's no time. The bomb's not going to get defused. At least you come away from this round with 2 AKs when your loss bonus is still not in a fantastic position.
Yeah, you take that.
100%. Great damage, 2 AKs. Bro, happy days. We're living. We're smiling.
Yeah, you get a net positive of 1 AK in this round and 3 kills. Taking a pause, because obviously they're not happy with the way things are going. This is now another reinvestment in for crew. So I want to make it count. We've seen aggression only towards B main, really. So that's got to change. Maybe some proactive fighting with the stairs smoke. So they can control over towards water. Whatever they're doing, I need to make sure it isn't just a flash play into B. Because I feel like it's not going to work after a while. Remix is holding for this B main aggression.
I don't blame Uno Mele for that. It feels like some of the aggression side is a lot B-centric right now for crew. Rigi's very lucky to get out from there. They put the burners on towards middle. He drops a Molotov, but it either gets extinguished in the smoke or they just beat it. I couldn't quite tell which one. He's now smoked off. Ataraxia has also got his attention pivoted towards mid. A great flashbang from, I think, Deco.
Well,
Issue is it blinds Ataraxia.
Yeah.
That's the issue. It blinded the T-side player, and if Ataraxia wasn't blinded, boom, he pushes forward. And
They've
now
still got 3 players here. And in fact, they're rotating a fourth one over to B. They've got the right read.
this is a really impressive read, considering that Uno Mele put a lot of pressure towards middle. Crew are stationed with their majority ready to contest, and there'll be no one coming through connector. All 5 players for Uno Mele are going to try and pop through B main. They've only got 1 smoke that's going to go temple. They've only got 1 Molotov and a handful of flashbangs. It's going to be a difficult execute, and yeah, very hard. 3 players here. The crossfire is rigid, and Realzim tries to break free, but unfortunately only able to get 1 before swiftly traded.
You have so much space in towards middle. And yes, there was a double sort of water, like, con split for crew, but making that one-dimensional for Uno Mele feels really silly, considering you had all of that space. You could have poked and prodded a bit more in towards temple and camera, but just by smoking it off, the CTs are just like, okay, well, you're not going to come this way, are you? It just felt a little bit rushed. All of that felt rushed once they got the space in mid and they didn't get a kill. Ataraxia has now got his signature weapon.
This is a very difficult round for Uno Mele because, yeah, I mean, they had all that space in mid, as you mentioned. They also used so much utility to get it. And, well, speaking of utility, sure, Remix is the AWP. Sure, we have got 2 AKs, a Glil, and Tech 9, but we've no util. We've 2 smokes, a Molo and Nade. Rounds barely even started. So, for me, Crew are actually setting themselves up really nicely on this CT side now.
Yeah, and look, we spoke about the CT side. You only need like 3 or 4 rounds, and you're good. That's been a bit maybe generous. 4 or 5, and you're fine. So the fact they've already got 2, they've got the option to break the money here for Uno Mele. Whilst it is a really important round for Uno Mele, it's important to Crew to get their sort of efforts flowing on this CT side. Contact walk in towards mid is being held by Riggy. Ataraxia has also got the AWP. They're going to split together, and this might overwhelm one of the elements.
Here they go. Ataraxia alone. Very difficult. As soon as Deco falls there, Ataraxia gets put in a very, very difficult position. And now, Uno Mele, they have a fighting chance. 2 AKs and an AWP. 3 versus 3 post-plant, but ZMB falls straight away. They also might not expect Reversive to come through A main. A lot of the focus is towards Heaven, and Remix just deals with both of them. Now, Reversive's position A main is thwarted. That's such an impressive play from Remix. Just takes matters into his own hands and shotgun AWPs them in Heaven.
I can't believe he gets the second kill. I understand the first one. You think the AK is going to trade, or you think Rilzen's going to get the kill towards Heaven. He just leaves him for Remix. Another pause being taken. 2 taken already in this first half for Crew. They got to talk finances in this 30 seconds because Riggy, Deco, Ataraxia can buy. Ataraxia will be without AWP, but it will still be limited for all the others. They're going for it. This can spiral out of control massively, though. It goes back to what we were saying, compounding this issue now. Crew needed to be able to survive that test on A in order to build up some rounds in the bank. And now you're not building up your bank, you're not building up any rounds, and potentially you're shattering your opportunities of Anubis to bits.
Oh, this was Crew's opportunity to take a lead potentially in this game.
You're at this point now as well where if they don't get many rounds in CT, you're sat here and you're thinking, why on earth? I mean, that's silly.
That's
like,
one way to get it.
Why on earth did you pick CT side?
To end strong, like they're trying to do minimum on CT, get like 4 rounds maybe, and then just go strong on T side. But yeah, I mean, like this should be maybe a 4-4 game. Instead, Uno Mele take the lead. This is a cool bit of aggression from Crew. And this round's going to live and die in middle. Ataraxia, good for the first. And Remix, this shotgun AWP. Does he know you're supposed to play AWP, like, from range? Because he's killing everyone up close and personal. Regardless, though, of his heroics, we're still in this 2 versus 2. We've got a flank being initiated. 5-7 in hand. Unfortunately, Uno Mele are going to get onto the A bomb site before he can activate. Reversive, though, is free of the Molotov, and both players now connected, coming through camera. First of all, and Rielsen, he just saves a day. That could have got a little bit spicy for Uno Mele. They have man's advantage throughout, but they maintain and stem the bleeding.
Yeah, especially when Deco is the 3rd player in towards middle. He gets a kill. The last thing you expect is there to be another one in towards middle. He just gets traded by Leo Monster. 2 important kills from him and then 2 important closing frags for Rielsen. 6 rounds plays 2, no money. Now for the CTs means that Uno Mele can start speed running this map. And that nade does 62 damage to Reversive.
You know you can kill people with a grenade if it hits you and then lands, like...
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I've experienced that a few times.
I threw the stairs nade, because I play Anchor on the CT side, and I threw a stairs nade at the start of the round. I just got a kill, and I was like, how? Apparently I can do 100 damage. Ooh, this is clean. Uno Mele looking pretty good now.
Yeah, they're
BNC
looking
doubles his
very
kills.
There's a whole team effort as well. Like, ecos aside, like, Leo Monster's been playing great. Realzin's the closer of the round. Remix is opening up with the AWP. And ZMB and BNC are just sort of on clear-up duty / workhorses. Where do you need us to go? What do we need to do for you to be set up for success? I didn't expect this. I really didn't. But this is why you don't have expectations in games like this, because this has just been fantastic so far out of Uno Mele. We've already seen today that strong leads don't amount to map wins, so I'm holding my breath. Look at this from Ataraxia. He's in the window. ZMB just gets rid of him. Why has he got the AWP?
Yeah. Well, I guess he's just the early peak and it works perfectly. Crew, yeah, very early on into a man's advantage. You have to make a brazen call, something a little bit more aggressive to offset the disadvantageous position that you are in. And that aggressive call is going to be not only putting Rigi aggressive in middle, but stacking the majority towards A. Contact being taken, Rigi needs to be very careful. Same with Reversive, because BNC lurking through middle, but he gets spotted. And now, with all of these players seen towards middle and A, we're charging down towards the B-bomb side. Molotov to stop. Really good use of utility. And Uno Mele, this has actually kind of screwed them, because now they're just sitting in connector. And 3 players are on this B-bomb side. CT Molo is not going to be good. It's not going to clear out Reversive. And he picks up 2. Remix, no more shotgun AWPing for him in this round. And Deco flanks the final. Crew finally back in a winning position.
But again, it is Uno Mele rushing so much. You've got 40 seconds still in that round. You've got control, holding A main. You even get the opening pick. You get a lurk in towards middle. You don't need to charge in towards B like this. You really don't. And as soon as that molly goes down and blocks you off, you should know that rotates are on the way. That's what they need to be speaking about now in this 30 seconds. It's the fact that they had everything and they just snatched defeat away from the jaws of victory. They could have done so much there, and instead they just chose to basically be like a bull in a china shop.
A bull in a china shop. What a great saying that is. Because when would a bull ever be in a china shop? But it makes you wonder, what is a bull going to be like in a china shop? Sorry.
Max Fosh made a video about that.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't him,
It was Allsop. Zach Allsop. Yeah, it's great. It's a good video. It's great use of free will.
This molly in mid. Here's that B main flash play again. Doesn't quite work. Sheshkin thinks about maybe doing the same over towards water, but instead he just drops a molly and a follow-up nade. That does good damage. Still got the option to get 5 here, crew.
Yeah, 5 would be, I mean, perfect, really. And if they win this, money's kind of broken. Ooh, bombs outside B. Good trade. Bomb dropped.
Wow, really?
And we also turn our attention to connector. Leo Monster, 28 HP, stuck between a Molo, and crew just starting to mobilize, bringing in the cavalry. Cheskin is very alone, that's the issue. He does have support now in Ataraxia, and Rigi is still ever so aware of this connector presence. This is all falling apart for Uno Mele. Surprised they're maybe not anticipating there to be aggression, even though that's going to be the main sentiment of this CT side. And as the round fizzles out, crew will break the economy of Uno Mele going into the final round, making 5 very contestable.
Yeah, they're going to get it. Uno Mele, again, I think they've had some really solid rounds in here. And then they've had just some that are wasteful, I would say. I just feel like they're really forcing issues when they don't need to. And now they've created a big issue. The fact that crew can get 5 rounds on CT when it looked like they could get bugger all. Let's go. That's the molly's going through, yeah. No way, this is the round that they win. Cheshkin, great incendiary again. And now her help is already on the way. Don't need to keep fighting this.
This is scary.
You don't need to keep fighting this.
I've seen those rounds fall apart, but I think it's all good. Yeah, Deco as well coming flank. I think they know about BNC, right? Well, they did. They do now still. Everyone's on
They
B.
got the bomb out, yeah. Ataraxia
Reelson,
can cut the bomb off.
yeah,
Oh.
Reelson also, I don't think he's going to be able to upgrade his Deagle, which is an unfortunate position to be in, where even though the bomb does go down, and it kind of looks amazing right now, we have 2 kits for Cheshkin and Rigi. BNC's on 50 HP, and Reelson's just been, that flashbang has just gone into his face. Same with BNC, but they don't actually go off there. This is potentially scary. BNC 1 versus 2. Nope, Rigi deals with it. As soon as Cheshkin ran through that smoke and died, I was like, whoa, 2 versus 2, but no, I think both, kind of, each team got a kill simultaneously, and that's crew getting 5 at the end of the half.
Yeah, they did. They got it. That one looks more scarier than any of the 2 previous rifle rounds. But they are able to get that 5th. Now we get to see what their attack is like. Everyone starts to balance up and raise the floor now for crew as well. Same confidence needs to be given as to that of Uno Mele. Very important pistol. Reversive's dropped over the P250 as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's on Ataraxia. Full
And
set of
Rigi.
util. Wait, the util's been dropped on the floor.
Okay.
I mean, I assume we're just gonna execute A, right? Molo
like
broken, smoke camera, fight heaven. There'll be a flash in as well. So all the utils with the bomb right now. I mean, we could go mid, smoke temple. I would feel like just an A execute's the best, and yeah, definitely just go towards A now. You're gonna kill middle. Kind of draws away, reels in. But no. We're gonna split A. And Rigi's just, yeah, okay. This round's just over because Rigi's been fought in mid. Okay. Can we please just go? Can we just...
No.
What are we doing? Just get the
Go.
kills mid and go A.
They're going B.
Okay, this is probably the right call. There's only one player here. Ataraxia can smoke temple and mollo pillar from connector. There's the mollo. It's going to land on BNC, kind of just forcing him out. Smoke temple. Leo Monster behind it. Leo Monster gets a kill before it blooms. Still in this 2 versus 2, even though BNC fell. And bomb taking a second to get planted. This gives Reelson and Leo Monster a real chance in this.
Yeah, they've got the range. Cheshkin, he's now been noted and dealt with by Leo Monster. And again, Ataraxia now spotted, needs to dance his way around the
Oh, it's
pillar. He's just
perfect.
walking right behind them. They walk back. Good collection on the first. Tags down, reels into half HP, but it's a Ferrari peak with the dual Berettas. And no one saw that coming.
Oh, I don't think Ataraxia even saw Reelson on his screen because I didn't. Ataraxia died when Ataraxia died before he saw Reelson. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Awful pistol round from crew. Rigi does so much work, and then if you just look at the T side, no one's ready to go anywhere. Everyone's so split up, everyone looks so sporadic, there's no clear idea of what to do. We're taking fights long range from connector to water. What are we doing? Why aren't we just executing A? Rigi, even after he gets 1 of the kills, he probably should have been going. He gets 2, and we're not winning the round? My god.
They got the bomb down, but they're ecoing. Which I think is fine.
Yeah.
They're hoping for another bomb down here at A. And if they overwhelm this player in sight, in remix, ooh, it could have a chance. But the FAMAS! Oh, it's doing wonderfully. It will eventually be overwhelmed, but the mid contingent of the split has been dealt with, and then Reelsin follows up with some nice sharp shots on the A4. Uno Mele, it's a clean one, but that was only against an eco.
Yeah, you know, we're not going to be too ecstatic about that, but we can be happy with how clean it was. Do or die for crew.
Forfeit and Ataraxia look like brothers.
Oh yeah, they do. They're in the same pose as well, aren't they? If you just remove the facial hair.
Reverse is
like
10 years older than Ataraxia.
Maybe they are brothers.
They're not, I just checked.
No. I've always liked Reelsin's neck tattoo. That's a statement piece and a half, isn't it?
It is. There's no real statement of intent for crew in this. They wanted to go away, they got smoked off. They tried to go camera. Sorry, canal. They got smoked off. Flashbang B! Oh, look, it's worked again.
It wasn't even a flashbang. They flashed earlier and then went way afterwards. I'm actually shocked that Sheshkin just dies there.
Okay, contact B. It works.
Yeah.
And look at this rotate. Oh my gosh, look at this rotate.
Understandably so. You clear out B, you start seeing util over towards A. Easy peasy. Everyone's here for Uno Mele, and crew are being atomized. They can barely even get out of A main. Rigi finally does find a kill, but
why is he hanging around there?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, like some are leaving, some are staying, some are hanging around. It feels very disjointed for crew right now. A real systemic breakdown in the communications and the game plan in what their philosophy of this T side is trying to look like, and Uno Mele should be going on to 10.
Well, they missed the heaven smoke. That's the big issue, is that they missed the heaven smoke, and
one of the issues.
BNC's just got a free kill. Oh, sorry, it was Reelsin up there. They're saving. This is double digits. This is 10-5. This has looked incredibly dominant from Uno Mele. Feels like they should have had a couple of extra rounds as well in that first half. But they are steamrolling on Anubis right now. And if they win this in a dominant fashion, you worry for crew because, again, we're going on to Nuke next and they start CT Uno Mele. And it's the last pause for crew.
Crew are just looking bad. It's definitely going to be very interesting seeing crew on Nuke, because part of you will be like, why don't they play Mirage? Because they did really well against Uno Mele on Mirage previously. So this could end up being a real interesting turn of events for crew. Or interesting in a bad sense. Being like, why have you done this? I don't think I think this map's dumb just from that one round. Like, it's just such a big breakdown for crew. Like, I feel like they're on different pages. Like, I don't know if it's a comms issue or just they don't like Anubis.
I think that was a comms issue in that last round because Heaven Smoke missed and then they didn't know whether they were going or not, and then one player's staying extra.
They're also pretty bad at this map. They've lost a Faco Debrio and a Delamigos. They've got 11 rounds between both of those maps.
Okay.
We're crunching mid, subsequently leaving A completely open, and Riggy gets a kill. Reelsin's like, they're planting on A. He's just denied the bomb. Okay. Riggy finally falls, but will they expect Cheshkin in middle? Maybe not. And
I think Cheshkin's heard the A main player.
Yes, I was about to say, I think ZMB's now being heard, rotating through canals, and you can see Reversive is very aware of this. Uno Mele, they've rotated from mid over toward the double heaven play. Cheshkin has been able to say, yeah, by the way, there's no one coming camera, they're coming heaven, and ZMB has fallen coming through A main. It's going to be a save for Uno Mele, and we've just let crew walk out A for no real reasons, because we just decided to put everyone in middle.
Yeah, that fundamentally was the issue. We shot out of Remix, and one rifle, maybe both rifles denied. Yep. Cheshkin's just got away with murder, not once, but twice. Damn, ZMB has just dropped an AWP over to Remix, and I think he's going to get back like an MP9 or a 5.7.
Sometimes that's just how it works, right? It's like, oh, you couldn't save your AWP. Lucky me,
Yeah,
I get a 5.7.
He got a 5.7.
Oh, man. And, well, doesn't it? There's a rifle for him to pick up there.
There you
It
go.
does. There we go.
Thanks, Leo.
Stonks. Oh.
And it's gone again.
It's gone. Oh, he goes and picks it up as soon as he gets it. There's a nade in the smoke and he dies.
That is upsetting. Drills in.
Okay.
Doesn't get by Deco.
All of a sudden, this game is now winnable.
Yeah, they got Eco in next to CT side. It's going to be a 2-round game. Unless the rifles get saved here and they do an awful lot of damage. What do you think, firstly, about charms on the guns?
I hate
And secondly, the placement of them. Because obviously if you put them on like the little muzzle, it shrinks them. If you put them closer to the, I guess, the player, it makes it bigger. Like, I feel like this one in particular for BNC is so distracting.
Yeah, it's woke nonsense. That's what it is.
Oh, look at it.
Hate it.
I'm not even looking at the crosshair. I'm just looking at this thing jiggling and throwing it back on the M4. Like,
Throwing it back.
I think they're fine actually on the like the muzzle. Or
I hate everything about it.
I have one charm, and I put it on only so when I inspect my gun, I can see it,
Well,
which I think is a bit better.
You're my charm.
Terrorists win.
Okay. They did hold on to the rifles. Uno Mele don't have Uno Mele. They have no dinero.
What does melee mean?
I think it means million.
Well, I definitely don't have that. I can give you that information for free.
I could be wrong though. Oh no, melee is 1,000. I think.
Ah.
To be honest, whenever I see this team, it just reminds me of the Lil Wayne song. A milli, a milli, a milli. So
A milli.
I always think of Lil Wayne when I see this team.
I don't think I've ever listened to a Lil Wayne song.
Okay, you have to listen to that. Boost up. Oh, easy. Leon Monster's like, my AK. No, my M4, my M4.
I get it back from last round. Remix has seemingly slowed down a lot with the AWP, right? He was going ham with the AWP. Not anymore.
Maybe in this round?
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course this is the round where whoa, close. You could see it.
He spotted the shoulder before the smoke bloomed.
Yeah. We're stacking A.
Don't hate it.
I don't hate it either because even if they go B, you save the AWP and A1S, so it's all
Exactly.
good. And they're going B, so the round's not going to be won, but
Save the OP.
save the AWP. With the USPs.
So a 2-round game here. Now starting to get a little bit, not dicey, but your palms might start to sweat a little bit. You're thinking, okay, well, you had a 7-5 half. That potentially should have definitely been more. But we've got 7-5, 1 pistol, 1 conversion. It was double digits. And now it's suddenly a 2-round game. And you're in the bin financially, consistently. You need a round win.
Okay. 8, 10. I was quite confident in being like, knew this is over, right?
Yep.
But it definitely has got some legs right now. That first gun round was pretty bad for crew. Like, it was awful, right? And I was like, okay, that's just it. But I do wonder if now... there's any possibility, because we are going on to Crew's map pick. They go on to Nuke T side with some confidence. Hey, let me listen to this.
Okay, we're getting a live reaction. Okay, cool. I'll just, work. Mid-smoke, put down by Crew. BNC really wants to get ahead of this. He's dropped a counter as well. Flashbang in the face, but Reversive doesn't push. Very slow and static right now out of the T side. They're trying to apply pressure, but not much is really being applied.
Didn't know that was a Lil Wayne song. Uno Mele, Uno Mele. Ooh, Remix needs to be careful.
Now he gets this.
Realzen gets it. They got the kill eventually. The team, power of friendship. Teamwork.
Oh no. Crew are running into the same issues that Uno Mele had, where you don't really know where to go.
Yeah, because it feels pretty obvious that we're going B, right? We've got 35 seconds. No more smokes left. We've got 2 molos, a flashbang, and a grenade. And on 30 seconds, we're actually pivoting away from B. We're going to be putting pressure towards B, but we're going out middle. Reversive, now we'll be holding them onto B.
Kill.
Issue is, Rigi dies in A main. 10 seconds left. Realzen sees them coming out camera, and Remix, sure, he missed that opening kill, but he'll make up for it now as Ataraxia might just die after time.
Oh.
Time's over.
No.
Ataraxia falls.
Oh, he's got money.
AWP eliminated. He has the money. He's got loads of money, but I don't think he got the loss because there's only 1,400. Doesn't matter. Reversive saves his AK, and that was a really poor round from Crew, where they just kind of got stuck in their ways of like, where do we go? And when they had the idea to go towards A, it just kind of comes in like way too late, right? They start moving at 25 seconds.
Yeah. Well, they did a Uno Mele. They didn't really know what to do, and then they went to B and they got shut out, and it was like, oh, okay, well, it's done. Yeah, Monster just checks. No one is fast approaching in towards canals. Nade goes deep in towards middle. They are bursting this smoke. You've got to be so careful here. If you're BNC, player caught off guard. Reversive needs to clear the angle, and he does. 2 decisive entries, and now Remix is all alone at A.
There's going to be no flashbangs to put him away. So Reversive just walks into his crosshairs. Remix, no one's trading him. A massive missed AWP shot from Ataraxia, and Remix once again looking to save the day on this A-bomb side. No one can put him down. Finally, Cheshin does, and has he not done enough? Ataraxia, a 1 versus 1. ZMB quick on the scene, but he's being read into, and today is the day of the orbs. Demise of Remix as Ataraxia takes Crew one step closer to putting themselves on Nuke with the advantage.
That's ridiculous. I mean, what a play from Ataraxia, but I think he gets dinked. I think he gets dinked by the last player alive. Because he doesn't get affected by this AWP. Remix, you think he's done everything. That third flick onto Deco. Trade out from Leo. Yeah, I think he got dinked. Damn. 11-9, no money for Uno Mele. That was redonkulous.
Yeah, cool me shocked.
Oh my gosh, that's such a good line to throw. When Spirit plays, it is redonkulous. Oh my god.
Surely someone said that before.
I don't know. If they have, let me know. If they haven't, that's mine, baby.
That's mine. When are you gonna cast Spirit next?
Probably never. Exec A. No util to counter this. At least everyone's here, or at least they were.
It's a one-round game. It's a one-round game.
Uno roundo, Uno roundo.
Had to see we're both in a state of, I don't even know.
Both teams got the Yorks out again. That's what you want to see. If you see any of these little red ninja graffitis on the floor, that is Ataraxia, by the way.
Yeah, he clutched up the 1v2 and just... Ooh, we're pushing canals very aggressively.
Really quick out of Leo.
The
And he's noticed.
This is quick from Leo, but look at the bomb. The bomb's going B. Leo falls, and now there's a pathway in towards this B bomb site. Sure, Canal's aggression, it's fantastic. He hung around for a little bit too long. He leaves ZMB left alone, terrified on this B bomb site. 6 HP he survives on. I do not know. Remix sits in that Molotov for a little bit too long as he gets taken down by 33 HP. And yeah, no way they go for this. They go for this. They have no money. It's 11-11 for Crew. And surely Ataraxia will catch BNC off guard. And yeah, I think it's going to be a save. That's a really nice reactionary round from Crew to identify what Uno Mele are kind of putting up in their early game, understanding that aggression and then counteracting it perfectly.
That's so annoying for Leo as well, because even though he's caught off guard, he again gets the dink on Ataraxia. And it's not the kill. If he does get that kill, suddenly they can't split through or towards his B defense. He can come back, he can help, but instead it goes the other way.
Terrorists win.
Stupid M4.
Are you an A4 or A1S?
I've been using the A4 since the price change. And I don't know why. I was always A1, and then M4 got brought down to 2900, and I was like, oh yeah, let me get some of that. And it was because I was slumping individually. I thought, let me just change my view model, let me just change the M4.
Let me just change my gaming chair.
I changed that a few months ago.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I can't do much on 70 FPS, but I try my best.
Huge nade onto Riggy. He's seen no one, and he's basically checked out of the round.
Uno Mele not going for anything too aggressive early on in this round. Remix is over on B with the AWP. And when we put pressure towards A, it forces the rotation of Leo Monster to come back towards middle. Fake B, it appears right now, because that pressure early A was to take away early utility.
Where's the
Yeah,
AWP?
look, the AWP's on B
AWP's
still.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's important.
It looks like we still want to end towards A while just keeping this pressure alive on B, making Uno Mele very uncomfortable.
Reverse is even thinking about pushing this through. So Rilzen's got a nice little angle here. Needs to get the kill instantly, though. If he misses, he's dead. About to be challenged. Just jumps up.
Oh,
Just
that's
jumps
a big
up.
nade.
The flash.
It's perfect. Only good for one. B and C keeps the advantage in favor of the CT side. The mid portion of this offensive also undermined. Cheshkin does finally get his, but Rigi, remember, low from the beginning of the round. Only 33 HP coming through A main. B and C, and the nade lands on him. He's so low right now. He's going to get wrapped around from heaven. Leo Monster can't do anything. Cheshkin, 2 headshots. As quick as you'd like, and now Remix, his AWP is not able to capitalize on the low HP the same way a rifle would, and he's forced to save, forced to give up 12. Crew, 1 step away now from completing this comeback on Anubis.
I mean, that is insane from Sheshkin, because you think Uno Mele have just about done enough. I was going to be quite critical of Reversive in particular, because I think he dropped so much utility. He got the jump on both players. I think you saw them over the top of the smoke at a B main. If he just pushed it, that puts more pressure on. And it just denies that rotation. And that might cause a little bit of panic for Uno Mele. Instead, they're allowed to get set up. They go 2 for 1 on the A main play. And then Leo Monster rotates with with a really important kill. I honestly thought that Uno Mele had done enough. But then Sheshkin arrives. And Crew, they're going to be on map point, which is a position I did not think they'd find themselves in after being 10-5 down.
Sure, yeah. Had an awful pistol round, awful first gun round. They're just flawless. CMB, that's we've got 2 AWPs out. How fantastic. Hey, if one can't win it out, when Remix got that triple kill, they still lost the round.
That's crazy.
Imagine if they just won it. Imagine if the rest of his team had just stepped up even remotely. T-side. Putting pressure in middle. Keeping Remix occupied over there. ZMB's AWP, the second one, over on B. And it looks like this is where Crew want to try and end off Anubis. Utility, 2 smokes. Last Molotov, now put in towards connector. Forces out Leo Monster's final Molo. And now here comes the execute. Flashbangs, we do have those at least, and it's a great one onto Leo Monster. He's completely blinded now again. How is he not dead? He has been blind for about 15 seconds, and still somehow no one has actually peeked him. Finally they do, but ZMB, he's got a line on the left side of the bomb site. Rigi goes a bit too aggressive. They lose the life, and Remix, he pushes through the temple smoke with the AWP. It's a 2 versus 4, now make it a 1 versus 4. Ataraxia, 1 tapped, and we go to overtime.
How? Firstly, how did anyone not kill Leo? Secondly, you've deliberately left yourself a gap on that smoke. You know that there's probably going to be an AWP peek in it. You just plant the bomb. You just plant the bomb, you play back. You're going towards Con, you're going towards B main. You plant for there and you do not move. Instead, you are dilly-dallying. You're peeking into ZMB and then allowing Remix to get really close. It's a gigantic fumble. And now we need 16.
Gee whiz.
I'll be real with you. I think Uno Mele have deserved to win this map. I think they've been playing better. It's just been the individuals. Flashbang back out of A. Deco will be traded upon. He's not a name I've really said too much, but I mean, that is... Yeah, that's not great from ZMB, is it?
No, shouldn't.
Reverse if he's in mid, dropping util on his own with the bomb.
Oh. Be a long night, Brandon.
This is the second of 4 best of 3s of the day. How was that?
What?
Alright. Shashkin is now
okay.
selling dreams to Uno Mele. Haha! Just kidding.
Surprise.
It's A.
Mwahahaha. You think it's B? Nah.
Remix now thinks about going for it. He decides against it. Araxia's heard all of this. He's just cyclopsing in middle. So Crew are going to win back-to-back rounds. They're going to draw first blood in OT as well. It's been a game of T-sides, so you got to get as many as possible in OT.
Terrorists win.
And ZMB is disconnected. Oh dear.
You know, we're just trying to enjoy this Counter-Strike for as long as possible. Let's prolong
We're
it.
trying to break a record. We're trying to see how long can we go. How long will it take for 2 best of 3s? It's currently been...
What's your record?
I don't know.
I think I must have hit 8 hours once. More than once, probably.
We are approaching the 5-hour mark, and we have had 4 maps.
We've had 3 full maps. 3 completed maps.
True.
So we had that tech pause for half an hour, and then it was a forfeit. It was actually 40 minutes, I think, the tech pause, right?
I really
Because
hope
they gave 10
ZMB
minutes.
doesn't live in the same area as Dash. Because that would be unfortunate.
Turns out his net drops as well. Wait half an hour, Crew get a forfeit win on Anubis, then we
No.
need another 15 minutes.
I don't.
And then his
no,
internet
it's
comes
not-
back.
No, it's not happening. He's coming back.
Yeah,
until
is he actually?
until he comes back, we're going to a break. So we'll see you in a sec.
Okay, Brandon. We can breathe. We can breathe a sigh of relief
He's
because he's more than good. He's the MB.
Ataraxia.
Okay.
It's definitely
This
seen
is-
Leo. Yeah.
Oh, the timing. I don't think he did, to be
Oh,
honest.
no,
But
he
it
did.
doesn't matter. Catches the first off with utility in his hand and then pivots to ZMB. He's just won the round single-handedly. We've also got an opening towards the B bomb side. Realzin's been heard tickling in that Molotov towards Temple. BNC, sure, he's on a flank, but there's nothing he can do. 5 versus 2, bomb gets planted. BNC now gets spotted. They're going to start to swarm him, or Riggy will just solo fight him, because that also works, because why would we never want to maintain our advantage?
This wakes him off, it's fine. Break the smoke. Yeah, I rate this from BNC. Another solo fight. He should still be okay because Realzin's just not going for this. He didn't believe in his teammate at all.
It's like when we're playing together, like neither of us really believe in each other, so...
Realzin's now low, he dropped in. Another kill from BNC. It's not winnable anymore. Realzin low.
Oh
it nearly
my
was winnable,
God.
actually. Imagine if Realzin had a little bit more faith in his teammate.
Going for that, which I don't necessarily blame them. They were like hesitant to actually go for it, and when they did, it was just too late, really. Crew go flawless so far on the T side. The C side was obviously where both teams had the most difficulty, so there's definitely an element of potentially whoever just wins a CT side round wins overtimes, or will win the game here. So for Crew, a part of me feels that maybe they have to go 15-12.
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna watch it back, but I'm pretty sure Ataraxia like jumped and saw Leo just to like the edge of him. We'll see. I'll watch it back.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Probably did. He probably did, to be honest.
Right, Remix. You've been here, but the impact has not been as great as Ataraxia, because Ataraxia, unfortunately for Remix, Ataraxia's been winning the rounds, but he's been going sicko mode, and Remix hasn't been. Honestly, that 3K round that he won, well, he didn't win. If he won it, that would have ended the whole game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not his fault.
No,
He
it's not at all.
Definitely did, his job.
Now, this setup's okay, because they are going to go in towards A. 2 players here. Remix this time is delegated to hold camera. Realzin has got to keep it real by A main.
Ataraxia has got a kill towards Connector. Crew could pivot B last minute if they really want to, but no, they're going to commit onto the A bomb site. Remix. I've seen this before. I've been here before. Realzin dodges the flashbang, kisses Deco in the smoke. It's a kiss of death. Riggy and Ataraxia, 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2. Riggy almost charges on for a double, but it'll just be ZMB, who has had a very slow game, gets a massive collection of a triple kill, and Uno Mele maybe get their one coveted CT round. That's maybe all they need.
Maybe. I feel like Ataraxia is on smoke right now, though, so you gotta be careful. Big kill from Remix, and then this one from Realzin. Yeah, he only gets 1, but it's enough. 14-13. Money issues, no longer an issue. And a fast push out A. Remix has found Deco immediately. Ataraxia is there with the AWP.
There's also a support in the rifle.
Oh, you naughty man's LFB. I think he can see anything.
No, but he
can
can
hear
hear. Ooh, he gives away his position. They're going back B. I think he's just said, by the way, guys, there's 2 players that have rotated through Temple.
Good nade.
Where? What's... So are we, I'm assuming we're resetting B, and we're going to try split 3B main 2 connector. But this feels really obvious. Rigi's also just got control of A main. And there's no real way Uno Mele are going to be able to disparage Rigi from maintaining this control. So right now, Crew are just like, yeah, grand, we're going to sit 3 players on the B bomb site. Oh, here comes the smokes. Yeah, go figure. I think Uno Mele have outthought themselves here. They just need to actually hold on to the defense. Oh my god, Ataraxia gets spammed through the smoke. So does Leo Monster. A spam for a spam, but Crew still in the disadvantageous position. And dude, we haven't seen anyone. Crew had 3 players here, and they all get spammed through smokes.
What?
Yeah, unlucky, I guess, dudes.
Nah, that's diabolical. Riggy now up with the task to clutch it. He can't do it. That's not me being horrible to Riggy. It's just a 1v4. And he doesn't even get the kill. (14-14). Crew need a breather. That round needs to. This pause needs to be a D-tilter. Need to calm down. Everything's okay. You did just get owned through smokes and no one saw anyone and it felt really sad. But it's still okay. Tied up scoreline. Ataraxia reacquainted with the AWP. You had the right read, but you got owned with smoke spams, which is just... BNC has got away with so much there. Oh, I'd be sad. Oh, I'd be angry.
Oh, I'd be more than angry. Brandon, I don't want to say it, but I just feel I can sense a double overtime. You said we're trying to break records here.
Good flash. Ataraxia can't peek.
Still holding. There's not going to be a mollo for doors. Oh. Wait, it missed. Oh, so yeah, sorry. ZMB smoked doors, but window wasn't mollowed. Leo Monster though, big kill into reversive. Where was that connector? So rotations coming in fast. Chetshin taking the fight to connector. Does trade out his teammate, but still a disadvantageous play for Crew. Uno Mele, they should be taking this one. Ataraxia might have something to say about it, but unfortunately, nothing. ZMB, he's come alive in overtime. What has happened to this man? He was absent the whole game, and then now is on the tip of our tongues.
There's another smoke kill there. There's another smoke kill on the way into B.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
A milli smoke kills, a milli smoke kills.
God's sake. ZMB, or as friends call him, Zumb, is now holding towards Con. He's trying to get Leo in again to get this opening kill. The thing is, he keeps doing this, so surely you're going to know he's going to do it again. Don't let him do it. Leo looks at ZMB, says, oh, come over, Zumb. Come and have a little peek with the smoke fades.
Come on, Zumb. You got it, Zumb. Is Zumb gonna vroom onto the bomb site? I don't even know if Crew are gonna win. Like, even if they have 5 people on B, it seems like they just can't get it done. Well, they all die before the bomb gets planted.
They still have no info either. Like, it's just one smoke. It's a nade. Reversive's just re-smoke B main. They have no info whatsoever. And if you double push in towards Con to get any sense of a scrap of knowledge of what's going on, yeah, you're dying to this AWP. This double AWP T side. Oh, he's just gonna walk in on them.
No,
I feel like you give the game away when you mollo.
Yeah, but it also just look at this. Like, look at the CT side. They're just stuck. I mean, this game's over, right? We're just gonna kill them on B again. Yep, Leo Monster opening kill.
Oh, what a shot!
Oh my God, ZMB!
Any more ZMB?
The real AWPer of this team. Move aside, remix. And Ataraxia, there's nothing he can do. Uno Mele, they get forced into overtime, but ultimately they win it out, and we go on to Nuke now. Crew's map pick to see if they've got any energy left in the tank.
That was 10-5 in favour of Uno Mele, and then they decided to make it a 16-14 affair. And that was after Crew won 2 rounds in a row. 3, in fact, in the last round of Reg to force OT in the first place. And then Uno Mele matched it with 3 rounds of their own and just won in OT. Amazing stuff from Uno Mele. Nuke is up next, and that takes place after this break.
Well, that map started off pretty decisively for Uno Mele, and then Crew, they did bring it back. They did. They actually had map point. No, sorry, they forced into overtime. They looked like they were going to be taking into overtime. Everything was pointing towards Crew. And then they didn't. Then unfortunately, they didn't. And actually, no, sorry, Uno Mele forced into overtime. It actually was Crew on their team that had map point. So Crew, they were the team that probably should have ended in regulation, and then when they overtime, well, they couldn't do it there. Uno Mele, they now have the hard task, though, unfortunately, of continuing this on to Nuke, which is a pretty good map for Crew.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough for Uno Mele. But the game's live, we can jump into it. They all start CT, which is a bit of a benefit. Let's see if they can get the same ball rolling as they did on Anubis. Crew, what have you got to show for us? Because you were right there, and then you lost it. Can Uno Mele win the 2-0, or do we go Dust 2?
It's always really, really difficult to reset after losses like that. When you feel like you had that map in the palm of your hands, you put so much energy to get yourself there, and then it all crumbles away. Now on the T side, pistol rounds already starting off on a negative foot. Chesham falls. Crew forced to go down towards Secret. But then two are wrapping outside. This is certainly an interesting game plan.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Leo Monster. And he spots the other player in Reversive. Reversive is now completely stuck. It's a 4v2. You can't get on this bomb site. There's no way. Leo Monster won't remove him. What? Reversive is out of there. Where's Deco in all of this? He's in heaven. ZMB's now been tagged, and he just ignores the heaven player. He ignored Deco and got the bomb. That's really cool.
What a bizarre pistol round that I would have assumed Uno Mele would have won that a little bit sooner, because yeah, they had the bomb trapped and they do let it go. However, normality resumes and it ends up actually being very nicely decisive. Crew, looks like they're buying up into this round. They don't get the bomb down, but they're still looking to apply the pressure here early on Nuke.
Fast A or fast ramp. It's going to be the latter. Bursting into reels in, and he gets his head taken off his shoulders by Deco. ZMB needs to drop. They've now got an M4, which feels pretty great. Door swung open. Reversive cops a dink. Remix is already down, and that's the bomb drop. They open the double doors on him. This is incredibly messy. Bomb needs to get out of there. It just about does from Ataraxia. And now we enter a 3v3 post plant.
Okay. There's no kit for Uno Mele. Do they just, like, smoked off again? Do they just save? Potentially now as Leo Monster falls. BNC falls one back. Oh, Ataraxia felt like he had to be collecting that kill. And now it's Cheshkin towards double. What a shot! BNC and ZMB combine to somehow save the day.
It really didn't look like it was going that way, did it? We even called the save. And BNC just rocks the world of two players, Ataraxia especially, who hits him with the Tech 9 but not quite in the head, and then just gets deleted immediately. Orp out for Remix. Bomb down this time for Crew. But they have to go back to the Tech 9s. That's unfortunate. It felt like they deserved that one.
Yeah, that was felt like they'd got that done. 3 vs 3 post plant. 3 vs 2 actually.
Oh, that was clean.
That's it,
again,
yeah.
Continuing his dominance. Deco also removed from the equation. Spam of the feet. He's going to expose the few of them. And so Uno Mele 3-0, 5 alive. That's much better. And no AWP for Ataraxia.
Faster play. East side. They're just coming straight outdoor, it seems. Deep Molo as well. That's a big mistake.
Dead.
This is a really weird CT side round. Reversive's just been able to get 2 kills for free, and now hunting down ZMB. Atarax will be the one to get the final kill. That's a really weird round where they go to peak door, they throw a deep Molotov, and crew are just able to get past it without any issue.
Yeah, they were hoping that they would have the fight sort of taken to them in a weird way because Remix was on the door and he gets smoked off and just owned, and so does the rifle up. Well, time to save, boys, says Real Zin and BNC. That was over in a blink of an eye. A very quick round out of crew.
A very quick round, and I guess unfortunate that the AWP goes for the door peak, but yeah, just really bad utility. Really bad utility usage from the city side, and that's a great way for crew to get on the board. But ultimately there was
Ataraxia as well.
Yeah. It's not always the beneficial thing to have an AWP on the T side, but I feel like Ataraxia and Remix have had both of them on Anubis especially, like massive moments of, ooh, that's a really sick round with the AWP. It's just about consistency. That's what I'm looking for both of them.
Good molly towards Nitro Wall. Air Monster is cooking, and he feels like, yeah, I've got to go down the vent. That's the only safe way to go. Pressure was being applied to ramp, but Realzin has feigned it and fended it off with a smoke for now. Gets boosted as well. I like this. Up you go. BNC's already in secret. Leo wants to steal down the vent, so A is lightly defended. In fact, no one's on A. Ricky doesn't deal with BNC, and he spots a lot of players. He drops the nade onto Reversive, and he gets out.
Ooh. Oh my god! Okay. He hits one, but that should be 2 kills. And the crunch coming from vent, from heaven. Treshkin's back through the smoke.
What?
How? Why does Remix double
Can you run down for me?
What am I breaking down?
Just what happened there, because it looked really bad and then it was okay.
Remix missed an orb shot, and then we crunched lobby from heaven, from vent. I guess just doing a melee had the manpower and ended up hitting the shots afterwards, and they had the good trades on Leo Monster. God, I get they were all kind of focused on Remix as well, right? And that's when you have the ability to pop through main. Christ.
So I like that setup with BNC taking the contact and you still got Remix at back garage. I like that idea because it was setting him up perfectly for exactly that.
Counter-terrorists win.
It missed the first opportunity, didn't on the second, and that was the bomb carrier. So if anything, he gets the more important kill. Tactical pause coming in for crew. What I like about crew is that they take these quite regularly. And we're like, okay, that was not what we intended. So we're going to have a little bit of a chill. We're going to have a little bit of a discussion. What worked well for us? Well, that A-pop, that worked quite well, didn't it?
Yeah.
BNC's looking at Remix like, yes, that was all us, bro.
It was all me, dude. I am the GOAT. It's just quite funny that Remix most that AWP shot is just quite hilarious. Okay, but Uno Mele, they lost that A rush. I would be surprised if, well, crew probably could go for it. Maybe drop Ataraxia or a Molo. You could Molo sight and then double flash over, or Molo heart. But instead, we're not gonna pop out A. Ataraxia posted on the broken door.
Nice nade. Oh my god,
That was a
nade.
massive nade. Realzin's doing very good towards ramp right now. Spam. Ooh, I thought that was going to connect. I really thought that. Yep. Okay, it does a little bit. Outside, BNC, under silo, takes away the lurker.
I like that angle he was on. He was just on the little
On the-
box, so he's still
yeah.
elevated. So even though Riggy was looking for him, BNC's got still the jump on him because you don't expect that elevation change. Small little micro details, but it works out in a big way because now it's BNC controlling outside and crew have got nothing.
BNC is
there's no
very alone. Yeah,
But they've crossed secret with no smokes.
I'm just not a fan of this setup from the CT side. We are just going to go down B, and I guess the reason why BNC was alone was because we had 2 players ramp. Therefore, those 2 players are very fast to rotate down. The AWP's in dark. This is some close quarters for Remix, but that's where he thrived on Anubis. Shotgun AWP style. We're just going down the vent? What? Okay, that somehow worked out. Only 2 players coming down towards B. Remix, just a no-scope, because why not? And ZMB just drives with Ataraxia. Cheshkin's been heard coming down ramp, and Uno Mele won't even let him survive.
Wow. I can't believe it. They jumped in to clear dark and Remix is just on the close left and he just no-scopes him. He just no-scopes him. Again, I'm not surprised another pause is being called because what on earth have these rounds been? That's a tilter for Riggy, but again, a great position out of BNC. You get down B, and also look at this timing. So Leo Monster went down the vent, ZB also went down the vent, but Reversive didn't see him. That's why that trade is immediate.
I mean, definitely questionable that they, definitely a little bit questionable that they don't go down secret. Instead, they go Ben. I feel like that is, you know. But 5-1. Uno Mele, 3 alive. Money is good. Life is good. You're 2 AKs. Ooh, 8 pop. Yep, you know what? It worked before. Let's try it again. The NC's just swung through the main smoke. Oh, that's a great opening kill. Yep, 7 and 2. Leo Monster falls though. Good rotation from Realzin. Unfortunately, blinded. A belated flashbang does very well to force him away. But look how late these last 2 players are now coming onto the site. And Realzin, yeah, perfect rotation. He massively steps up there to make a round, which could have been quite scary. Very safe.
Yeah, and he dropped the important player. Even though he was blinded, he still went back to CT vent and dropped the AK. And the other 2 are just on Glocks. 6-1. Realzin is 7 and 1. BNC 7 and 2. Everyone is stepping up in a really big way for Uno Mele. Someone needs to do that for crew, and it can't be reversive. It cannot be reversive. He needs help.
Ooh, Cheshkin. He's playing a dangerous game around that hot smoke. Ooh, he got my spidey senses tingling. This is one of those rounds where I'm
no
looking
one's
at crew.
ramp.
God. But they're not going to go ramp, are they? This is one of those rounds for crew where I'm like, feel like we gotta get around the board. Feel like we gotta start doing something. Flashbang's too late.
No, it wasn't
BNC.
even that. Riggy just swung before it.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, well, the flashbang is... Yes, okay. Riggy swings before the flashbang. And BNC just gobbles that up. No more smoke for door. Doesn't matter. Bomb's been dropped. We know there's one more outside. We know there's going to be more towards door. Ooh, this is terrifying. What a shot from Ataraxia. How is this a 2 versus 2? Bomb's gone down towards B. But look, Remix is there to meet. No utility to neither bomb being planted. Cheshin, 21 HP. God, a Molotov or a nade would be perfect right now. And the orb misses. Leo Monster, time for his shine. It's his time to shine in the clutch. How have crew...
I don't know.
It's all fallen apart for Uno Mele. It was looking perfect, and now we're saving.
I don't know. That was what, a 4v3? 4v2 maybe?
It's a 5v3 for starters.
I don't know how that happens. You got the double trades on door. You've got the player that pushes secret through a really weird smoke, and Ataraxia just hits a banger. It shouldn't be getting to that point though. That's the thing. Setup was really good. The bomb was dropped indoor, for goodness sake. And yet, crew are able to overwhelm and overturn the odds. There's that impact we were looking for. It came at the hands of Ataraxia. And from 6-1, you look at this, you win this round if you're crew, you break the economy, and suddenly you've got 4 on your T side, just like that. Great nade on Remix as well.
Remix could have won that last round if he had just hit the shot onto Cheshkin, but he misses. USP would have done the job. What a crew doing this round.
Ramp. Oh, this is going to work.
They look like they want to fake outside smokes. They're going ramp. They might come in if CMP dice hit. Yeah, it looks like the bomb's heading towards ramp. Reels in.
Okay.
Perfect position to flourish. CMP's rotated away.
Come back.
Please. Oh, okay. Yep. He only gets one. Oh, ZMB rotates at the worst time. Does at least bait reels in for the first. But now we're in a 3 versus 3 where crew are trying to come down towards B. Remix towards control has been spotted.
Oh, look at this flank
And
on
he
secret.
wall bangs. Massive. It's a flank on a flank though. BNC negates Rigi. Ataraxia only one alive. Bomb being planted will not be denied. BNC putting pressure from single. Pressure all around. Ataraxia has to try and isolate these duels, but instead he he lets them group up together. And the bomb's being defused. Ataraxia, a smart idea to go save the AWP. It's ultimately Uno Mele converting as soon as they fall down.
Yeah, said how important that round was for Uno Mele, because suddenly that could have got out of control. I can't believe the ramp boost only gets 1 kill from that position. But it's enough. Remix hits a pixel shot. And the flank from BNC or ZMB, it was one of them. I think it was BNC, so I think ZMB died. Hell. Important moment. A really important moment. Now BNC is still looking to be a little bit of a menace outside. This T side has not gone to plan for crew. Another break on the smoke, and that exposes Deco, but he just hits the headshot anyway. It stresses me how much they pull out the utility and then don't throw it. Good mollo. Up the vent goes Leo Monster, but into his death goes Leo Monster. ZMB, they threw the bomb across and he gets 2 kills. 2 versus 3. Round still potentially on, but both are coming in from heaven.
Nade could have done a lot of damage. I think they're just saving. Or Remix is going to go flash for Reelson. It's one of the two. I wouldn't mind them potentially trying to go for this, but money's really bad for Uno Mele. And I think because no one's offered themselves up, could just be the save. There is a kit on Realsim. Remix has the smoke, and Remix is looking to flash him in. Oh my god. Oh, that actually, they would have. You know they would have won the round if they'd smoked the bomb. You know they would have done it. But instead, it's going to be the gentleman's agreement to go and save.
So same position that, you know, crew were in the round before. They can still take 5 out of this half, which would not be a bad thing. Difficulty is that they've not been very good at getting consecutive rounds in a row. Uno Mele are just taking a pause thinking, what are crew going to do? The only play that has worked is when they've gone out A.
Five rounds, very doable now for crew. After a very dismal T side, everything, their fate could change around now. If they're able to convert round 11, they'll go into the final round of the half, where Uno Mele will just be picking scraps off the floor when it comes to their economy. Fake fast A utility. All 5 in lobby. Cheshkin's being sent out A. He falls over towards ramp. It's a decent nade. There's one player here to hold as crew explode towards ramp. Reels in, tucking down, trying to escape. He will do so. Crew, they take control of ramp, but it comes at a big cost of Rigi's HP, Deco, Atatraxia, and also the fact that they've lost a player.
Yeah, they haven't really got much out of this, and you can't really go anywhere. If you go down B, going into Reelsin and Leo Monster, if you go Hell, you need to get by an AWP shot. This is tough. I wouldn't mind BNC going for a little bit of an explore outside. A deep smoke in towards Squeaky, that's going to hold the lobby players. AK can now be scooped up for ZMB. Doesn't walk through, reversive, thinking about whether he wants to push the issue. Instead, they're going to go back to the control that they have. But how are you going to manage and mitigate this? You need to hope you get clean entries here. 30 seconds left. You should be rotating an extra player down here now if you're Uno Mele. Great molly.
Counter utilities perfection. Have at least got their second player. Flashbangs as well. Just this counter utility is making it so uncomfortable for crew. Leo Monster taking the bait. Reels in. Not baited in. Rigi with 10 seconds left might have just cracked this open. Leo Monster falls. And now we're trying to flock down. Bomb planted. Advantage for crew. Smoke towards single. That blocks out one. And Remix, he's barely even going for this. He's still at the top of ramp. And he's being held for. Uno Mele have to save. I don't feel like they've got any chance in going for this. And they won't. Crew, they win out round 11. But not under the guard of killing everyone. So the final round of the half is still going to be as difficult as normal.
I mean, fair play. Because they were being penned in. Leo Monster is really trying to set up Reelsin there, and the fact that Reelsin gets over 100 damage and not a kill, it is a bit criminal. Instant headshot. The crew salvage something out of this half. If they get 5, it'd be fantastic. It'd be really great compared to what they were originally going to be tasked with. Uno Mele would have been in control for the majority of this game, and now crew are looking to take that control away from them right when it matters most, right as we swap over halves. What a shot from Remix.
Atatraxia down for the count. And that's why it's so beneficial that we were... Hey, whoa! Whoa! Wowzers. Hello. I was going to say, that's why it's so beneficial with the AWP saved. Never mind. No AWP for you, Uno Mele. Deco. Haven't said his name much, have we? But he demands respect there. Unfortunately, that one tap could result in just, well, nothing. Unless he has something more to say about it. 3 versus 3. There's 2 players down on B. ZMB is the only player on this upper side of the map. He gets a perfect timing. The spray, it ain't clean, but 2 headshots connect instantaneously, and Cheshim, there's nothing he can do about this. CMB, what a round he's had, and what an end to the half. 1 bullet is all he needs. Bye-bye, Cheskim. Uno Mele surge to an 8th, and they look to push us to a 2-0.
He wasn't even aiming at him to start with. He
It was,
whiffed and then corrected the spray for a double headshot. It all starts off with this flick onto Alaraxia. Sick shot from Deco, but I mean, this spray from ZMB puts himself in a position to succeed, and he does. This one tap's just the cherry on top. 8-4 for Uno Mele. They win the pistol. You look at this and think, well, potentially it's going to be a 2-0. We missed the vent. Missed the vent again. They missed the vent.
We saw that. We saw that today, was it? Earlier? Yep. This is a good start for Crew to potentially mount a comeback. Remix, sure he gets 1, but yeah, 15 HP. Bombs down in no man's land. It's so far out in the open. Ooh. Deco's starting to get a bit dangerous, isn't he?
No, he's alright. Oh, you mean not his position, just how he's been playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been powering up. Sorry, I was like, he's on site.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm talking about, you know, the 1 tap last round,
clean.
the
Yeah.
2K this round, like dangerous in a killer instinct term.
Look at this from Sheshkin, by the way. He's repositioned up rafters and he's waiting for Reelsin to come up heaven. There you go. Instant denial. Remix has now been heard. There's 4 players on him. Sheshkin puts him out his misery. Crew with 4 players staying alive in that pistol round. All because, again, Uno Mele missed the vent.
It's not great, is it?
It's far from ideal.
Yeah. Seems to be quite a bit of a difficulty in this region. Well, it's gonna be an eco for Uno Mele.
Blocks out for the boys.
Blocky Wockies. And Reversive gets a kill fully blind. Deco, yeah, he's electric now. 11 and 10. Serial killer.
Uno Mele hoping to be the series killer. Win this map, don't have to go on to Dust 2. Crew hoping that they can right their wrongs. An 8-4 half, a very up and down one where they salvage something from it. And now you're on the first gun round. I mean, it's effectively a bonus for the boys in blue. I suppose they're in pink, but you know what I mean. CT. And they're fighting pretty proactively. Deco has dealt with ZMB again. So many kills are being given over one by one.
I've seen this before, Brandon.
It looks like it's going to be a 1-round game.
One-round game with also Uno Mele on bad money. This is their investment round, and they've been torn to shreds. Opening stage of the round, they've lost players very quickly. Now puts them in the predicament of just not having anywhere to go. Like, you've got a nade, 2 flashes, and a mollo. There's no utility. You've got no map control. Crew seem to have a pretty good idea that you're in towards lobby. Or do they? Reversive has dropped down towards B. Does leave the A... I was going to say leaves A a little bit more vacant, but no, there's 3 players here.
It's fine. They're saving.
They're saving. Was? Okay, well... What was it 2,900 loss bonus? I guess they're going to try get ZMB and BNC on Mac 10s.
Yeah, faster play maybe.
Well, there's no utility, so I guess they'd have to put they drop the util maybe.
Go ramp and trade. You got double flashbangs. You got a molly.
Well, I mean, sure they'll buy extra util.
Counter-terrorists win.
What's the decision? Yeah, I mean, be stupid not to buy. Just get util heavy.
Yeah,
And
drop it over to the rifles. That makes sense.
assume we just pop AR ramp, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Still a dangerous round. This can be very dangerous. I'd be scared if I'm through still. Players outside? The AKs are all outside.
Oh,
Ataraxia
Ataraxia.
started. See,
Oh, no.
Oh my god, Rigi pulling out utility. The timing. Leo Monster. He's got the hotline with God because he has somehow found an magical timing. And now, alongside that, Realzen has pushed all the way up into heaven. Cheshkin
Yeah.
wrapped around Leo Monster.
Leo.
Because we don't take him down in the beginning, he truly becomes a monster. 4 kills. He should have died at the beginning. An ace.
He got the ace. He got
This
the
all
ace.
happened because Rigi pulls out util outside.
Oh,
He had
dear.
4 kills going into that round.
Now he has 9. Maths. Great round from Leo Monster. Yeah, I mean, what a mistake from Riggy. He just holds his gun out. He gets the kill. Ataraxia gets the kill because they're too busy dealing with Riggy. Very much like the last best of 3. Trying to break the windows, comes with a dink. Oh, look at this push. Oh, look at this push. It's a team kill. Remix got revenge after getting dinked.
It's like, how dare you?
That's not ideal.
Well, Leo's down. No more monstrous activities for him. Cheshkin. Good holds.
He's dead.
Bro needs to hit the KZ.
That wasn't
Blind.
even KZ, that was just jumping.
Yeah,
That's just a
it's
jump.
KZ. Movement. He needs to hit the movement grind. Reversive pushed ahead of the Molotov. Uh-oh. It's a 4 versus 2. Now, 2 versus 2. Bomb cannot get denied. Ataraxia. An AWP is very unideal in this situation. Crew do have a smoke. Both players have a kit. Remix currently playing close to double doors, and Realzim on top of this silo. It is a devious position, to say the least. You can see their little toes as they come out of double. He's actually going to play a little bit more defensive. Molotov picked up, flushes dark. Remix standing in front of it. Realzim, big connection. Ataraxia can't go for this now and has to flee the scene. Uno Mele somehow scraped together another round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a recovered round, really. They go in towards ramp. Sheshkin gets 1 kill and gets full blind, can't get away. Then there was another piece of utility. The molly in towards control room pushes Reversive up and then straight into his death. They play the 2v2 perfectly. I don't think Realzin... It was either Realzin or Remix. I don't even think they took a tag from that molly. They just moved out the way. Final pause now being called. No money at all for crew. You need to enable Ataraxia to go ham. Otherwise, this will be 11. And this will be Uno Mele 2 steps away from taking the series. Doing it in 2.
Deuce. Not Uno. Deuce? I don't know. I really thought crew were going to come back into this half, truth be told. I think you had a similar mind as well.
Yeah, I thought they would, and this time. They are running out of chances. Where is this orb? It's outside. It's got to be so careful. This smoke's cool. Scary for the players, but oh, there's the orb. Said he's got to be careful. That's half his health just removed immediately.
And it also, more so than the health being removed,
It's the info.
it's the info. They know where he is now. And they're going to respond accordingly. Smoke towards main. I could see them just... Wait, what? That is certainly a smoke. I must have missed. They must have tried to go towards main. Uno Mele just need to make sure they don't run the clock down too low. The worst thing can be is that if you're being way too patient, it's gonna end up costing you. Here we go.
Here we go.
Now A, got a main wrap or heaven. Currently not looking towards the bomb site. And he showed his hand. Yep, reels in, eliminates him. Rest shall just be cleaned up in due course. Warp is not going to be in the next round, right?
Shouldn't be.
I don't think, as in, like, I don't think they have enough money to buy an AWP anyways.
I don't think so. I don't
Yeah,
think
so that's actually going to cost crew, I feel like, quite a bit right now.
Oh, I like this. Oh,
How
yeah,
has he
skin.
got this far?
Oh.
Wait.
He's lining up too. Oh, no!
Oh, no. Look.
I rated that so much.
Look, I feel like at that stage you just pull the trigger.
Yeah,
What are
he's
you
trying
gonna
something.
do from that situation?
So Ataraxia can get an AWP.
No armor.
No nades.
Devious. It's a smoke at best. Devious. Devious.
Uno Mele can win this series and this map 13-7. All they need to do is win this next round, and the money is 2,900, which means you're not even dealing with M4s at that point.
Ooh, pop
Straight
towards
into
ramp. Leo, he had like 3 kills at the half. He's now sitting 10 to
Ataraxia
12.
is here.
That's a big positional play from Ataraxia. If he wasn't there, it could be round over straight up. And Uno Mele, they're actually going to reposition. Up heaven they go. They've got a lurk outside. BNC goes a little bit too early, activates before his teammates take contact in heaven, and now crew are going to be able to just funnel their attention towards that position. Deco lines them up, sprays them down, reels in. His position is known. Bombs dropped on the site, and Uno Mele not getting 12 today.
Yeah, devastating that that bomb's dropped down there. Ataraxia is still in the vent. And he repositions. Oh, they both got their knives out. Rilzin should catch Ataraxia at the bare minimum, which does deny the AWP. And it means that Remix can have one. Hello. Well, that's one way to get the AWP. I was like, I looked at that position from Ataraxia. I was like, there's no way he's knifing it. And then he just Goomba stomps him and then dies. Incredible. Actually, incredible. That does deny the AWP. That is actually a big moment, but what the hell was that? Hey, Remix, hey, you see what I just did there for you?
It's just like he just dies in slow motion. Like, can we get? Oh, this is so funny. And then he jumps
Huh?
And then he misses the second knife, and it's just like slow. I love how Ataraxia doesn't even shoot. He just, you know, like the anime, like the red exclamation mark above the head, like,
Yeah,
huh?
Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Pick. There's Ataraxia down as well. Quick wrap from
made
ZMB
my
up
evening.
towards heaven. You got to be aware of this. You got to be careful of main as well if you are Uno Mele. That's where I got the AWP from.
Look.
BNC now leading Riggy just on the corner. I feel like he won't be cleared here. Actually, the way that BNC is going about it, I feel like he might be. And Riggy's now just gone into the most common angle to get pre-fired. He's moves back all the way. What's going on at A? Because Leo's out A. And there's a player in heaven. And I don't think they know about the player in heaven. They're still going B with the bomb. I'm not sure what is happening anymore, honestly.
Do you remember when we watched... Oh, which game was it?
No.
When it was one of the games we've watched. And like, they
Oh,
were...
that's
Yeah,
it.
ZMB's ramp. Wait, which game was it? I think it was the last game we watched. Where...
I still think it's... No, don't come up the vent.
Oh my god.
They didn't. It's fine.
It was map 1 on Ancient, Swingers versus Dusty Roots, and Swingers were just, well, swinging. They were just running around. Oh, no, it was Dusty Roots CT side. Like, they were just everywhere. Do you remember when it was just like, it was just so chaotic?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what that round felt like. Well, this is
the save, but you got to bear in mind that Crew won that previous round, so I think their loss bonus is now 2,400.
Yeah.
We'll see in a sec. It's either 24 or 29. I think it's 24.
Either way, it's not looking great.
It's not going to be great.
Still chuckling about that knife.
Oh my god, it's even less.
Was it 1900?
Yeah.
Yikes. Ooh. Crew could have closed it out on Anubis. They had map point. And now, coming to bite them. Nuke. We've had some pretty good results on Nuke recently. You wouldn't be able to tell. This has been quite a disappointing game for them, all in all. Uno Mele looking to go. Uno plus Uno. And O in the main Swiss. Mm-hmm. Feel like you're disappointed in me.
I'm just letting you riff.
Riff off. Ooh, no. Zoom. He's down.
That flash run wasn't good enough from your mates. Your monster is... Ooh, don't quick switch there. Don't quick switch there. He gets a lot of info. They've pushed lobby. You just go B. You just run B off that info. You know that they pushed lobby, which means they know that you know, and they're going to be on their way to B. So you've got to get on the site quite quickly. Hut. Not hut. Ramp. Already. Consideration. Nice shot out of Remix. Molly goes deep. Smoke just goes on it to get the bomb down. 3 versus 3. A chance for Crew to stay alive. Remix already sees one player on the left-hand side of ramp. I think both players have now been spotted on this ramp. Nade brings Reversive even lower. Eventually, you've got to peek, Sheshkin.
He's just jiggling. And also down Ven, here comes Deco. Falls to his grave. Remix does die. There's no kit, so it's going to be near impossible. Or is it? Realsm. 1 versus 2. Oh, this repositions Mega. He was last spotted towards Vent. Nade comes in. Doesn't quite, but Reversive falls anyway. A 1 versus 2 for Realsm. Silences Crew. And Uno Mele go 2-0 in our CCT South American Series 7 main Swiss.
Yeah, that was incredible, really. I think that there was a really good sort of recovery there for Crew. They won pistol, and then they just kind of went into the gun rounds. They just sort of deteriorated a bit. Good responses from Uno Mele. The fact that they kept rapping on towards heaven, they made it so confusing for Crew. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get it over the line today. Uno Mele go 2-0. Crew drop into 1-1. What a game of CS, Freddy.
What a day of CS, man. Just we're so blessed to be treated to such luxuries of Counter-Strike. And with that in mind, we actually somehow have ended on time.
Not really.
Kind of. Okay, well, we're a little bit late, but Odic versus MIBR, another 1-0 game, is coming up very shortly. It's going to be a new set of casters. We're going to be going live in about 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, go get a snack, go get a drink. We'll be back very, very soon.
Bye.
Well, it's that time again. It's CCT, it's me, it's Anthran, and it's a set of games to which we had already seen concluded with 2 more remaining, with Anthran and I joining you for one of them. It's going to be Audic and MIBR Academy. But, you know, Anthran, I don't know how often you get the opportunity to sit on South American CS games for CCT, but I've been here for a good number of them, and it only continues to impress and improve me how these teams continue to scale.
And it's not like we have one of the games that came out of the losing column in the opening matchups in the Swiss stage. We've got a nice 1-0 matchup here, a nice coasting middle ground in the Swiss. So it's not like there's too much scary stuff on top of it. It's not like you're going to be worried if you're MIBR Academy or Audic, but you're obviously going to be playing your best. It should be a good game. And this is a tale of 2 different cities, it feels like, in the terms of where they've come from in their history as organizations and in the region alongside it, because I believe there was a small stint of Audic going around, but that's besides the point. Point is, now, for the time being, MIBR Academy, I kind of favor them in this series because it feels like Audic are a shell of their former selves.
I'm definitely in the camp that Audic are not looking to be the same team that we had once known them to be. Since the release of Case Locks, or Bench rather more accurately, it has not been the shape of roster that is a finalist contender any longer. Not a team that we can really look towards, in my opinion, to be making those deep runs. Maybe a playoffs run, maybe quarterfinals, and maybe if they're feeling a little spicy, a semi. But even that has been pushing the envelope for them. In the last games that they've played, it has been family. Pardon me if I butcher this. Familia Maquininha, that is who MIBR Academy had beaten. A pretty decent mixed team, pulling themselves together with pieces of different rosters to make something work individually at the very least. In a 2-0 fashion, pretty impressively, but a 2-1 win over the side of players who were featuring a stand-in. It was definitely a bumpy road to get to that point, but they got it over the line regardless. And without Case Locks, they've lacked an identity of a real lineup of top to bottom star riflers from 1 to 3, whereas Woody playing obviously a different role than that, and there being support roles that need to be filled. It's just been a little bit desperate for me.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It feels like there's a lack of direction in where this team is going or what they want to do in the future. Maybe if this is just like a transitional period, maybe if they want to like back down a little bit, it's hard, but I don't really know how to brand these guys. Again, it feels like if you go back like to the last season of CCT, you'd see this team constantly making playoffs, making deep runs, very frequently seeing them, but now it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of ground to stand on or a lot to grab onto in general. Whereas on the other hand, for MIBR Academy, you could probably argue the exact opposite. You look at the names on this team, and I mean, personally, I really like it. You've got pieces from all around the South American scene that have come together, and I really like what they've done here. Stormson, I've always kind of repped him as one of the best support players the region has to offer, at least underrated-wise. Then you've got Card, who's, I feel like, always just lights out when he hits the server. Brenz, it's just, I love this team, right? I feel like there is no weak spot when I look at this roster.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely built up something that's been, you know, something to look forward to the future for. It's not something falling flat in comparison to maybe some of the other rosters that had been poached and pulled apart where options weren't very many, aplenty. And I'll give Stormson the benefit of the doubt. I think that W7M Academy, where he had initially been featured in, he didn't really look too bad entirely, considering how early on it was in his academy career. He was only 19 or so, about in that range. And then making his way into the main roster, had his struggles, had a little bit of a rough and bumpy road trying to acclimate to that next level of Brazilian Counter-Strike, where now, back in the academy system, with a little bit more support, I would say, here at MIBR Academy, rather than, you know, W7M Academy, and maybe in some instances actually competitive to the same roster that he was featured on the main W7M team at his point in stint. And I think that that's something to speak on, because these players right here, I think, could very well have as much, if not more, potential as a widespread featuring him than that W7M main roster had at that point in time. So looking towards the future, yeah, definitely players that I think that Brazil is going to be looking to be, you know, pulling apart and using little by little, as, say, maybe a Furia pulls a player up and tosses one aside, and then in comes the next and opens up a spot in that team, and it'll be a little bit more of a shuffling rotation, which, I mean, that's the whole point of the academy program, right? I mean, that doesn't really exist as much in Europe as it once did, with Mao's NXT kind of reaching its limit with how many players it could put out at one time as the rate of they were being poached at, you know what I mean? Other than that, kind of dry, whereas South America has been attempting it consistently.
Yeah, and it's weird because it feels like when I think about MIBR Academy as like an organization, I feel like they don't necessarily have as much emphasis on being the best team in the world, but showing the ability of some of their players and maybe even pulling them up to the main roster. I feel like there's so many different people and times and players you can point to in which they've been on this MIBR Academy squad, have been shown to be some like stars, some stud. Then they go to this big team, start to make an impact, yada, 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 rinse and repeat. And I think there's a lot of places on this team for MIBR Academy right now you can also see that. But we'll take a side note on that as we take a quick glance at the map. Ancient, Anubis, Nuke. I feel like this is an interesting one, especially for the region. I don't think you too often see a map pool like this.
Yeah, I think as far as map pools go, it's, you know, probably a little bit more in line with something you'd see across the best three in like North America, an Ancient, Anubis, and Nuke. Like that's kind of the trajectory in line which you would more expect from a region like that. If you disagree, but I think that this is definitely going to be a good showing as to what they've got, because Anubis, Ancient, and Nuke are all pretty micro-heavy maps, I feel, where like little decisions and little mistakes, more importantly, can really come back to influence your game to where I was on a map like maybe Mirage. A mistiming on a smoke or a molly might not be the ends of the world, and the room for mistakes to be made is a little wider, right? Like that window where you can maybe make up for that. But it's not really the same that can be said, especially on a CT side, in particular on a map like Ancient, where one missed flash or one mistimed swing can really just spell the downfall of your round, and then spell that into two, your money's not looking good, and then your half is already called into question.
Yeah, it's just it's all over the place. I don't know how big I am in the MR tournament. I know that's been like a point of controversy recently, but I don't know who
the caller for MIBR Academy is. Do you?
I want to say it's Burns. That's my guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't, because I don't really have a pinned down name on this team that I would say is like, oh yeah, obviously, you know what I mean? But I think back on W7M Academy, Stormzen had some part in calling. Again, I don't really know who would be here, but my point being is that, I mean, Woody versus any of these five names should still be out calling them. Talk about their cohesion and their firepower and their potential aside. Woody, tenured, obviously with this roster as well as in the Counter-Strike scene, let alone the Brazilian scene as well. Like, that should be an easy point to make, right?
Yeah, and I mean, on the topic of Audic, I feel like maybe I harped on it a little too much, or didn't give them enough credit where it's due. I do really like Matios as a player, and his stints back on teams like Sharks and B4 were, I'd say, arguably pretty damn impressive. So it's not like you're completely out of your depths when it comes to, like, I'd say individual level, because I don't really think it's much of a question that MIBR have the lead in that front, and I'd say feel more winning in other regards other than calling. But at the same time, it doesn't really feel like having that calling behind them has totally helped out Audic's case. It's a mixed bag, right? Because you've got two separate upcomings in this Swiss stage, or in recent memory, the teams they've lost to. They've had some good affairs. They've had some competitive ones. You look at teams like Solid they've played. They've taken maps. I mean, they're in the 1-0 column. But, I mean, some of these games that shouldn't be that close, depending, or rather, especially if you're adding that tenured calling into it, are close. And then some of those games where maybe you'd think MIBR Academy would be fighting back a little bit more, they aren't that close. It's really hard to put an actual stamp on this one, because both of these teams do have their fair share of inconsistency issues. And I think that's something that comes into this series as well. Having that buffer of being in the 1-0, where you don't really have to worry about getting disqualified too much just yet, it helps. But I think still coming into this series, the overarching premise is going to be who shows up on this given day.
Yeah, and that's also interesting given what the trajectory forward means for either of the winning teams here. Like, I think that's actually the bigger picture, is that both of these teams now 1-0. If they do kind of shake off a little bit of that inconsistency and find themselves now 2-0 up over the other in specific, is going to be like, okay, you know, starting to build back up a little bit. Their momentum is rolling, and for MIBR Academy, that might mean something, given that they haven't had a whole lot of exercise with Stormzen even in the team. I think this is the second best of three officially with them in general. And then Audic, who really have just been trying to reclaim the same level of form that they had with Case Locks, would be able to maybe make a little bit more of a case for it now, to where, frankly, they don't really have a whole lot of time left to be able to say that. There is absolutely a timer put on this roster, in specific this 5, not necessarily any one player, but certainly needs to look a little bit better in towards the future to even justify the move that was made. Because if we're going pound for pound, replacement for Case Locks in Serutera has, frankly and very, very bluntly, not looked good at all.
Yeah, well, hopefully that
And
can
he's
change,
young,
obviously.
so I'll give Kid the benefit of the doubt.
That's true.
But, yeah.
That's true. That is one thing that, I mean, we don't necessarily talk about as much as we should, the youth in some of these rosters, especially when you look at MIBR Academy. But now we can put all that aside. Obviously, we're rambling on a little bit. We're waiting for players to join the server. So whilst we wait, we're going to throw things to a break. And when we come back, we'll be straight into Ancient.
Ancient is very, very close, as not so distant a past. We will have to wait and see whether this map will have proven to be the comfort zone of MIBR Academy, or whether or not Onic will be back to their roots and being able to take this one over the line as we've seen them do it many a time before.
Only really one way to start that off in the right direction. This is a weird one, though. I feel like most of the times where you end up with something like a B finish, and I mean, you've got the bomb and utility over there, it's not this much presence on the other side of the map. Right now, it's a weird setup at the start for MIBR Academy. Investigating mid, maybe putting presence on A tons, but really an attempt to get in this. Right now, seems to be working. Headshot hits, but still doesn't land. An opportunity. Churd, he's going to take that to the bank. Good trade from Woody. Stops this round from going south.
Utility in now to where the low HP player takes first base, and Naite not afraid, but Woody dealt with first and foremost before the smokes will even bloom, and still being pressured by the shot through the smoke. It's this bomb site in which still having this sheer amount of numbers from MIBR Academy should be enough, as already damage being sent back through the smoke in desperation from Onic will connect, but will not really mean anything convincing for their retake, as they're split. And a boost from Storm's in late on his low HP could actually be what the Doctor ordered. They can play off of one another, and this should very well just be them locking it down with 20 seconds left and no kit. It's Onic who need to speed things up, and it's Card who will catch one with their back turned as the center site tap is defended not really that far out by Naite, but still activates in, and it's low HP versus low HP, but once again, reminiscing on the fact that they don't have the kit is the most important of the duo. It's going to be them running it out, getting their bomb plant with all 5 dying. It's only Naite to survive, the Lone Ranger and the Lone Wolf.
It's a good win for MIBR Academy, but I'd say it was a little scratchy. I think they had a lot of different advantages in that round that they tossed away, especially after the beginning of it. That first kill comes in, you get the second goosh. That feels like it's no holds barred, go into B. There's not really much they could do to stop you, but there's just a little bit of hesitation MIBR Academy leave in there that does leave it worrisome, but doesn't come back to bite them just yet. Though the bonus, rather forced by, comes in from Onic, and it still feels a little lopsided with players going every separate direction. You've got a mid push going on. You've got 2 walking into B. Feels like so much is going on at once. This will be hard to maintain, but a first kill could help.
sending out some shots in warning. It's a pair of players trying to gain this round. God forbid there was a stack that would have had that read, and the bomb left a little bit deeper in towards B, though could have also been compromised. But I guess all is well that ends well for MIBR Academy, who get really no sweat off their back for that. They give up their position, but not really giving up the rest of the map and their space, as Renenzin's got a main on lock and on cover. It's already been donut cleared. So it's really Audic who have the round to lose, I would say, given that information that's in their hands. But from that point forth, losing the opening pick and taking the AK down to 3, it's still going to be a matter of whether or not the numbers from Audic can stack up in one position or otherwise, because so long as they play this spread hold, it's just going to be them plucked apart one by one, I reckon.
Yeah, especially with forces as divided as this. And the problem is, too, for Audic, you saw that early info at B, so you know players are probably lurking here. You don't know how many, you don't know where they're going. And this sign of mid-presence is really only going to affirm what you think is the case, which is a B hit, which is not true. Burns shows that with like a little headshot out A main. And while the rotations here still feels a little tricky to maintain until Nightdet puts 2 players down and switches the hands of the advantage. 10 seconds to go, and this is that hesitation I was talking to you about. It takes so long to get activated into the site. They leave room for this to happen, and Nightdet exploits, wins the round single-handedly.
I don't really know how this happened. Was there some damage peppered in from somebody other than Nate that helped with that? I saw some assists, but just laser focus, peppering them down even through and before the smoke. That's a painful one for MIBR Academy, who did everything effectively right, it felt. I don't really shame them for much that they had done. It's just the time being where it was and the distance that was separated between them when Nate had found 2 through the smoke that kind of leaves no other options to player inside of the site but go for the plan. I mean, by the time that he goes for a fake or tries to isolate a kill or wait for his teammate even, there would have only been 4 seconds on the clock and the smoke would have been gone.
Yeah, I feel like this is another of those rounds where MIBR have advantages and they just don't really, like, take advantage of it, if that makes any sense. Like, I mean, again, these starts to the round have already got me a bit skeptical because of how unorthodox they've been. I don't know if that's too crazy out of the realm of possibility to say, but they've worked at the start, right? They've been winning opening duels. They've been getting map control. As you said, that was Audic's rounds to lose. I mean, it's 5-on-4. They've got full control of B ramp, A tons, mid, cave, pretty much everything you can ask for as a T, but they're so split.
I think I've been misusing that phrase. Like, in hindsight.
Which one?
It's Blank's round to lose, or it's, like, in any context. I think that actually means the opposite. I think when I say that it's Audic's round to lose, it's that they should win it, I think.
Yeah, I think that is what it means, but I still
You knew what I meant. You knew what I meant based on how I described it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good moment of reflection for me, actually. I learned how to grammar better. Important in this work space. You ever get called out, or rather not called out, I guess that's not the right word because you're always trying to help each other, but do you ever get, like, questioned by another commentator about, like, what you mean or, like, what you said, or if, like, has that ever happened to you? Do you remember?
Not that I can recall.
I think it happened once with me and Vincent.
I think it only happens ironically.
Yeah, I like to do a little trolling with Vincent, so
yeah.
when I do that with him and, like, I know that the way that he said it wasn't right, I'll be like, don't you mean blank, Vincent? Or, like, something like that. He'll be like, I hate you, man. Right? He's, like, live on broadcast.
Oh, I feel like I used to definitely get on Exner's nerves by doing that every now and again. It was always really fun.
Definitely, potentially possible.
It was always really fun to limit test. He never, like, got mad, messaged me or anything.
No.
Sometimes you could tell him, but, you know, you were pushing it. That was always so fun.
Yeah.
It was always so fun.
See how far you can push it. Push it. Let's see if MIBR Academy are going to push it. It doesn't look like they're going for anything more than that same spread we were talking about last round, but this time with much less to do it with. As in towards cave quickly goes into this. Hogs, who still holds for the bottom side, and they're expecting it to be clear, and they're not expecting Storms here. Oh no, I thought he was going to fluff it, but he gets the kill. Actually gets away with a lot of his HP as well. A lot of space, a smoke, and now communication given over that he has this room, but he's just been pincered. Are they just going to use this to pop over to A? It's the only rifle that they had.
I don't know what you
could
do with this
work.
though, right? Because you've got this gun in CT, but you're on a timer right now. Marios either comes in, sandwiches you, or you take a very weird fight as you go back into towards CT spawn, which they're expecting. Now this take has to be primed and put to the perfect time, and you can't peek too soon. And I think he's about to do it. That Khalil. You lose that fight to the MP9, it's round done and dusted. But now running him down and forcing him back into an uncomfortable position. This is looking good for MIBR Academy, at least good enough to get a plan. That was the end goal.
Yeah, that was just a plan. Yeah, it's just really all that they needed at that stage. And although, I mean, Matios might farm up some cash, another kill here would be extra success from MIBR Academy. And now I guess we can talk about it being a realistic clutch, but it's still a Tech 9 in medium to close range distance. His Togs, he's going to have to be careful with how he takes this duel. And okay, handled at the end, but still not very easy in compilation with the rest, as Nighte was just a little bit farther away to where he could have isolated even a fourth kill, but all's well that ends well for that round for Audic. They continue their streak and keep the lead alive. Or rather, bring it to life, more accurately.
Yeah. I don't even know if you could be too happy about the way this round goes if you're Audic. Honestly, you lose 3 guns here. Sure, it's a bonus. You keep 2 rifles. You lost primarily SMGs. Not the end of the world, but that's still a costly round. And you give MIBR the bomb plant. They're surprisingly
They don't have
not
enough to
putting
buy
any
here.
investment back in. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a buy, so never mind. You're chilling with that.
Didn't know that. Figured that would have been their goal, like you'd said too. I thought that they had just enough in their reserve. But
Which makes the play last round even weirder, but I digress. They don't know about this one. Storms in! Almost flubs it, but that's another gun they take away from the cave player.
it's the second time that Seroterra has been caught out by a pistol in cave side based on a gap left that no one seemed to be aware of on that team. Audic, where can't really let that happen 2 times, let alone if there is a 3rd instance of this, then you have to start asking some questions in how your setup is held. Storms is just going to lock this one down in a very similar situation to the last round, but this time it's going to be Togs who gets activated not from shelf side after his little excursion in towards mid, but instead, Caven, he just flies through. Oh my good lord. Okay, he had Nighte at the bottom of B. I thought for sure that there would have been a room for that to be a refrag, but there he goes. There goes another pair of kills, and a 3rd would be even better and a gun to utilize. There goes that, but no armor. It should still be an easy one for Woody. Shred, a very light target.
Not entirely surprising. Again, though, this is another round. They lose 3 players. Like, this money could be so vulnerable for Audic, and MIBR need to keep that in the back of their minds moving into this next rifle round. I think they've had a lot of advantages. They've gotten a lot of good early game data on what these holds are going to look like, what Audic are going to play like. You've got to remember, every single one of these rounds, Audic have played info hungry. They've not sat back. They've not been patient. They have taken initiative, and sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. But you know that if you're MIBR Academy. Splitting up here, I'm not big on it, especially with how vulnerable this CT economy is.
So he just absolutely dunks on the bottom mid player. MIBR Academy now pressured where this AWP might be in play and might actually have an advantage over long range, but not really given the opportunity. It's just the cross, and they have each other's sides. It's Storms and Burns who are left responsible for long and short respectively. Nade pulled and pinned though, not actually let loose in the body, also not taken down by Togs, who I believe might have had a nade out in his own right, and turned, set up to make another play. It's going to be Stormsin who falls first. Renanzin on his refrag attempted, falls short and leaves it down. Only 2. It's low HP from Burns, and it's Card who might just get backstabbed. His awareness has got to be dialed up to an 11 if he wanted to get Woody off guard, but now I think this one's just a little too far gone.
Yeah, this is a great retake from Audic, man. They played this so well. They got that man advantage. They dangle it over MIBR's head for the rest of the round, and really nothing past that point. Burns can make a nice little run for the money here in the end, but it's not going to get you very far.
First round keeping more than 2 players alive.
They needed that too. But what's a little worrying to me is the fact that I don't know if you've kept note, but the players who have died have kept dying. And I know that sounds redundant to say, but I more mean it in the sense of economy. It's not like you're spreading out who's dying and having to rebuy. It's the same people having to rebuy over and over and over again. So they're not building finances for themselves. They're investing, losing it instantly, needing a buy, getting a really crappy investment. Kind of like you see here on some of the players where they lack some util coming into the round.
Yeah, especially I feel like that bottom mid control has just been lacking for MIBR Academy in the mid to late round, and obviously in the early stages there isn't much that they've been able to do, you know what I mean? That last round being the first instance where they had anything that they could have sent their way, and Woody getting that kill almost instantaneously shuts it all down. Speaking of shutting it all down, there's no way in right now as Stormzen is going to try and crack it with the Tech 9 once more. Ever consistent right now in this game, I will say, with that pistol in particular, so the benefit of the doubt. He's managed to escape the first line of defense. The second holds him in. Diaz finds himself positive. Togs has been killing it all game long in his own regard, and we look towards this Audic team with a little bit more structure now into the pecking order of Ancient, but this gun buyback for MIBR Academy is going to have to be a bit more of a statement, because this game's tighter than you would have believed. One domino.
I wouldn't even say this is
Start
anymore. I mean, it
No,
feels
not
like right now
anymore, but-
MIBR are just outplaying themselves.
There's been so many good opportunities in moments where they don't, again, have the pieces to work with. Nice from Card, though. That's a good change of pace to where he's actually going to find the opening pick of anybody in the server.
Yeah, but again, look around the map right now. You've got two people walking up into B, taking potentially a big fight, and then two people walking into A tons, one guy walking in mid. Yeah, there's one guy to trade, but if one nice play happens anywhere on the map right now, all of this hard work is for nothing. The trade from Renanson, team back a little bit, but just not enough yet to switch the favoritism to Audic's side. Oh, good spam. Even a kill through the wall. They're going to hear these digits get punched in, and what he's sneaking up through Cave. You have no idea
It's
about
over,
this. Just get up your
defuse.
card. You're right.
I mean,
It's
to be
kind of
fair,
insane.
to be fair, that's just a shot in the dark that Sarah finds and pretty much wins them that round off. Like, if he doesn't hit that spam on the first go-around with the clip, they just don't die, and the site is just theirs, and they can take Cave as they please or fight towards deep CT spawn, but the timing on it means that as soon as his teammate dies to that spam, he's just going to sit on that pillar and be like, all right, well, 50-50, I guess. Do I fight ramp or do I fight Cave?
I agree. But I also feel like that round, if they would have won it, would have been like very hindered on the fact that they hit their shots. You know what I mean?
No, for sure. But, like, that's the part that I expect.
Sure. I mean, this is a team where we came into this, we talked about this is a team of very strong individuals. I think they have the upper hand in that regard.
Yeah, and otherwise in this game, Sarah Terra hasn't really been all that inspiring. Woody has definitely been playing up to snuff, but Card's AWP, given that first attempt at a shot, was quick, gets into a post plant, only has to click one time for that point further beyond to where, let's say hypothetically, he has a teammate still in that cubby, right? All Card has to do is just hold a line, and they're going to be more likely than not walking into him, given they don't have setup for utility. So, again, it's like an ideal world where, yes, they do. It does hinge on them hitting their shots, right? But they have a late lurk that's in place. They've got, again, that AWP posted up, and the CTs are splintered. I think it's just crazy that's the second kill that he gets. Talk about, like, impact. Like, that's just, like...
I mean, he's been having a rough game.
As far as having 2 kills goes, that's probably the most impactful kill, if not one of the most impactful kills that a round has seen. You know what I mean?
Or spitting.
Let alone a double.
This is kind of unique. I feel like it's rare that you see both teams go with like a full hands-off approach to mid. Nobody really daring to make that first move. And right now, Audic are putting way more resource into it up until that player from Cave comes in. This is another specialty, or maybe not specialty, but commonality that Audic have done is taking B ramp. They've done this almost every round, and MIBR just don't seem entirely ready for this to happen. Like, these rotations are already moving through the woodworks right now for Audic. And yeah, maybe you might lose one player up on Cave, Sarah Terra, but that's worst case scenario, because now you think you have leverage in A because this one kill, but no, they've rotated over. They know this is coming.
Yeah, but they have to fight through that smoke and try and body up to double through or play for the retake, because the other side of their defense is just so far back. So, you know, it's fine that both of them are high on HP. Probably not expected to both be center side at this stage either, but still, they've just got so many players around and surrounding them that will not have rotations there in time once they activate. So it's going to have to be virtually perfect for each of the T players, and it is. It's actually really well set. They're waiting on this one player to make his step. If he oversteps his mark or dies, the CT would have been caught out into the open, ready for the next duel. Not so much. Then from there on, it's just a matter of locking each of these angles out with the remaining utilities. So that was actually pretty well played. I think that's a pretty decent change of pace in what we've seen. I
think
actually
it's what
don't know how the
MIBR
hell
needed.
he got through into that backline position. I don't know how House was left so agape.
Especially because most of the round, it feels like you took a look at the radar. You see a player from Audic there, either in it or in CT or toward B, still holding on to it. So, yeah. I mean, this is one thing we've talked about. Even though it's 6-1, these rounds have been close to a margin. There's typically been 3 kills. This is exploitable. MIBR know that.
Added layer to that, it's CT smoke from Donut, and that forces, I believe it was Togs to either fight through or go back and reroute through Temple, right? In most instances, that smoke, if he falls back, falls him in line with, I don't know how to say this name, actually. I've been trying to avoid it. MLZin? MLH Zin? I'm going to call him MLH.
I like to say Mulzin.
Sure, Molzin. Yeah, it just forces him into that fight, like, pants down. Or, alternatively, they fight in towards the site, and they're not going to be expecting a Temple wrap at all. That's pretty cool. Woody's off, though. I mean, Card's had his time,
my
but
God.
Woody's here, and he's on site and able to put out some shots. It might just pop Card, too, if he's not careful on how wide he swings. It's tight, but so, too, is the scope of Woody, who absolutely creams him and doesn't allow any more scaling.
Yeah, you might get the side after that molly, but then what, right? Like, a bomb plant doesn't really help you out here. It feels like MIBR Academy, with that stat in mind, haven't done a ton. Oh, good flash. That could get him back another round, though. Terra already talked about his impact these past couple of rounds. That's half of your cave hold right there. And you know what he was the other one here. You know exactly where he is, too. You pinned him in with the molly. Wow, okay, they're just going to straight up isolate this, but I don't know how you deal with Woody here. You don't have a flash.
Oh my god! Oh, the little things that they have no idea about. Like, how could they have expected Woody to be there in the first place after all that he's done? With a shotgun op on 41? Or rather, shotgun op on whatever HP that he was after taking 3 individual duels. Theos plays the pillar. Molzin just attempting to get something through with that. Catch them off guard. It's not going to work out in his favor, and you're wishful thinking to even get this bomb plant off and get into a post plant. But with Woody playing passively, knowing that he was the one, no! They trade places, but they surely have to know that he's gone in this direction. I mean, he didn't really have time to do much of anything else, but nobody turns, nobody checks. He's got a smoke to utilize for later on if he'd like to make a lurk, and now he's got the low HP for the player who had started it all, and now he's going to have to close the opener, now left to the clutch, and the captain with ice-cold veins. It's still not enough, and Renanzin managed to pull it away in the 1 versus 3 after all.
Dude, that's insane. I mean, you said it yourself. The big brain play to sneak back through that smoke. And it's the difference of going deeper into B main and staying around to take that fight instantly. Giving more of a heads up to Woody. Maybe letting him know exactly where you are, trying to reposition and take the fight instead of just going for a ninja defuse. It's that anonymity that really creeps into Audic's minds that round and wins it for MIBR Academy. And it can't really be understated. Man, those are the kind of plays we talk about when we mean MIBR Academy have an individual advantage.
That's like Counter-Strike right there, like at its finest. Like, that round is just Counter-Strike. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's all about. Those kinds of moments. Point of their opponent's score right. Their opponents are kind of broke. They convert that. We're looking at 5. We're looking at a very doable second half. I mean, closing out on a T side of Ancient with 5 rounds is like more than fine. That's good. They can work with that. She's, after all, their map pick.
Sure. Oh. Again, they try to take the ramp. It looks like MIBR have tried to hard counter that. 2 mollies. And if you're Audic, that's what you'd call absolutely worth, because when it doesn't come to sense of utility, they haven't put numbers there in time or even a flash to stop this from happening. So now you've just gotten 2 free mollies out of their belt and potentially a confirmation of somebody being here. Trades go 1 for 1, but look at the health on Burns.
Shocked at the lack of numbers sent down with Night there, actually. And, oh, good lord, I think Renanzin was expecting him to just tuck away back towards the site quickly after grabbing the gun, but reins it back in, realizing that he, too, is just as confused. And that is Renanzen heating up kind of shot. Those are the kinds of ones that you don't really want to see if you're an Onyx fan. These are the names and players that we've been speaking about to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe, pound for pound with anybody on this Onyx roster at this point in time. And Renanzen kind of just skyrocketing himself towards the top of the scoreboard following what was Forfeit at the beginning of this game, giving them as many opportunities as he could, right? Just unconverted. Now, he's got somebody else by his side to where he can afford to just get one kill around.
These past few rounds, it's been a very big focal point where we've looked at them, put a couple of players outside the B stairs, now use a couple of mollies, use it to get leverage back into or at the start of a round. Just going to see this half end 6-6 wholeheartedly. They've completely abandoned putting emphasis on A main because they just don't need to. They know there's an advantage to be had at B.
Timeout as Renanzen overheated in more ways than one, perhaps. Disconnects from the server, yet to rejoin, but good faith upon his return. My VR Academy will be awaiting their attempt at that 5th round. And I guess what's funny about this kind of a game is that player, like any actually one of these riflers on this team of MIBR Academy, is one that a team like Otic could very well just get beaten by hypothetically and then be like, all right, well, we want that kid.
Yeah.
And probably make a better team. You know what I mean? That's the irony of a situation like that.
It's weird because as a staple as Woody is, it doesn't really feel like this is the same kind of Woody calling that I'm used to seeing. Obviously,
CT?
I think it's more prevalent on T, but at the same time, this just doesn't necessarily feel like you would see something from him.
Right.
Could be just me. Could be just me.
Good time. We will get a bit of a better feel for that. I think that also his individual level has been pretty spot on right now, and given the fact that I can't really give much credence to his calling style when a good majority of the rounds that they've been called into question for in the early rounds were just because of a slight gap, if not maybe a little bit of carelessness from players up towards that cave area, and Pogs and Sarah with maybe a miscommunication or a misunderstanding of the timings. Kind of hard.
Yeah.
Pretty difficult.
Especially when a lot of these rounds are like one kill changes and, round's yours. But
Yeah, these rounds have really just been changing hands like a snap of your fingers.
I feel like it's really unfortunate.
There's been a actually insane amount for both of these teams of rounds that could have just been like at either the beginning or end, just outright loss. You know what I mean?
It's rare you see that. It's rare you see both teams going like that over and over and over again. But one thing that's I think I forgot my thought. This never happened. This is a weird feeling.
It's okay.
I feel disturbed.
No thoughts head empty.
Sometimes that's what Counter-Strike is. And that's the beauty of it. Sometimes you go into a round with a MAC-10 and just turn your head off. It's a beautiful thing, really. It sounds simple, but that Zen moment, running down like a banana on Inferno with a MAC-10, running up banana, get like 3 kills, it's unrivaled. It's unrivaled.
But he's trying to make 5-7 here, and we would have taken an instantaneous headshot. In addition to that, a second, and it won't go through, and CCT is blown away on the other ends of that Molotov that has since faded. It'll be followed up by a pair of HE grenades, and they just systematically tear down the hole in this direction. That's pretty inspiring. I like that from MIBR Academy.
Again, this entire game feels like it's being played on one bomb site. We've had A takes, but like even when we've had
We
A
didn't really
takes,
see much from mid again from MIBR Academy.
yeah, even when we've had A takes, it always starts at B. It's always, did we get a kill at B? Yes. Let's just try to focus that direction. Did we not, or did we lose a player at B? Yes. We're gonna try to tune elsewhere. Like it's so weird.
Ironic that they go there now. This is the round that they get 3 kills and then decide to just go and commit to A.
I mean, look, as soon as you have like one piece of analysis on the game, it's just gonna go on its head because they want to make you look like a fool. So that's how the cookie crumbles. But you said it yourself, man. I mean, you were talking about how this has got a lot of potential to get 5 rounds, muster that out of the half, and then move from there. It's MIBR Academy's map pick. This is fine. I don't think this stops here. It feels like these past 4 rounds have just had Audic looking empty. Where it and even at the beginning of the game, I guess to an extent, but not as much. It's more so it was MIBR Academy outplaying themselves. I mean, I mentioned that a couple of times. Here it's just they're not outplaying themselves as much.
It was that A play you were looking for. I mean, if this is ever a committal, then it would be now. And they've already killed one of the players over in that area of the map. And that's the IGL to where Woody now directs them puppets from a string as he's above. Sure, Olsen gets traded, but this A site is going to be free and clean. It's Matios who's the only line of defense, and he's only going to be reintroducing himself to this way of play, and he's actually done it rather well with no trade, no utility in his way, and still able to get away despite information on yet another player whose back will be completely exposed to not 1 but 2 CTs on the run back. That is one hell of a multi for Matios to convert this half with at least that lead by a pair, and they are just locked in on card.
You aren't getting away with that. That's a good way to end the half, right? I've always rode the sentiment of it's way more important to end the half on a round win than it is to get a ton of rounds in a half. I think momentum is way bigger than the actual number you carry into the second with you.
Unless that number is 0.
Unless that number is 0 and it turns to 1, in which case I feel like I don't
Yeah.
think there's much that can help you.
Cooked from that.
But all in all, honestly, I feel like MIBR, with how this half started, can ride home happy that this is how it ended. This is how it looked. So it'll come down to the pistol again, but I think back to the beginning of that first half, it still doesn't lead me in a great direction for Audic just yet. Though at the same time, it almost felt like Audic played a very T-shaped CT side, and I don't know. Maybe they bring some cool stuff out here because of it. That's just the vibe I'm getting. And we have another tech pause. Womp womp.
We've been no stranger to those. We can take a couple more. We only got 1 game for today. Let's just stretch it out. Why not? Let's go for
Nice.
10.
Coasty.
10 overtimes.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Let's.
Overtimes, please. 1 million
All right.
overtimes, please.
Okay.
Take it.
You
You got into cast train yet?
Gonna...
I'm assuming you have.
I haven't, dude. I haven't.
Ooh, dang. I mean, I've only done it
Every
twice, so...
single time, man. I mean, I get it. Honestly, I get it. After playing on train, like modern train, I don't really like it.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a hot take.
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's pretty divided right now.
Like,
There's no middle ground is the thing, though. Like, there's no people, like, on Vertigo who are just like, it's okay. Like,
Yeah.
now it's either, I love this map, it's fun, or it's, I hate that map, it's garbage.
I'm not going to say I hate it. Like, I haven't played it enough to establish hatred for it.
Okay.
But I'd rather not play it.
Start
Like, I'm not going to
developing
get
one.
bent.
You took off the Venom suit before it corrupted you too far.
Whoa. You know me. I'm normally very passionate about things.
Yeah.
This one is like, I'd
could
rather
be
not play it.
I think it could be better. That's what I will say.
On the topic of train, like, I understand why they made the changes that they did, but it just doesn't feel like train anymore.
See, like, here are my issues. I
also hate what they did with Pop. I hate what they did with Pop.
Okay,
I will
so,
say I hate that.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'll say that for the amount of issues that I have an amount of things that I do like, and Pop is one of those things. But no Heaven.
No Heaven I don't like.
Grr.
I get why they didn't do it though, because like Heaven's just such a niche angle as is. Like
loved
you
it.
barely played Heaven, I think. You might sit there at the start of the round for a couple seconds, but I feel like more often than not, you were like either going Sandwich or you were going Hell, or you were like fighting Olaf, or you were sitting E-Box. I
Yeah.
don't think like as the meta shifted anybody really, or like back six.
Okay, here's what I was going to say. It's a symptom of a greater issue that I have, the fact that Heaven is gone. The greater issue that I have is that in post-plant scenarios, the Ts are locked in. They can't go anywhere. Old Bomb, he's closed off now. There is no Heaven. You're either sitting there and holding for them to eventually swing you out Pop or Z, because it's like, again, you got to kind of wait, or you're playing a clutch where you're just boxed in and stuck and have to just fight off the wall. And I don't like that. I don't like that very much. I think that there needs to be some sort of an escape option, whether it be Heaven or opening up back six, or maybe even just opening up the gap between camera and back six a little wider, or moving it over a little bit. But like, post plants look very bland for me
Yeah, yeah.
on the A site. I think B site is
I
fine.
think the
I mean, they didn't
reason-
really change much, but
I think the reason I don't like Pop is just it doesn't feel like it fits. Like it's such a weird cluster of hallways. I'm not big on it. I'm not big on it.
I think the
Imagine
ladder
if that was just like a regular staircase. I totally get like getting rid of the ladder, but I'm not a big fan
Oh,
of
I
how
see
it
what
was
you're
done.
saying.
Yeah, like I get it, like because that was just such a BS angle. Like you just drop down as a T and die if somebody's there. I mean, you literally never win that fight. But I will admit it was fun finding like pop flashes for ladder. That was cool.
Yeah,
I loved
like the double drop
I don't know if
thing
I'm
was
remembering.
cool, but like,
that was cool. You remember back when people would like there was that one weird Molly lineup and it landed perfectly outside of ladder to burn the corner.
I can throw that Molly in this version of Train.
I'm impressed.
I have a
thoroughly
video
impressed.
I put out on it on Twitter and YouTube.
I remember. You should check that out. Where can they check that out?
If you'd
Anyway,
like to check that out.
I just miss those days. You throw that Molly, you throw a really cool pop flash that it feels like you've seen once in your lifetime.
Yep, and then they're
And you
just
take
stuck
that,
and
and you take
burned,
pop.
and they're blind, and they're dead.
Yup. That was dope.
I love that, and that's why I spent so long trying to figure out how to throw that Molly. But regardless, we are no longer within the frame of time where we can speak on Train. Instead, we've got a round live and a half. Just as live, but Togs not so much, as he's been dealt with in minutes. Renens and continue his reign over this map in quick succession, getting that ball rolling.
Maybe not the greatest idea to let
Oh my
Nightail roam
gosh.
free on the site. He's on for it. Saru Terra!
Oh yeah.
Saru Terra!
He's like, let me play for my
Honestly-
stats, bro. And Sarah Terra's like, let me play for mine.
I'm about to say, next round, if I'm Saru Terra's teammate, I'm playing 4v5.
TK him.
I'm TKing him at the start of the spawn. I'm doing the good old-fashioned.
Now Audic are in a pretty decent place where conversions we were speaking about before are one thing, but it's going to be a little bit of an uphill for the Academy in moments. Have to really weigh the risk versus flying one weapon over another in terms of the utility. Still, that should burn him
No.
out, I think, yeah.
No!
Yeah, he wanted it, and he could have gotten it. He was pretty close.
I do like that over the years, whether you've liked a team or hated a team, whether you liked players or not, whether you've loved the game or
See
lost
that Zeus.
interest, you will always root for that Zeus, no matter what end is on.
Crowd will go wild in a land, too.
Yup.
Be a
Yup.
fan favorite. Could be the grand finals.
It's just one of the things that make Counter-Strike so special, man.
Zeus is fun. I would like another fun thing.
Straight.
You know what I mean? Not overpowered or underpowered. Just like, you know, it's got its use. It's one thing that it does sometimes. I don't know what that would be, but
Hear me out. Hear me out. I wish decoys did more damage.
interesting concept.
I
What
want
if,
there
what
to
if
be
the
an
decoy
actual use
exploding
for
did a little
decoys.
bit of like shrapnel?
I'm pretty sure it does.
Well, it's like you have to be standing on top of it, and it's
Yeah, it's
one.
like 2 damage.
2.
Yeah, like it's nothing. I don't
Yeah,
know
but what if
exactly
it was like a
it is,
little
but
bit
nothing.
wider of a range and like 5 to 10?
Yeah.
I think then we could maybe make a case for, dude, what if you just dropped, like, a smoke lineup across the bomb site, and it just, like, it has a chance of dealing 5 to 10 damage, which is then just, like, a kill with a different gun.
Well,
I
now
don't know.
imagine if you had like a site exec, right? Like imagine B-site execs on Ancient, where you throw all your util, you throw a decoy with it as you're going into the site, so the decoy just sounds like the normal stampede of everybody running in.
Yeah.
So you've got that guy on back square who's peering in and spamming shots in, half HP, blown up by a decoy.
In the beta, the decoy did a little bit more in terms of blowing open smokes. I was like theory crafting if there were like headshot angles where you could drop like 2 or 3 of them and then see through it, kinda. And you like could, but like so minimal and also just like so annoying to get 3 in one place and like let them all out and like with the time that it'll take.
Yeah.
But that was a really cool theory craft idea that I thought I had, where I was like, what if we just
Oh
all
my-
drop decoys in a smoke, you know?
What just happened with that molly? What just happened with that molly? He tried to
Blew up
throw
in
it deep
midair.
in the house and it just bounced up. That's actually so crazy. I'm glad that Onyx don't get punished for that, because if that molly lands, Card's a free kill, and instead that could have been Card getting that kill. They swing out their donut, they mid, they win the round. But looks like the pacing is still in Onyx's favor.
Yeah. It's alright.
Aside. That's something you just laugh off.
Maybe watch back in the demo and see how recreatable that is so you don't make it happen again.
Right?
Maybe it hit a body and then it blew up? I'm not sure.
I think it hit like a weird clipping on the stairs at the back of house
Yeah.
and bounced up, kind of like a ram.
This round
That's
is
my
already
literally only theory.
pretty much done, but did you see that boost today that somebody put on Twitter, or the other day maybe, where they boosted their teammate onto like a red mailbox on Inferno on Arch side, and he got on his head,
No.
and they could see apps walk out from like
All right,
Arch.
I gotta go back on Twitter. Clearly.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty crazy. I don't know how they managed to like do it, but that just makes me think. I was thinking about this the other night. I'm like, I feel like you could go around these maps as they're released or updated, or even like I guess the older ones, and like find some stuff like that.
Sure.
Mess around. I'm gonna probably do that myself and see what I can gather. But here we go, 10-5. Double the round count of their opponents. Audic on the map pick of MIBR Academy have looked much better onto the offensive. They've been cleaning house pretty easily, seeing as MIBR Academy, desperate in terms of their economy, have been forced to really spend everything they have when they have it. And that's an interesting smoke that's been thrown, but I think as the cover is behind, as he looks to scale up and rejoin his teammates, with Bomb still outside those doors, at least these two Ts now can worry about what their angles respectively.
We're getting scary, shaky waters for MIBR Academy, who honestly they're losing their own grip on this right now. It's weird because I still feel like this map is generally considered CT-sided, but this game has just been a story of T sides and more T sides.
T-sides, T-sides, and more T-sides.
That actually makes me ask you a question. What's your thought on side favorited maps?
Like,
Like,
difficult one.
where
think
do
it
you
depends.
stand on having them like in competition?
I think there are very clear places for maps like, let's say, Anubis. Anubis being typically T-sided is misleading. Misleading in the sense that it isn't always like that, and when it isn't, like when the games are being won by CT sides, then like it's really good to like, go back on that and improve on your gameplay, right? There's a lot of room for it to be done. There's a lot of differences you can make and changes you can make to your play. Nice shots from the side of Cave, but Nuke, for example, is a map I find to be a little bit boring nowadays, unfortunately. There isn't a whole lot you can do as a T side. It's just always
That's fair.
going to be a CT sided map. You know what I mean?
I wish the map pool was defined mainly by side favoritism.
Sure,
I
can
wish
agree
there
with
were
that.
like 2 maps on each end of the fence and then 3 like really neutral maps.
I can agree with
So
that. I think
imagine-
that's interesting.
Yeah, you go into a best of 3, you know in general, let's say like Vitality is a T-sided team, right? So you play your veto around which T-sided map you want to include, because the counterplay is going to be banning the T-sided maps. And then the same thing goes to say if the other team's CT-sided, because then it makes really two interesting maps at first.
Yeah. There's a
If
lot to
both teams
balance
are
in a map
T-sided.
pool nowadays, I think, including the idea of like verticality versus like horizontal fights, like removing vertigo and then like quite possibly, if not definitely, the most vertical map, and then adding train, which is quite possibly the most flat map that we have.
Yep.
Right now.
Horizontal.
All your gunfights are going to be at headshot level with minor adjustment needed, and that's including the fact that the ladders exist on those trains. They're not really used that much, but fuck. Maybe a little bit more about that later on, as Anubis is another very vertical map. Ancient right now is one where the grounds are not very even, as Onyx are going to be the ones stamping their opponents out, walking up these kills pretty consistently and effectively, but Card walks up a kill of his own. It's Sarah taken out on the bottom side. Doors player, Naite spotted, seen, and damaged, but that will incite them to maybe grab that bomb and get out of dodge.
For a moment, it looked like he was in turmoil. I didn't know if he was getting away with that one, but now Card's opportunity to sneak through CT and try to cut them off before they can get into A, that's far past. The second you take one step into mid, Matios has got your number written on the barrel of his A4. For a moment there, I actually thought they were going to go through mid to rotate to A. That could have been devastating, but instead, there's still an opportunity that emerges when Burns comes all the way through A tons. You'll be expecting this since it's the only route of current reapproach, but how soon are you expecting this? The answer is already. And if Burns can't get his hand on this round, then Card's going to have no business in it.
It walks it through, so too does Matios, who might get shot in the back real quick. No. Turn this tuck tail deeper in towards T-spawn. I think they've been heard. I just wonder now, at map point on their choice, how confident MIBR Academy can be. And yeah, I mean, that's it's kind of a roller coaster we go on for this game, where it started out competitive, close in how tight the rounds were getting, even when the lesser buys came through from MIBR Academy, making it competitive, but Audic ultimately to convert, and then a really nice clean sweep back into the half to bring us to a pretty comfortable place to say that second half wasn't all that far gone, and now utter annihilation. Audic are kind of rolling over them, in where everyone now has stepped up at bat, and every kill that goes their way, the individuals are one after another finding themselves out on top, each given task. And going into that second map, going into the choice of Audic, going into Anubis, it's going to be a painful place to be when they're starting to hit a stride.
Oh, and they don't know somebody got a mid, Togs! At least he's unaware of the second player's presence and gets traded by Stormson. But that was potentially the game written, set, and matched. They're going to flash through this, too. They really want. You can tell how eager they are to get into this B-site. Card eats an HE. They haven't gone up just yet. He'll still get chances to fight. Utility is running horrifically low, however, for MIBR Academy, who only feature 2 mollies and 1 flash left to fend this off. And they still have a lurker for Audic outside B main. Look at the initiative from MIBR Academy. This might just get them killed.
Naite's just going to be chilling here, waiting for somebody to give him something. Not something Naite is typically all that used to.
What the?
There they go on downwards and find him, but yeah, wait, they haven't even actually activated it towards this A site. They've pulled it back in towards mid, and Woody actually almost getting what he asked for. Jiggle from topside shelf and walk back towards B step. That is curious to say the least. Wonder.
I think they were waiting to see if that B lurk got something.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's something though.
And they can't really play for this site either. Like, Woody's going to be able to post. Oh, I was going to say before Card has arrived. Although he will arrive, he's got his knife out and pulled and just slightly blinded by the utility sent out prior. The lineup almost for Card. He might be able to shut this round down on his own. It's 10 seconds. The plant's already in, and his head not yet spotted, but as he turns on a swivel, he's got to fight off. And through the fire and the flames, Matios finds the first, knows it was Renenzen to set him up a moment ago, but, excuse me, will he claim the right angle to fight from as he swings over towards long, sees nothing, footsteps given away, the duel to which Matios will claim every round of this T-half with his team.
It's untouchable. This team, even when they make mistakes, they still recover perfectly. And it's a beautiful T side to send yourself into Anubis. Here we were sitting chit-chatting about the maps and side favoritism. Well, guess what? One that we didn't necessarily think Audic was going to have as convincingly has just turned into an amazing setup for a potential 2-0.
It's honestly very good to see from Audic. I think that's a good breath of fresh air from what has been recently some struggles against maybe quote-unquote lesser teams. Again, trying to find that form that they once held. And although it was a slow start for some of the players from Audic, by the end stages, it felt like everybody was giving it their all. So that's, yeah, again, going into what was the map that we thought would be the most competitive of the two in the beginning stages, where MIBR Academy had definitely had a shot, and they proved that they did, that they belonged there. It didn't last long, and that's kind of, in longevity for a series, something that we're going to have to look back on, even if some godforsaken miracle pulls through for a map 2 win.
Depends, man. I just don't know what exactly to write on from MIBR Academy. You didn't really look all that great on CT side. You got to play with that now with the wind in your sails moving into the second map. But whatever it may be, you're going to have to face the music, as when we come back from this break, we've got, maybe for better or for worse, Anubis waiting on the other end. And we're back as we get ready to shift over into Anubis. Like I said, the issues from before should, I'd say, create some worry moving forward. And IBR Academy are going to have to show us something different if we're to believe this isn't going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Anubis is going to be a bit of a barn burner for MIBR Academy if they do want to send us on to Nuke, whereas we had seen a little bit of that fight, a little bit of that grit, and a little bit of that tenacity over on the T side of Ancient. They're going to need to step it up tenfold on both of these maps, considering this, as we kind of discussed actually in the map prior, is one of the most T-sided maps the game has to offer. So not getting that side to start, I mean, Audic are going to be on the defensive, and they're going to need to bolster up what we had seen to be a little bit shaky from them on their defense. So if there was a world, if there was a will, and there was a way, I guess it would be Anubis to at least give us something to talk about.
I don't know, man. It's just, it was very worrisome in the way that last half went. Because again, they didn't contest Audic on that T side. Even the one round they had toward the very, very end, I believe it was actually the last round that came down to a 1v2. It was still because of a mistake from Audic that caused that round to be so close. And it was just a role reversal where in the first half I was talking about, yeah, even though Audic had the lead, a lot of the rounds was MIBR either outplaying themselves or not outplaying themselves. It completely flipped. Now you go onto a map that's only going to bolster that issue. Doesn't really like much.
Dogs is just flying out through mid. He's going to catch the
Oh my God!
here. What is this hyper aggression? He is alone, and he's taking matters into his own hands, and very realistically could have just won them the round outright from that kill alone, seeing as they're a man up and they knew it was there a moment ago. Their options are limited right now at MIBR Academy.
Not entirely shocking to see them go back toward A. I feel like these more open sites can be quite impactful to go to when you're down a man, maybe two, less angles to worry about, or have more time to think about the gunfights you want to take when you go in. So, not unfeasible. 250 is the weapon you'd want for the job. That's why. Falling down, nice headshot on Amatios is just even the odds, and even taking it back. They still have to worry about this flank, but 40 HP to his name. I don't really think Knife Day is going to pose much of a threat. As soon as he's spotted, they're both just going to tune right back into this A main push, and there shouldn't be much more about it.
It's around this pillar, playing the game to where he can give over info to his teammate up high, and that's as fast as a shot as it needed to be, but he's, oh my God, what is that from Naite? The movement over the top side of Cake, as soon as he touches ground, he sends Card to the stratosphere, and they take the first round.
Oh my God. Like, I don't even know how to describe that round. Like, really. Because you start and you get this hyper aggression. It's like, oh, well, they're showing from the get-go that they want this game and they want this series to be over quickly. And then you go right back at it, and it's just like, what? How did we get here? I mean, every step of the way, it's just question marks on question marks. So, all's well that ends well, I suppose, would say Audic.
Puts his hands off his mouse for a second there. He had to be celebrating in the team.
Right? I feel like, or just like defeated. One of the two. Oh, great timing, though. Cheru talked about his impact on map 1. Doesn't look like that's going to be limited coming through to the second. Even for a moment, he was a hop, skip, and a jump away from a second through the smoke.
It all comes to a bit of a silent halt, seeing as T's have all the flashbangs to utilize in this round in general. Sarah then actually gets pulled from out of the E-box. There's the one of 3 bombs like defenders down, and Togs is making quite the bold decision there to go jumping down into water at a 4v4.
And now look at who else you've got on this A side or B side to defend. Woody on 39 HP, and then you've still got the con player who's taken up the mantle. But this round might again come down to if Naite does his job or not, or does his job as a stretch, does everything for them. This is it's essentially going to end a 2-on-4, where you've got one player in canals, everything else is coming through the distraction from B main. If you don't get this kill, round's done, and you don't. What a shot from Card!
Good God. Back with a vengeance after losing in the last. He was the final to fall to Naite, and backing towards the site now. 4 alive. That's just wild to me. I mean, get a bomb plant in the last round. 4 kills. You can see why they would go for an investment like this. on a map like this as well, this is like a consolation prize at best. This is a participation trophy for Matios. The SMG hit flash in the armor, but you'll even get that much. Some kills to go along with it could actually be worth his while.
Gotta go quick though, because they're soon gonna get some backup. Yeah, no, this is cooking out.
Oh my.
That's he had the right idea too, because you see Maxios go all the way around through T-spawn, because that's one of the most common spots to save on the entire map. So he knows if there's low players, that's where they're gonna be. But then he never actually takes his footing.
As time expires, your Academy right back into this game. But we've seen this before. We've seen the back and forth of 1-to-1 start, so maybe our Academy, in the contrary to that first map, might find themselves the first to 2. From then onwards, it's a matter of conversion onto near nothing, where they could get a pretty sweet kickoff to this. I'd say his pistol will be a distant thought the time that MIBR Academy have through. AK for Togs, 9 HP. Really feeling that.
Oh my god, for a moment I thought this round was just going to be a gutter ball, but
5-7.
Woody may have single-handedly changed my mind, man. I don't know about that one, though. He wanted that gun bad, but I mean, he had to know there were more players there, right? They're trying to get this gun away, but they're just throwing bodies at the problem and losing them by the dozen. How is
Bandage.
he alive?
Yeah, I don't know. Togs is still going to be found, ultimately. This is the conversion that I was talking about. Or MIBR Academy are going to be feeling pretty good. It's going to have to be a little bit inspired from Mezzi's call in the gun round to go along with 3-round loss bonus, though. Talking about how the CT side calling was like not exactly what you'd come to expect from Woody, but counterpoint, I had said that there were some things that were just kind of symptoms of a greater disease that didn't really stem from the calls he was making, but
Sure.
that can all come crashing down in unison in a map like Anubis, so could very well be as another B pop flash over top. He's nobody except one. Burns calls his teammates back to maybe go for these fights, and be careful. Like, numbers in this direction are still going to be dangerous, regardless of what weapon you have. And when Theos gets his, a long and winded spray, it will be eventually one up by the SMG, but yeah, I mean, 3 players walking right with a little more than a limp, I would say. They're like corpses right now.
I almost imagine what that round would have looked like had Woody been with them. I wonder if it would have made that big of a difference to have that 5th man.
Could have.
And now I wonder if they're even going to bother shifting back into this B site, because where's Woody going to be? Well, I guess so far they've got the right idea. It's really just a game of timing, and I don't think Woody's going to lose it.
Terrorists win.
Here goes that buy. Here comes that time to shine. No more delay. BR Academy giving us a good run of this one, whereas they've already almost accumulated as many rounds as they had on the previous map. No op. All rifles, but you know what? Card's got his. Woody, he's going to be needing to call something, like I had said, a little bit inspired in order to pull the wool over their eyes. And over at B, it's smoke. It's a lurk smoke, I believe, for Card to just peer over top side, or at least play around and about, as it's faded. A molly is sent in response by Nite, keeping them at bay and giving his teammates the room to duel out on every other extremity, as it looks like, again, once in mid, Togs does get his line of sight. It's not taken through. He will go for his engagement and he'll win it.
Finally looking better for Roddick, but it doesn't mean the road's done just yet. They're going back up mid. It's going to be a 1v2. The only thing that can change that is if Togs takes one with him, but it's like nowadays all these angles are anticipated, right? Well, Burns, he anticipates it, just can't necessarily lock it down. Now it's Card's turn to try with the op. better fit for it. Bombs picked right back up, but it doesn't stop it from being a 1 versus 4. The health shouldn't matter because of the gun in his hands.
Yoink that over
maybe
the
it
wall.
will.
He's gonna,
Okay.
yeah, get rid of that one. I see a world where he can get a couple more kills here. The timer being where it is, though, he's going to need to make a decision as to where he wants to fully finish. It's trapped by Woody, though.
This is exactly what Autumn needed, man. Something to revitalize them. These last couple of rounds have looked kind of all over the place and messy. But they've still got to throw a rebuy over here and there, so money isn't going to be too built up. And I want to see more of Card on this op. It doesn't necessarily feel like the impact has been there when it comes to, like, putting him in those positions to frag. He's been in the fray, but doesn't necessarily feel like this offense has been entirely rooted around him, and I'd like to see it a bit more, because he's playing with a hot hand right now, man.
Spam's going in either direction there in transition. Not really anybody going on the other ends of it, getting any damage. Bugs in mid, he's been a lone defender of this spot consistently, both in performance and in all he's been here in general. Right now, able to get his one, but not able to get out those doors just thin enough to where the penetration of the AK-47 from Stormson's hands will be able to put him down. 4v4, they don't really have a whole lot of room to go and double back anywhere once they lose this mid control without fully committing to it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they put all of their eggs in this one basket. MIBR Academy, it's a rarity because the last map we saw them constantly flirting with going in pretty much both directions at the same time. But here they really wanted mid control. You could tell. And I'd imagine it would have led to an inevitable A crunch. But now it's just utility out of their belts and time out of their hands. So they tune their eager eye back toward this currently vacant B site with only one inhabiting anywhere nearby. It's Woody in connector, and he's still not going to turn around. They look for this kill out he made. I'm not entirely sure what the play here was. Audit full stacked B, or full stacked A. This round's done.
Should very well be, yeah, that's a lot to keep thrown away before they really even get the chance to get back in, unless like a last second kill like that, or rather, I guess an early second kill like that would spiral them inwards.
Too late.
It would have to be like a snap decision, and yeah, they're not going to go for all that.
This is kind of a frustrating round to watch because they never really have that info. I mean, you know, I understand if you like check main, maybe you get timings, then you say, okay, well, it's 30 seconds left, nobody's here, we have mid, then it's got to be A, right? But they never do that. Woody just takes quick jiggle toward B main, sees nothing, and says, you know what, we're just going to stack B. And there's some situations where, I mean, it makes sense to go for a stack. Maybe you're down a man, you don't have a ton of utility. That wasn't the case, like, at all.
Tactical timeout, and one much needed. But, you know, I think talking more about tactical side of things isn't really a widespread issue either. It's not like what he's calling again is the one that's being effective of these rounds. I feel like it's the individual moments where they're just unable to complete the bigger picture of what they want to do in every engagement. Pog wants to get his kill in mid, does. Dies immediately afterwards with a split second of him determining whether or not he wants to stick around and about or fall away, and in that time period, Stormson's already committed to the shots as he tries to fall back through the doors. Previous round, actually, Pog dropping off the mid balcony was another maybe a little bit of a mid-round decision that comes back to bite them. Where I can't fault Pogs for the entirety of this half thus far. It certainly does feel like despite being their top frag, he's taken more risks and gained a little less reward in total. What the hell? Oh. How is he just taking damage?
I don't know. But that's a really big problem. They stacked B. They made sure they had 2 players putting emphasis on B main, and now because of that, there's this. See Audix starting to crumble a little bit around the scene. You've got one man flirting with the idea of going back to B. You've got them maybe trying to push canals again. You've got somebody close A main. This setup, to put it blunt, doesn't make any sense. Especially when you look over at A.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to walk it in, though. They're relatively dry. The only player who can set up nades is Burns, and he's already tight knit. Walk it up with a smoke towards left side sight. Let's see how their pathing on this clear works. Woody could just play spoilers to a lot of this, but Nighty being found first is problematic, and him being actually the one to refrag even more so. That should be everything done with, unless Togs can stand up to them. And in mass, he's been able to find a pair, but any more than that would have been a little bit too much to ask for, but maybe not. Perhaps he is the hero that they need, and only Mateos, but half HP in time, not enough, unless the kill is grabbed in the 1v2. It's chaos that will ensue in the B site, but ultimately MIBR Academy on top.
Oh, that's just such a fumble from Audix. Where you've got that player on, you've got Tog sitting on the shelf, and I mean, he just jumps back. There's no reason. Even if you only live an extra second, right? This is already a second where he doesn't have time to plant, and then Mateos gets that extra second to do with whatever he wants with. He's in a spot there where he didn't possibly have enough time to get back because his teammate just gave him an opportunity to get killed.
This is something. As Mateos' Deagle is aptly named, not quite it. I don't really know if I see much of a recovery route for them right now, given that they've just barely tied it to half. It's going to have to be round after round after round after round. But I mean, we've seen 8-4s still be brought back, things of that nature. But like, if we see ourselves going to like a 9-3, God forbid 10-2, it's like a bizarro world of how we had seen this best of 3 unfolding.
Yeah.
And that just seems to be the case sometimes for us, actually, I feel like. Like, specifically
I'm still eyeing that CT side, or rather that T side for Audix, but right now it's them making a massive thing. This isn't around I really expect to see much contention. If this shot from Mateos, support from above, Dogs, maybe you make the round a little more interesting, but in all actuality, it's probably not going to go far. That was a little ugly.
You right there, bud?
That was a little ugly. I will say. But again, not around. They should have really been fighting for, so. No harm, no foul, but Odic are still, like, I'm just scratching my head, man.
Live in a society.
No. Connector is something that I can at least handedly give to MIBR Academy, and I've been very, very surprised and pleased with watching them take Con in all these rounds. With how important of a map point that is.
Yeah.
I love that MIBR have put so much emphasis on taking it in different ways, whether it's, you know, the classic smoke walkthrough, or flashing through it, or nading it open, or just mollying it out, or fighting it from a couple of different ways, forcing defenders back on site so you could try to take the fight from B main. MIBR have been very diligent about it, and it's made Audix defense 10 times harder, because you just don't want to contend with it.
Up close and personal. So too is Woody, actually. He's actually gotten behind him. There's just a little bit of a gap left by the player pulling off Nels, and that leaves them with a better gun, upgraded now to full 5 rifle spread. Full control of this canal area, but could very well opt to fall out of it. I think Togs being low in mid and calling upon the rest of the troops, tossing a deep smoke, will give them more than enough time to redisperse as they'd so please. And they've grouped up towards this A site. playing a little bit farther off of mid, and actually gambling more with the idea that they're going to be heading over towards B, if not anything else. And that would be the right call to make, as they are all on that path.
Historically, even with
And
these
even in
stacks, Audic
flames.
have struggled to hold this up. I don't know. They've got mollies. But again, this is what I'm talking about, that isolation of connector, removing it, completely negating it from the site defense, and then isolating other spots. This feels impossible for Audic. It's just going to be about spamming at the right spot, at the right time. That's exactly what Matios has done. Kill, damage on top, 5 on 3. This feels like an unlosable spot, even with the kill coming back. It just shouldn't change the standings. And finally, we see a good stand-up B site hold from Audic. This is something that was missing. MIBR, the strategy the past couple of rounds has just relied on hitting this over and over and over again in meticulous different ways that don't really let them get a grasp on what's going on.
There's the start to the most realistic possibility I see them continuing to kick it in this game, and that's going to be round after round after round after round. And as a beginning, it goes pretty hard. I must say, this is going to be them now with a serious leg up over MIBR Academy. We have not yet seen since that second round that they were unable to convert. Hasty decision making and early round duels that go their way. Maybe having the op though could be a big changer into how they reverse it entirely, seeing as Togs has been left with mid. They can stack up this B site with 3 for a lot longer of a time. Togs, for the first time in a long time actually, before he's managed to take in a duel, has been shoved off by utility.
Oh! Went with the wrong idea there, but these are the kills that Audic needed. Great call from him at the start of this round to stay like completely hands off of mid. MIBR just completely countered here.
Bomb's alone in mid.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting anywhere with this.
Where's he going? Where's everybody else going? They're taking their sweet time
Right?
to get closer, but I guess Bolson buys himself a couple of seconds there.
Oh, hold on a second. I didn't even see this. This is huge. They can easily get into this site now. Maybe you get this kill back, but no. Burns, the 1 AK is just paving a path to get them into this round. They've just shut down the bomb. Woody clutching up with that op on the back line, just dropped it in no man's land. And now Burns, all of that impact, all of those big kills are about to be for nothing when Togs rips your head off in CT spawn.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, that bomb being lost is just call it a day, you know what I mean? Like, sure, it might look like they had a plan with 2 of these players, Renin's being one of them. Third, just quite a distant, and he's going to be able to retrieve that one that had fallen off from the railings. Gets up towards this site, and audibly so, but Togs is tucked. He's still available for a duel, and he is going to win it.
I don't like the way Togs plays that. Even though it works, that's another one of those spots. It's almost identical to the way they lost a round a couple of rounds ago. There's no time. If you tuck into that corner, yeah, he might clear you out and have a slight angle advantage, but you see him run through connector here. If he does that, there's just simply no time to plant. There's not enough. So, and that's also assuming he wins the fight cleanly, too. Like, you got to imagine what happens if Togs falls there. Togs falls. This is a 1v1 where your teammate's halfway around the map. He's tagged up to half HP, and you're giving him all the time in the world to reset his angle. There's no reason to take this fight here if you're Togs.
Scoreboard, Anthran.
You got me there.
A unified effort for MIBR Academy, speaking of scoreboard, to get themselves this half tie at bare minimum. But, you know, the events that we had seen them taking place, we expected maybe even a little bit more beyond that. 6-5. The nightmare scenario that could very well have been for Audic now looks to be actually pretty nice. So it's just, you know, that MR13, snap at your fingers and it's all fine and dandy, or it's all nightmare escape. So not the biggest fan of MR13 myself, might I say, but
No.
I do like the fact that the games go a little bit quicker. It's kind of just like, at what cost?
I think the best way I can summarize it is I understand both arguments, but I think MR12 was done very lazily.
MR12, I said MR13.
Yeah, I think I got what you were saying. I think that's the only difference. I think MR12 was just straight up implemented without giving it any tweaks, and that was my biggest issue with it. Anyway, right now, the only thing they're tweaking their way into is a B-side push, which it wasn't going to go well for them, but they managed to get the kill back and force them on their own back foot. Woody's got everything to do on the site with the only op in hand. It's gonna be tricky. How do you want to go about taking this fight? How do you want to navigate these duels with smokes everywhere, with dust kicking up from every piece of utility you throw? Oh, that's probably not the way to do it, as players fall one by one. Renanzin is left wondering what happened to his team, what collapsed so poorly in that A-site take to leave him stranded in a 1-on-4. Well, I don't know, but it'll have to be found out as he sneaks back through a B main. And the bomb's dropped right on Pete. So you've got 3 CT staring at this, buddy. You have got one hell of a fight in front of you.
In slow on his clears, effective to find that first up. Only for anybody to get baited in. They were looking to do anything a little too cheap. But it's pretty standard from that point, not getting too ahead of themselves, not looking to get too creative, not too many cooks in the kitchen. That is about as effective as it'll get on a half conversion, and once again we see a relatively dominant performance coming out from Woody in particular.
And this is where a lot of the worry lied for me as we go into the side swap was, what does this MIBR CT side look like? Do we see some revitalization from where we missed it completely on Ancient? Or is it just going to be another case of Audit steamrolling them, having the better T-sided calls, having the better initiative? I mean, I mentioned, as you also pointed out here, on an Ancient, that it didn't really feel like it was Woody's calling on their own CT side, Audix that being. But when we went to that side switch, it was just night and day. It was night and day. I mean, it was backup plans on backup plans. It wasn't something that had to go right for Audix to win around. They didn't have to hit a shot, or they didn't have to get this map control, or they didn't have to throw this piece of utility. They had so many different ways to win rounds. Rather just navigate them. They won them themselves.
Tie game, high score, and another you know, or I guess drop of the coin, and MIBR Academy kind of just lose their luster pretty quickly. I don't know what to accredit to that or attribute to that, but seemingly just the way that things go. Maybe it is a symptom of MR12, maybe not, but certainly Audit with yet another very, very nice opening back into this game. And we saw what the T-side calling looked like from Audit before, so with a better half, I mean, going into this one, it scares me.
It's hard. And again, it's only really a matter of time that's going to tell us the story here. Woody jiggling with, or rather playing around with the idea of taking a fight in Canals. And this is a crazy stack from MIBR Academy, I'm just noticing. 4 players on B. They don't really have flashes for this. They were just ready for the exec to work because of the utility. Well, guess what? You've got to deal with 4 different CTs, and you're not doing a good job at shooting them back. So with 2 players now dropped from their arsenal through A main, where else do you turn? Connector, which you already knew was inhabited? I don't know about that one.
Jiggling, playing. Pretty passively from that point forth. Nice adjustment onto the micro, head spotted. Not difficult there. But that stage, it's just going to be taps away. For the rest of them, they play off of one another. It's those moments where we had seen them maybe crumble before in the last half, Audit, where MIBR Academy certainly, well, not now. And actually, even on the flip side, actually, where we had seen a couple of flounderings on the T side of MIBR Academy in man advantage situations, particularly in that pistol round, they seem to be, you know, not really wanting to relive that anytime soon. Nothing even close, please.
I just think economy needs to be tweaked for MR12 to work. It needs to have a massive overhaul. The way I always looked at it was you went from MR15, where there was a lot of rounds, so it made sense that some of them were duds in, you know, like a save round or something. And then you just shrink it. You remove 3 rounds from each end. So you still have those dud rounds, but now they mean so much more. And you just can't do anything about it because it's the nature of the game. There's only so much financial management you could do. Like, you know.
I do know.
Well,
Work together and
unfortunately, I don't think-
mid. Yeah, I mean, this could just be a flood. I mean, it could be a pretty successful one at that.
That's hard. A1S is their only saving grace. The fact that it doesn't have a lot of bullets could be something for them. Taking a fight with 3 Glocks and even going to low HP had me worried for a second, but
Help me!
there's the MP9 from behind.
That's what I would be saying literally in TeamSpeak. Not even kidding. In an actual official, I would be going, "Help
my
me!" Running back.
I think I would just rather be like screaming to the point where my teammates can't even hear each other's comms. I remember one time, I was playing with my buddy. It was like a 2v4. We were walking up Inferno Banana, crouch walking,
Yeah.
of course, not crouch, shift walking, of course. He like quick peeks half wall, gets obliterated because there's like 3 people staring at him because they have bomb. He's like, "Yes, I'll go, bro. It's all clear," and I just started crying. That's probably one of the most favorite moments I've ever had playing this game.
It's kind of a snapshot memory. It's one where I'd be like, "Oh, that does sound funny" or whatever, but then like I can't really know the full extent of.
Yeah.
What
You
that'll
had to
ever
be
be.
there. You had to be there.
But
You
I
don't
do
have
understand
friends.
the joys of these kinds of moments.
Sorry, that was me. But I'm sure they meant that from Audic. Couple of big kills in mid, and all of a sudden, what looked like an ace in the hole has just turned into a nightmare situation with them down. I thought was going to be 3 players. That's a brazen repeat, by the way, from that MP9. That is insane. On 1 HP, card said, "Yeah, I'll bite." Oh, that's even bigger though. Oh my lord. Molzen just gets away with dropping the bomb, and there's no trade. So health, it sucks right now. Yeah, but they don't have the bomb. They have to go into an unfamiliar territory to get it back. That kill's pretty much solidified itself. Any worry starts to ease away.
Dropping in Matios. Ooh, Frey actually could have been a world where they cut off the bomb there. Luckily for him, A, staying alive and not dropping the bomb. He beat the player with the smoke. He can toss that to the ground. Still kind of like wasting a little bit of time here for them, and getting a kill along with it is Renan's in, who's going to clear his back lines, and he's got time to maneuver as he pleases. See what he looks to do. I mean, Night is low enough. This is definitely a clutch that you could justify going for, especially being a round up and probably needing to save the next anyway. No kid though? I mean,
Hey.
maybe there's one down in sight. I don't remember.
I was gonna say, I think there's a couple around the board here. When you invest like that, I mean, if Steven had it off, I don't think that's out of the question. Oh, it seems like he knows. He's aware Tark's gonna be here, and even flicks around. Hell, you didn't need a kid if you got that kill that quickly, but Hogs holds it down. So for the shortcomings I've highlighted, that's one big moment to step up.
Renan's kind of cooking a little bit. I'm gotta say I'm kind of a fan. I mean, this guy's pretty young. Certainly not historically like a superstar by any means, but seems pretty snappy. Seems like he's got the mechanics down for some of these moments, and the internal clock is starting to, you know, build a little bit more and more as days go by just as well. I think previously, which doesn't really mean much, but better than a good number of some of these local North American teams when he was playing back on Izolos Laser most prominently, but he was only 17, maybe even 16 at the time. Now, I mean, as you traverse the up and ups of Brazilian Counter-Strike and South American Counter-Strike as a whole in CCT, you get better opportunities to play against potentially better practice more consistently, right? So, seeing a pretty different level out of him than what we've seen most typically in this game in particular against a team that certainly, looking back on it, the numbers are going to feel pretty good. A win would feel even better.
Yeah, Yeah, numbers don't mean jack if you can't put a win behind you. This is an interesting one. MIBR, they've been spotted on this B main aggression. Can they get assistance here in time? No, I don't know. They've got flashes. They've got utility. They're prepared to take this fight. They're prepared to re-engage. And so is Stormson. That's a big opening pick. And now the dominoes start to fly. They were hoping that would be a perfectly timed backstab. But instead, somebody sat idly behind that smoke, waiting for the exact move.
How's smoke is in and trashed by the Galil. Something about the Galils in canals in this game. I've seen like 3 just absolutely crushing blows. CT defenses from those spots, and being no different. The B site is no worry for Audic, MIBR Academy, who are in the wrong place, but to retrieve a gun at the very least, they get these players bolstered. Just save it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even think it's worth going for the hunt here. You don't really get much out of it. They're going into a save next round anyway, so.
I mean, you could do, like, so much with what they have here in a round that you're going to be full saving effectively, like you're saying anyway. So just, like, yeah, don't go too crazy. This is a pretty hard angle to clear. I have rarely ever cleared this angle, let alone actually died to it or played it myself. When you do, it's like, damn.
I feel like every time I've tried to, like, go in an offline server and come up with just a really stupid angle for, like, a niche reason, like a save like that. Like, not just a corner or just a weird spot that you're not going to check. I feel like every time I do it, I just get decimated. I'm like, ooh, I've got the perfect angle for this save, and then I just get destroyed.
Okay, dude.
No, it's not, man. You know how many M4s I've lost?
There you go.
No, because I buy the FAMAS. Word.
Now you can do that. And not be made fun of.
Kind of like this mockery of a mid-hold. I'm sorry. I'm trying too hard. Awesome.
This mid-hold, though, non-existent, really. Leaves them very easily susceptible to a split, and Stormson's USP is not going to be doing much for them. I mean, Q Rifle being in the same place at A main could be a difference maker. And there's the 1-for-1 with the other main known. Should still slaughter this site. Spacing is whack. They've been left off by a molly that separates them. And Sarah Terra now left the 1v2, and it's very, very doable for MIBR Academy, but yeah, be careful with just how liberal you are with these fights.
Love this call, man. Sarah Terra, he really wants to make life easier as he shifts into a post plant, but this is realistically speaking your only way of pulling this off, because you've got Burns with armor, so this is a 1v1 with extra steps. You've got a meat shield in front of you. This feels like it's going to be nigh impossible, but at the same time, there isn't a kit, so Eternal Clock starts ticking. You got 20 seconds to kill, and right now, they're not making haste. They're going straight into the site. No holds barred. First kill. Oh, that's so huge, but it's not planted for him, and they're soon going to know it. You eventually got to bite the bullet and go back out for this peak. Only 2 seconds to kill Sarah. Terra swings out, but Burns has the better idea of the two. That angle's anonymity only is going to work for one, and Burns knows it.
Just enough time. Good on and Burns to make good off of what was a very valiant effort from the squad from top to bottom, to where I thought that one was gonna fall right into that A site and they were just gonna clean house. It's actually quite the opposite. It was Audic who were locked in with MIBR Academy and not the other way around. Oh, you can see what it does now. This game much tighter financially.
It drastically shifts because of that.
That just being the specific, that being the round they win in particular is of most importance, where it could have been the round to follow where it's 9-9 and Audic are just that step ahead, and you know, it's a couple of players that have gone down in the round and they aren't really able to fully invest what they had wanted, and it doesn't really come to matter all that much, and the playing field is much less even, but a leg up in more ways. That AWP being afforded to Card, he wastes no time getting activated over at A, just holding the line. Even he knows they want to take mid when they give it up.
Well, at this point, I just don't know where Audic want to go with this, because they've shown separate intentions with the way they're taking this round. You've still got that lurk in mid, so you wonder, like, you still want to use him as somebody to try and backstab later on. Are you attempting A? Then you've got Sarah faking B, and it just doesn't really feel like you have the numbers for this, nor utility. Look at what's left in their belts. They have 2 smokes, 2 mollies, 2 flashes. If they want a full take A, they need both of those smokes, and if Sarah goes down on this lurk, then their whole thing goes topsy-turvy.
Yeah, belly up. They stagnate for a little bit there. That flash might give a false sense of security to the CT side, or it might just instill confidence in Audic in their scale. And as they do go, a second flash is spotted and 2 players the same. But now Card, I mean, he's already been made note on this site. It's going to be hard to pull apart, and Jiggles are not going to be working. He's fast as he needs to be. Almost the adjustment despite being blind. And that's all prongs of their assault now oversaturated and overdone, as Card is not finished.
This is what you need to see from him. This is what I was talking about in that first half. I wanted to see a game more tailored around him, more tailored around his impact. His only job here is to get kills, but you can't blame him for not being able to do it.
It's a good plan. I mean, that situation was just hopeless. So, take what you can get. Oh, do they go for a save now? I mean, they're not playing up against where they're going to be giving map point. So you could. And if you get another bomb plant on top of that one, that's where you can really just start to whittle away at MIBR Academy. But that's like a game plan that really requires a strategy to boot. A winning one from Woody. Hypothetically speaking, they play this round, full buy, even half buy. Deal some damage, they get that bomb plant. That next round, they lose that one, then they're playing up against map point. If they decide to save, then they're playing up against map point. And I wonder how much just confidence that they have left in the tank.
Yeah.
They've been given mid so consistently is made note of. What they've done with it that kind of just leaves them hung to dry, because Card is just not letting them get away without him at least getting his very singular kill more often than not, more than that. And that lurk smoke is going to be disrespected. He's sitting in front of it against this wall, but he's dinked up. Okay, with a pistol.
So is that, but way less effective when you're running through a smoke. Night there trying to change around the story here. Nice headshot on Molzen, but that should only award them a bomb plant, nothing more, nothing less. They'll try to push him down, maybe put the pressure on before they can get comfy. That's a nice shot, though. And they're still doing a good job on doing damage here. There's a gun in connector to pick up. That's a post-plant spot. They've allowed you to sneak away, and now you can try to make a mess of things. It all depends on spacing, timing of peaks, and when they pull out grenades, a full HP. What? Another headshot's hit, and now it's the off on 13 HP to stop a catastrophic failure from happening, and he wants nothing to do with it.
How has Naite been allowed to get away with that many kills? How is he allowed to get the high HP player before a bullet's even been fired in his direction, Anthran? He never even needed to call on Sarah. He didn't take any contact for him. It was all Naite all day, all night and day.
Terrorists win.
Good God, that is... Talk about impact. Talk about going better for your life.
That's crazy.
That...
I mean, it feels like there's been so many rounds this map specifically where it's like, yeah, they should have no business winning this, and all of a sudden you see just a crazy clutch out of nowhere.
Yeah,
oh my God, absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
It's just, we both shake our heads in agreement.
I was waiting for it. I heard the little
I still
ping in the Discord of the server updating with like a sound where it's usually like, match has been paused, and I'm like, yeah.
I wish that I could say on air a very, I'd say, personally famous Noah Flixie French quote from one of his officials.
I could say like 8.
And I quote, "Yeah, that's attack for you," and then a choice word afterwards.
Stupid.
Sure, we'll
Dummy.
go with that. That's easily one of my favorite Counter-Strike quotes ever, by the way. It's like a 1v4 that he gets in a round on Inferno A site, and he goes, "Yeah, that's attack for you." Dude. Because they instantly called one. What a pleasure. What a pleasure it was to watch that game.
here on out, it has to be not flawless, but damn near close for MIBR Academy to stick in it. Every round they win has got to be pretty dominant in terms of their numbers. They can let one slip here and there, but other than that, it's got to be them more dominant than not in not only wins, but also how many people they keep up in it.
Oh,
And there
God.
goes the fight, actually. Pretty good for the side of Audit, considering how it could have gone haywire. And frankly, Mateos making himself such a difficult target and separating himself from Terra to where the spray control from Renenzen had to be very good, but also very far away from his teammate. Ends up doing him some good stuff. I mean, he kind of knew his life was forfeit at that point.
Yeah, I think in general, 4-on-4s typically favor the T's. So when you give up a kill like that and you don't really get a ton out of it, like in the sense of you killed their opper, or you dealt with one of the players who had a ton of util, or you killed their lurk, then it's kind of just a fight you took, and at best, you're in a slightly winning spot, and at worst, you're like very, very much losing. And on a big map like this, where like you get maybe 1 or 2 rotates around if you're lucky. You almost wonder if we're getting to that point of the game where they're going to start going for hunts a little more aggressively. Talked about it's a razor-thin margin from MIBR's like standards. Now you lose a gun, and what comes after it? Only way you're forcing up another buy in this next round is if you get all 3 guns out, and they want this gun. They want it bad. Oh, posted! That was your chance to steal it away. He hangs on.
Ten. Big stuff on the horizon. Roddick has a potential slip in right beneath the noses of MIBR Academy at the end stages of Anubis to secure the 2-0. In more ways than one. 2-0 not only in this best of 3, but also in the standings for the Swiss as we go through the rest of CCT South America. Storms is looking to get a little active here, I think.
Oh, this nade is everything. He's going to see him behind the smoke.
See you
That barrel
later.
gives you a free opening pick. That's so massive.
Burns is exposed. He needs to
They
do
want more.
something.
Wait a second. This could be huge or not. Burns. That was everything.
Terra, frankly, with a pretty important timing there to turn around where, I mean, you can't really be expecting that, but also it's like the only way you lose the round is if somebody's going quickly on your hind.
Yeah. Feels like there's a lot of moments in this game where you can say that for both teams, though. So maybe Synopsis is just a little messy. Leave it at that. I don't know. Keep it nice and simple. But at least Molzen hangs on to his weapon. They should be awarded an op in this next round. They should have card on the big green. And again, like I was saying earlier, ooh, you don't want to be losing this. You don't want to be losing this. Your utility is going to be running dry if you do. That hurts.
I mean, Renenzen, like, live or died. It's no,
Yeah.
no sweat off his brow, but
I mean,
not so much.
You also got to think, plays like this, they don't really make a whole heap of sense. Because the people going for hunts at CT spawn aren't going to be the ones that are low. And, you like, what? You going to save a P2K, no armor, no util? I mean, instead you could try to maybe take a fight, go get one of those guns, try to go lurk where you know a player is dead or was tagged or was low.
Nobody's buying into that FAMAS meta, man. Or not nobody, but in general, but nobody on MIBR Academy. I don't even remember having seen a FAMAS this entire game.
Dude,
to be honest
no
with you.
kits.
I literally can't remember.
That makes your point even more valid, because this is a round where, I mean, it might be just live or die. Arctic have now shown in these past 3 rounds that they are not going to let you get away for free. They're going to at least attempt a hunt. So imagine, right? This is what the current circumstance is for MIBR Academy. It's win or save. If they get 2 picks early on, maybe even just 1, depending on where it is and what the trade-off is, it's going to be a save. But at that point, like I said, Arctic will be attempting the hunt. So it's not like you're getting away scot-free. If this was like earlier on in the game, where it's our first circumstance of seeing some financial turmoil, where we don't know if Audic's gonna hunt yet, or if the money's close, I get it. But here, where it's game on the line, where the difference between a round could be a kit and a 4-on-4 retake and saving to give a match point, I just think this is a no-brainer. You have to have somebody go down to FMOS.
And it's also interesting because, like, this is like super nerdy, but like, you don't just get 4 pieces of utility; you get 5. You can drop,
Yeah.
you can drop a flash or whatever other piece of utility you'd like to make room for it, and that gives you just so much more. You get then, as opposed to 2 pieces of utility and no kit on one guy, you get 5 pieces and a kit. That's a lot, dude. A flashbang can determine a round. I think you said that exact same thing or something similar, but. Here, they're just going to be already stuffed out of utility by about the 45-second mark. And that's just going to be Audic having played the waiting game, having done their due diligence, taking their map control on extremities close as much as they can without overextending or showing too much skin, right? And then it's going to be a matter of, all right, well, I mean, let's exec. I mean, they know nothing. I mean, our academy, they know nothing.
You know evil, speak no evil. And this is a game of time. This is kind of what I'm talking about too, right? You're fully committed to this. There is no do or die anymore. If you lose on B site, then you're bringing 2 guns into what could be the last round of the game. And you don't give yourselves any chance to retake in even numbers.
That's assuming
That's
they
the
don't
problem
hunt.
with buys like this. That's assuming they don't hunt.
So crazy. They're just absolute pants down. There's no one wide under the ankle. They're all holding different points.
Oh my god, they lined up.
Terra doesn't even realize what he's just done. It's a massacre. As the bowling pins will fall at Terra, just stroll through them all.
And they're already beginning that hunt. Like we said,
Oh,
they're
they're
going
already
to hunt.
on.
And they don't have flashes either.
They smell
So,
blood in the water.
Not like you can, get a kill with the op, try to flash for him, something like that, take initiative. No, you are entirely at the mercy of if they get their click. Terra walking down. Card, good idea. But now, the sirens start ringing. You know exactly where these CTs are, and you can see the pace shift, the tempo go up. Absolutely. Get that op out of their hands. You know they can't reinvest that. That's why 2 people are running headstrong into CTs. 1, even have a flash. They're going to find out. It's not just 1. It's both of them. And now that collapses in. Now guess what? Those saved guns mean nothing.
Dude, I was tempted to pull a knife if I'm Night there. I think, I don't know, maybe he's waiting for the aim to reset, or maybe he's just like, will he turn and miss? What a funny world that would have been. I mean, game more important, but
Sure.
that would have been just soul-crushing to lose the op like that. Okay, well, map and series point. Audic, they've earned this one. That is of no question between you and I. And in my mind, there is but one single player that I think I can accredit this map to from top to bottom, seeing how close it is and how tight it is at the end stages. And I think we would have to agree that's Naite, right?
Yeah.
That pistol round, it just changes.
He's had
trajectory
huge
of
moments.
everything. Yeah, the 1v3, or rather, effectively the 1v3 that Terra was a part of, but more as a spectator.
I don't even want to write off Togs, but a lot of the big impact, those huge rounds, those big clutches that shift momentum, those have come from Naite, and that's why those kills are so
And
important.
Togs had some kind of troll moments on the rounds he was even getting kills on at the
Yeah.
beginning stages, so it's like, you kind of take the good with the bad.
Saw that.
Do it again! He might actually surpass him on the leaderboard by the end of the round. If he keeps it up like that, he looks like he's just about to shred through another one.
Oh my god, and that's not even him. He knows there's a third here. He knows there's a third here that was a FAMAS. So it's not even like you've gotten out of the woods just yet in mid. Fully swinging him. Naite's confident. He wants that MVP significantly. You can tell he doesn't want it to be any discussion. Matios, he'd be trying to make a case for himself, but this game is already over. It's under wraps. MIBR Academy, the CT sides have come up short, and Naite wields the crown as he sits on top of the throne of bodies he himself has created. 13-10, and it's a really just a story of T-sides today for Audic.
Listen, I've got my criticisms rather that I find to be extremely fair about Naite as a player for quite some time now. I'd say for the better part of about a year. That's not to say that he isn't a good individual, but it's almost like a double-edged sword when he's playing well, where he'll start to overextend and he'll heat up to a point where you're losing rounds sometimes, just as many as you're winning based on his over-aggressions. But with that being said, the double-edged sword part of that is that when it's working, it's really, really working. And this is one of those instances where he can just take over a game like that if he's feeling just as snappy as he was. And again, I think that they're entirely fair criticisms that sometimes he goes a little bit hyper-aggressive, a little bit farther so than he needs to, losing man advantages that he himself looked to gain. But this wasn't an instance of that at all. He was playing where he was finding his one kill, kind of patiently awaiting the opportunity to find his next more often than not, while not throwing his body into it, still sticking around, and with good reasoning with everybody else playing around that plan pretty well, especially on Anubis.
Yeah, this felt like a team that knew what to do when they had their hand hot, when they had players hitting the shots that they were, and that just coasted them into their 2-0 result that they've now sitting themselves on in the Swiss stage. I mean, look, whether you're surprised or not with the result of the first map, I feel like the second should go to more confirm this T side is a threat to be reckoned with. That's not to say that there wasn't any mistakes made by Audic. Obviously, there was a long portion of that first half where you wonder, where are they? When are they going to show up? But at the same time, they shut me up real quick when it came down to brass tacks. On that second half, again, they repeated exactly what they did on Ancient. They won rounds in multiple ways. They didn't need one person to go in and get kills. They could win it with 3 different players, 3 different spots on the map, 2 different lurks, whatever they needed, it was there. And something MIBR Academy didn't necessarily do was play to their own individual strengths. Again, I wanted to see Card more on both sides of the coin. We never saw that. We never really saw him get set up to have impact at the beginning of a round. Sure, we saw some times where his op would sound off from A, maybe get a kill in mid, maybe shoot into A main, but these are all kills that hinge on them swinging into you, not him taking initiative or getting in for early on in the round. That's something that I think MIBR significantly lacked on their CT sides.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting, actually. I think, especially considering that there wasn't really a whole lot of that going on by Audic, but that doesn't necessarily matter in the point that you're trying to make. Like, it doesn't have to be one team does it, therefore Team A does it, therefore Team B has to do it. It's more so, like, with what was going
Card
wrong...
was playing well. Card
was
playing well.
Basically, just saying, like, with what was going wrong, specifically, those kinds of plays would have made it a whole lot of a difference. So... yeah, I do agree with that much, and I think that I would definitely say that MIBR, they came to play with some pretty good ideas here and there. It looked like that they were competitive for rounds that maybe you wouldn't have expected them to, even though they didn't go their way. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, it was absolutely an Audic deserved and earned victory. But MIBR Academy with, you know, just like sprinkles of positives that you can look back on and say, well, this is good, this is good, this is good. Keep working on all that. That's great. Or just settle on it for a minute and then focus on the issues that you've got running.
There were, and I think only as time goes on is this team going to get better. But for
It's
now,
a cop-out
they'll
to
have
say,
to.
but I mean it.
I mean, yeah, no, honestly, again, I think of Ancient. I think of a lot of the beginnings in the rounds where they would always find a first kill, maybe even a second, get map control. They even found out early on what Audic wanted to do. It just felt like what they wanted to do with it and how to deal with it was very linear and short. And that's something that, like I said, as time goes on, that's going to get better. This team has promise, just didn't come through today. But maybe we'll see some more promise in our last series because we still got one coming up. Now that we're back on schedule, there'll be an extended break before new faces join you on the desk for solid in-game hunters coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, after that little small piece of just waiting that we actually had to go through right now, we are finally ready to jump into the last game of the day, which is definitely going to be a very interesting one, I can tell you that. Roy, thank you very much for being with me right here today. Ooh, I just gotta fix whatever is going on right here, but don't worry about that. I'm gonna tell you that today we're gonna have two very important teams actually fighting, but it seems that between Solid and Game Hunters, Solid does have a pretty good chance of actually taking the win today.
Yeah, it is. It is looking like it for sure. I mean, two very strong teams to say the least. These guys both boast a 1-0 record, so both are clean right now, and it is going to be quite a way for us to get to close out the night. And nonetheless, I mean, plenty of action for today. At least a couple of matches. The first one did end up going in the way of a forfeit, but hey, it happens sometimes. However, like as promised, we're gonna have one hell of a banger. Close things out, hopefully. I mean, yeah, perhaps it is looking a bit more like Solid is going to take it. However, Game Hunters are also a deadly squad. So, I mean, I'm sure that we shall not sleep on them whatsoever. So let's go ahead and take a look at those rosters. Team Solid going to be comprised of GBB, Nathan, DRG, Destiny, and Tomate. I mean, Tomate, a player that is going to be always on the clutch. These guys know what it takes to win, and they are ready. Take one step further in their last couple of matches. I mean, they've defeated a couple of Argentinian squads as of recently. The most recently, of course, being Shinden, the one that put them in this position. But previously to that, they did manage to go, to one victory versus Dusty Roots specifically. And also versus a Legacy, getting a bit of a closer situation, but not quite getting the dub. However, here is Game Hunters, the other roster that are going to be facing off against.
Yeah, there we have it. None other than Nulks, PRT, AVR, Slashes, and Mellow. Now, of course, I am a big fan of AVR, PRT, and Mellow, being seen this guy's playing since quite a while, honestly, and Game Hunters is definitely packing. But I want to put the spotlight, of course, as I usually do, on Mellow, because that guy, I mean, I really like the way that he actually plays, and he's got a pretty good ranking, pretty good stuff. But of course, I mean, numbers are not all that matters, but I mean, let's talk about those numbers regarding the maps, though, because although they don't really will give us exactly all the information about how things are definitely gonna go, because a lot of the something that you need to factor in is luck, of course, and individual skill. Well, the thing is that it seems Solid has had a pretty solid games, honestly, on all of the maps they've had actually played. Speaking of the maps, well, let's look at what we have today, because Train is gonna be banned this time. We are not gonna have that Nuke either, and of course the first one's gonna be Dust 2 and then Ancient. That is definitely an interesting pick for, well, Dust 2 as an initial one. Definitely not that common, just to say the least.
Yeah, not so. However, Anubis, recently we've seen a lot of Decider. Of course, we've talked about how Ancient and Anubis have some similarities between those two. So perhaps a team manages to bounce back on Ancient, then they're set up quite nicely for Anubis as well. And Dust 2, well, we've seen also a lot of that as of recently. And, I mean, gotta be an interesting pick to say the least. Of course, that is gonna be picked by the Game Hunters, perhaps trying to, compensate for some of that experience that perhaps they are still building towards with a bit of a more known map. But it seems like we'll get to see about that right of the way, because we're jumping straight into the map right now. I mean, I love to see me some Dust too, but I would love to see Game Hunters really show me what they're made of here, as this is their...
Well, let's just hope that they can actually give us the show we are expecting, because these guys are jumping into the battlefield hoping they can become the champion of champions. And Roy, well, this is just like I mentioned, gonna get really interesting. But honestly, I mean, although this is Game Hunter's pick, I do expect them to come out on top. But Solid, oh my god, this guy's got a pretty good ranking. Right now, we can actually already see them claiming the first spot. Destiny takes that one for himself, and look at that beautiful defense also going on tunnels as Tomate, Mr. Tomate, is right now defending with everything he's got. Finally goes down.
Oh,
Now that bomb gets planted. Again, we got a kill going right through the smoke as well. They actually stopped getting that bomb planted. I don't really know exactly what happened, but just allowed actually the enemy to get right there on the side.
wow.
Destiny claiming another kill for himself. That's gonna be a triple, and the bomb's gonna be defused. That was quite the round. The Game Hunters, they do get the plant money, but pretty solid to be honest.
Oh yeah, that was some incredible stuff being shown right here by Solid, just as expected. They come out of the gate swinging, and they are fairly dominant. And from their first effort, you can tell in this all Brazilian showdown, they are going to be the ones not only ahead, but perhaps even a bit more favored. But it's not all about favorites. I mean, those last two shots by Destiny is just some incredibly good stuff out of him. I mean, setting up the flank, and as we've seen previously, teams sometimes they hesitate a little too long to perhaps make the play, to make the calls necessary to be able to reclaim, to go for those retakes, to go for those aggro plays. I mean, Solid doesn't seem to be one of those cases. They are showing no hesitation whatsoever. And, well, that is a good portion of, being able to convert as a unit. I mean, plenty of these guys have been here for quite a while, and it's not like Nathan or Tomatic, which are the most recent additions. I mean, they are here for a reason, is what I'm trying to say. They perhaps are able to compensate for, sticking it out for a little less long than the other three, with some incredible skill, which is exactly what we're seeing already. And Melo is already showing his skills. I mean, it doesn't matter if it is an up or not. He's already claiming a couple, and that is one hell of a way to answer back.
Oh my god, and in this case, Game Hunters only having Melo with a weapon.
Oh.
Wow, look at what is going on. DRG is pretty much single-handedly wipes out the tourist team. Melo, however, also does provide a pretty interesting display of skill with the scout at the beginning, but is that gonna be enough? We're gonna have the 1v1. Watch out, because GBB is not gonna be able to defend. He had the M4 in hands, but Knowles just barely hides at the last minute, allowing for that cheeky kill to come in as the enemy was still trying to scout the area and find where he was located. Amazing play going on by both teams, to be honest.
Wow.
GBB with the MP9, I mean, he's doing wonders as well with that entry, but in the end, well, Melo did wonderful job right here for his team.
Oh yeah, I mean, headshots were needed, and that is exactly what he got. And the scout can be deadly in the right hands, and now it's gonna get an upgrade to that up properly. Seems like Game Hunters are gonna be stacking it towards the long side, so let's see how they do. They should have an easy time after all, but nothing is for free. They're still gonna have to come in clean. I mean, both of these squads have already shown us what they can make. Of course, most of the pistols on the side of Solid, it's going to be a very tough battle, but we do have the single M4 these guys have posted up and ready to defend towards long. Let's see if Destiny can make any sort of difference here.
It's gonna be hard against Melo with the AWP, but it's still pretty doable. We all know this guy is definitely packing as well. And up to this point, every single player has actually shown that they do have what it takes. Now, of course, here they go. Move forward. Destiny's gonna be the first line of defense. Takes one kill, but Melo, there it is. He actually gets the kill for himself. Just like that, he actually allowed the tourist team to get into sight, and now that bomb is gonna get planted as soon as possible. Get that timer, timer going against the CTs instead. It was gonna be a really hard round for Solid, to be honest. But still, I mean, they actually allowed themselves to rack up with one of them. With that, I can tell you that the CTs are gonna have a better chance on the second round, definitely. Third round, actually.
I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, the second one already happened, and Melo surprised us on it. But, I mean, it's still not too late. I get what you're trying to say, totally. I mean, Nathan here doing its best to survive. But Game Hunters are ready to surprise, and if this is how they are looking at their tier rounds, I think that Solid better come in with a good plan of attack of their own, because of course they are going to have to close out on T as well. Though nothing is set in stone, Solid, we've seen what they can do once the odds are evened out. And we'll get to see more of that in just a bit. However, little progress has been made economically, so Game Hunters looking to take yet another freebie here as their opponent goes seek.
You can actually already see the CT4 is actually just committing on Catwalk, just making sure that if they actually stumble upon an enemy, of course they have no weapons, at least numbers are going to help them out. They do choose to actually retreat instead into A site once more. Melo's still holding the AWP, we all know. He is definitely going to be landing those shots. We saw in the second round with the Scout, and the third one as well. Actually getting that a very important kill against Destiny. The one player carrying the weapon. So now it's pretty much just a gamble, and it seems that Solid actually bets for the right side. The T's begin to move forward. Now they have confirmation because that smoke is gonna ring a bell. They actually pop out, try to get a kill. There it is. URG gets one, but of course they're starting to get decimated. These couple kills fall in with the AK-47s. The end of the retreat. One player staying on side.
Ooh.
Flash is perfect though, but Tomatic, the other side, takes one kill for himself. That's two already. That's pretty good. And an AK-47 in the hands of Nathan. He just needs to survive, and they can call this a win.
I mean, yeah, you give up the round, however, some resources being gathered, not too shabby for themselves. The money already in their pockets, and of course, perhaps even more importantly, that AK, though, we've seen Game Hunters are able to, you know, kind of not care about what their opponents are carrying. They are just here to do their job. URT gonna receive that last-ditch effort from Tomate in quite a good fashion. Bunker up, and the rest is history. Early advantage here for the Sada Game Hunters. But this is far, far from over. Team Solid, I'm still looking to see some of that fire that we witnessed at the very beginning, so let's take a look here. Round number 5, though. Already trailing, but just by a little bit.
Already a little bit of an advantage for the Game Hunters. Now things could go different. Solid is finally able to afford some weapons. With an AK-47 carried from the previous round as well, Nathan should at least finally land the kill for himself. That would be the best case scenario. He's kind of falling short, to be honest, compared to the team. Of course, Melo, there's a reason why I put the spotlight on this guy. I know what he's capable of. He's still holding. Oh my god, look at that. A shot actually landing against him was just enough to actually dissipate the smoke and get that kill. That was so unfortunate.
Oh, man. Quick reactions out of Mallow. Beautifully done by the T's right now. Still, though, enough to defend every side, but not enough to be giving any more frags away if you are Solid. Get up for a cheeky spot right here, as A seems to be the place where the T's are going to be venturing towards. Or at least for a moment, Destiny shuts one down. This may set their plans into motion. And as we hit the 30-second mark right here, we're just about ready to invade. Here come the rest of Solid, though. Let's see if they even attempt to go for it. The smoke is complicating things a bit more towards shore to clear up right there, welcoming the flash. Just a little bit of hugging to that wall. It is a trade, though. So, all things considered, Game Hunters is still with the advantage.
And we're gonna see the rotation actually coming in by one of the CTs all the way too long, trying to catch one of the enemies off guard as they probably choose to retreat. Now the CTs, of course, they do not decide to actually fight that back on a retake situation. It's a 3-on-3. Those weapons were costly, so they prefer to just hold on to them and have another chance for the next round.
Terrorists win.
Close up. That's gonna be the round for the Game Hunters. No more blood has been spilled, but a little bit of it has actually been taken by Solid, so just taking a look at the economy because it's not looking good for them, of course. Lost bonus coming in. But the Game Hunters, I mean, look at Melo, man. He's got 10k in his pockets. AVR, he's got a 69 hundreds. They can actually just allow themselves to probably lose one more. 1-2 rounds more. They're gonna be just fine.
Ooh.
Ooh. Kills coming in right through the smoke. Now he actually knows there is players over there.
Even more now.
Yep. Those shots coming through the spamming smoke. They do not work out. Decides to retreat after getting that kill.
Been a while since Solid managed to get the first pick. Let's see if they can turn this finally into an advantageous situation for themselves. DBB gonna be popping that smoke towards the doors for long. They can flash for a second, not baited out or anything like that. The movement instead from Game Hunters will be coming mostly from the mid portion of the map and towards CAD. Trying to get aggressive in just a couple of seconds. Lots of damage, though. This is scary here for Game Hunters.
I mean, they only got 27 seconds left, so they need to make a decision. They need to be fast. They need to be deadly. Hello? Definitely gets the kill right there in short. Does land the shot with the AWP, and look at that. Slash is actually coming from the side. Only need, to see Tomate actually getting that kill to deny the plant. And now, just like that, the timer is going to go to 0, allowing the win. Go for the Solid right here. Flash actually surviving with the AK-47, but the bomb was denied. No plant in this case, just a little bit short on the timer. Really well played by Solid. Game's still pretty early on. We got a 2-4.
A little bit of life out of Solid here. And much needed at this point after what we saw at the beginning. And in just what fashion are Game Hunters able to answer back. Ooh, you get the prediction right there if you're a GBB, but also gotta pay for it with your life. Now DRG gonna be repositioning. There are still 3 players with a chance to make their way through long. The left side, though, Solid getting a bit more aggressive, at the very least, blocking the tunnels in a bit more pushed up forwards position. The rest of Game Hunters around the booth, and seems like they are getting ready for the eventual push. You do have an AWP trying to cover from there. That is Nathan. Touched on it. Bit of a slower start, but nonetheless doesn't mean that that is how things are going to be going. Ooh, the smoke's not perfect, and that means... well, more like not a perfect situation there for Game Hunters. Is that a... still gonna work out like a charm there for Solid, though PRT cares little about that. through the fire and flames, it doesn't matter. Still gonna make it through. Oh, still managing to react to that PRT. Incredible stuff out of him now. Tomato left all on his own, and that is some incredible stuff out of them. I mean, managing to dismantle that defensive effort coming in from Solid, in spite of the smoke being set up in a fashion in which Nathan could take advantage of it, which is exactly what we saw here. They advance without much care, and so the T's continue to dominate, or at least on the early portions of Dust 2.
Yeah, right at the last moments, he actually got a little bit too nervous. And instead of actually waiting for maybe just to get some kills, when they actually drop a molly that just goes to waste right at the smoke. And they start popping off out of the smoke as well, one by one, so even this was a little bit weak, to be honest. A lot more could have been done. Now, unfortunately, on the next round, in this case, round number 8, we're gonna have Tomate with only a 9. Oof, but Nathan winning that duel against Melo on the AWP. So things are pretty much balanced already on a 4v4 with 1 minute and 1 second left. Oh, watch out. Gonna see the rotation. And you're right there. Oh, pushing forward towards
Oh
the
my
gap.
god.
And none of the two players can actually defend. Nathan does take a kill, but goes down as PRT claims his life with the AK-47. As they were pushing into sight, and now it's all down to DRG fighting against 3 players. The bomb is getting planted. Is he gonna have a chance, or is he just gonna retreat? That would be the best that he can do. I wonder if the enemy knows exactly where he is located. No, they do not. They actually get across. Here goes down. Play with a molly. You can get the headshot. There it goes. Oh my god, he could actually get this happening. Bomb's planted for short. He knows there's a player there, of course. Actually spots him.
Oh, that's it.
Instead of chasing down, yeah, he doesn't really have the upper hand, so
Ooh.
Terrorists win.
interesting round nonetheless. I mean, DRG was pretty close to actually getting it done. Now we jump into a technical pause, Roy, so it seems that these guys need to start rethinking their strategies. Because whatever they're doing, it's just not kind of working out against the Game Hunters.
And if we have any trust in a team finding the answer, it is definitely Solid right here. But you've been saying, and right now, Game Hunters looking pristine, and also that man PRT. Everybody that comes across him seems to end up in a coffin. High success rate in finding those entries, but also is being falling quite a bit, at the very least for his team's standards. But incredibly, that would be encouraging for the rest of the squad when you know that you have a player that you can trust to entry like that. Oh, the aggressive play comes in. Destiny tries to swing, but he's gonna get shut down immediately. Not what they wanted to see, but Solid, they were playing with their cards kind of stacked against them already. It is just a matter of waiting around. Tomate and that Emperor have, you know, not being as impactful as perhaps Solid might have liked. Game Hunters decide to take the quote-unquote safer route. And Melo here, he spots one. I think that's a 2 as well. Good though, there's a player trapped right there, and he got the call out just now. Melo has been looking pretty good for himself, and the Game Hunters looking to soar to new heights. I mean, Solid, it's a thing of the past, but we saw the confidence that was brimming in their actions earlier on. Now it's all to the side of the T's, and they've secured a lead for themselves. Best Solid can hope for at this point is 5, and oh, I thought Melo for sure was gonna give the player across a haircut that he might not have liked too much. Doesn't quite end up happening though, so Solid for now live to tell the tale. And it's felt like that for quite a while, but perhaps at this point it's a question of for how long can they do so, especially when you have Nulks trying to rain hell on them. Destiny runs out of bullets, but manages to stay clear out of sight. Melo, though,
my God.
those flicks are just nasty. We've seen it with the scout. We've seen him be up. This man just continues to rack up the kills, continues to rack up the money. Is there anything that he can do wrong at this point? It doesn't seem like it, and neither can the rest of Game Hunters, just completely propelled by that. They managed to keep Solid at bay once again. Yes, they do save a little bit, but I mean, it's starting to look kinda late for the Solid squad. Was once a narrow lead, now it is much, much tougher to overcome, and well, this Game Hunter squad are looking to make wonders in this encounter.
Getting that shot with the A. Ooh, slash coming from the side. I really thought he was going to be able to get another cheeky second kill with the ops, but that does not happen. The answer was just pretty much perfect. I was really rooting for Solid actually at the beginning, but oh my god, Game Hunters definitely have what it takes. They're showing that there's a reason why they picked this map. They come in packing a punch, and Solid is definitely getting that run right in the face. Exactly because of Melo, to be honest. And the whole team pretty much has balanced skills. Melo has 9, PRT has 9, Slash with 7, Nulx with 7, AVR. Just 1.0 AVR right there with 5.5, but pretty good stuff I'm seeing from the Game Hunters. That's how Solid is playing right now. Problem is the CT's run out of money. And we only have a couple M4s and a couple MP9s, so it's gonna be even harder now to actually come out on top. This is round number 11, so we're so close to actually reaching the second half of the game. We really do hope to see Solid actually wake up and do a lot better probably once we hit the reset button to hit the second half of the game.
And there are...
Of course, moves forward, and look at that. He actually did get the kill against the RG, although he had the element of surprise. Oh man, what is going on?
It was not looking pretty already, but it's looking to get a lot uglier for the side of Solid. And I mean, it could be that Game Hunters feel much more comfortable playing on T right now. And like you said, perhaps a change of paces was required here for Solid, because it is, well, not boding too well for them at the moment, to say the least. Game Hunters could be running away with quite a bit of a lead, if I do say so myself. Oh. Reactions out of ABR, everyone. Game Hunters doing their job just as expected. They get the clear up. And guess what? They could be running away with double digits, even just on the first half. And this, well, this is getting tougher by the second if you're Solid. What happened to that team that managed to swoop in right from the get-go? Game Hunters care little about that, and whereas usually we say Dust 2 perhaps an indication of something lacking in the team, right now all we are seeing are victories, as this, of course, is Game Hunters' pick. And it's looking absolutely swell at the moment. Solid. I mean, I think that they really need to not only get this round, but also start packing one hell of a punch come time for them to go on T, because as of right now, things are not looking pretty whatsoever. Nathan already getting tagged up. Gonna narrowly run away with his life, but that is so tough. And look at Slash's go. I mean, he knows there's someone else around, narrowly managing to retreat. That is a destiny. Gonna make it to the safety of the RG, and that FAMAS for a little bit of backup. So that is only a distraction on behalf of Slashes, as we can see the rest of Game Hunters are setting up for a bit of a scout here on the tunnels.
Oh man, only 2 rounds for Solid on the CT side is definitely not a good thing. Just like you mentioned, I think that Game Hunters can actually pop into the second half of the game with double digits already, so that could pretty much be the game for them. D4s, after getting a kill, start doing something. You actually choose to not go into B side, playing around with the enemy's mines. They smoke mid and start moving forward towards Catwalk. Of course, there is going to be one player right there coming from CT trying to defend. But he's in a bad spot. He's going to get picked up. Ooh. Destiny wins that duel against Melo, and Tomato gets another kill with the HE grenade. Nox, of course, takes down Destiny. But now Tomate, yes, he does take down Slash. The bomb is going to get planted. I think this is going to be tough, but the last 2 players are tagged.
Oh,
Here we go. Nox takes 1. 1v1. And Tomato wins that, actually. Gets the dink, gets the other shot, and just like that, clutches up on a 1v2 right at the end. So, no double digits, my man.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oof. Well, that was kind of an intense last round, to be honest. Skills were racking up. I really thought Game Hunters was going to have a huge chance to go, just like you mentioned, double digits on the first half of the game. But let's just hope that Solid can actually pick up where they actually stand. Do something different, because they definitely need to step up if they want to have a chance. It's a 9-3. We all know what that means. It'll be the curse.
nine to 3, nothing to scoff at here. But could be yet another good start for Solid, and if they mount to something at the beginning, it could really mean a lot further down the line. So as of right now, they are the ones that are going to have to prove themselves. Slow movement through the middle portion of the map right now. They don't have the fear of Melo tagging him up. Now, of course, Python gonna get to look for a chance to do much of the same from Suicide, though I'm willing to bet further in the match. Melo is gonna have that one for sure covered. And here it is, Melo from a distance. Again, showing his precision. Oh my god. 3 back-to-back. Make that a 4. Gonna have to reload for a second, but nonetheless, I mean, the damage continues to flow. And it's not like he's alone, and the rest is history. No one falling here for the side of Game Hunters. And this is looking pretty curtain, to say the least. We were not expecting that. I was not expecting this, but man, oh man, am I surprised, but gladly so. I have to say, Game Hunters packing quite a bit of a punch. And, well, Solid better rethink their strategy here, as it is looking pretty done so for their map number 1. At the very least, they are going to be going into their own pick, which should bring them some comfort. But the loss of the pistol round, it's, again, looking kind of chalked at this point.
Oh well, jumping into the next round, but this time Game Hunters having weapons, and yep, there we go. PRT, beautiful triple kill going on right there. The last one is gonna fall. Amazing 4K with the MP9 and just a pistol to seal it off. Game Hunters now with 11 rounds. Oh my god, I think we might actually just be seeing the end of the first game already. That was pretty fast, to be honest. I mean, how long has been the game?
It's not been long, let me tell you that much.
Well, I mean, I'm actually glad to see this from Game Hunters. They were not really having the best time at the tournament, but they are definitely playing a lot better than the last time that I saw them. Of course, I would also love to say the same thing about Solid, but they're falling short for some reason. Maybe they just don't really feel confident on this map and just want to go into their pick on the next one. So after all, there's a reason why the Game Hunters picked this, right?
I mean, stats do tell us that Solid feel mighty comfortable here on Dust 2. They have plenty of experience on it. 16 maps absent recently, and 62% win rate, which is not too bad for themselves. The same cannot be said here for Game Hunters, however. And right now, they are looking to challenge the odds all together. And here is how things could start for a bit of redemption. I don't know if they are going to be able to reach any significant amount of rounds to make this look a bit more respectable, but in Game Hunters, you're making the push together. He, of course, notoriously tough to retake in such a fashion. Tomate swings first, and gonna get a little bit more success, and so Nulks and Slashes this side to hit their way back. They've got nothing to do with that bomb. Not enough time, and just how scrappy things were. I mean, they have plenty of chances to close this further down the line.
Well, finally Solid gets around the one they so much needed. So they actually decide to have another chance before they allow the enemy to get the overtime in any case. So an all-around 12 for Game Hunters. Although, they have been doing a pretty good job on the CT side as well. Solid with the great defense on the retake. Now we are gonna see the CT split up on a 2-1-2. It's all about where the terrorist force actually decides to go. We have Mele with the AWP as well, so that is also huge. Dably just needs to find the poor lost soul to make sure he can actually claim his prize. Of course, terrorists are completely unsuspecting.
He's smoking the underpass right here. Destiny decides to make his move. Nulks tries to welcome him, but AK shall prevail in this occasion. But ABR, no, you cannot let ABR do that, my man. And a little bit more damage. However, PRT doesn't manage to do much more from that. I thought for sure, at the very least, one of the players was going to call that one out. And so Solid run away with yet another round in this effort that seems kind of null, but I mean, there is
well, we
such a
have
thing
them
as
actually
moral
worked
victory.
before, though.
Yeah.
Comebacks can always happen. We've seen so many of those.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I'm not doubting. I'm just saying it is very unlikely at the moment, and but I agree. I mean, this can totally still happen.
That's gonna be the bomb and the round for the T's. Solid takes another one for themselves. 11 and 5. Now, no weapons in the hands of PRT and ABR and Nuke, so yikes, might just be another one for Solid. But hey, look at those plays. I mean, nice kills coming in. Oh man, it's been quite a roller coaster, to be honest. Made a couple mistakes and so many things going wrong at the worst moment. Also, sometimes really good positions by some of the players, and still being unable to capitalize on that really hurts to see. But it's also just the first game of the best of 3, so it's bound to happen, right?
I mean, if you are to get your jitters out, right now is the time, I think. Better now than fall to the nerves in game number 3, you know? And there is much more at stake than just the very beginning. Of course, you could argue it's still very important, and yes, without a doubt it is, but you know, you'd rather be able to close out strong rather than just get to start strong. Ideally, both, of course, and that is just what Game Hunters perhaps have in the menu for us today.
Seems we actually stumbled upon a small technical pause over here. So we might just need to wait a little bit longer. We don't really know exactly what is going on. Well, one of the players actually just going to the toilet, so I mean, you know how it goes. When nature calls, you gotta go. Right now, we are back into the game to see what the Game Hunters can actually do without any weapons, except the duel is in the hands of Nox. Oh well, but the AWP in the hands of Melo, I mean, I think that's gonna be more than enough. Slash has an M4 as well. So, pretty big deal. Perhaps would be a little bit better if Slash provided that weapon to PRT, because he has better kills, but PRT has, like, he's kind of inconsistent, isn't it? Like, he gets a lot of kills, but I don't really see him shine for his team yet. It's so weird.
I mean, he's been finding a lot of those in trades or entering, so he's also taking quite a bit of a beating himself, and so, I mean, at least for his CT efforts, PRT has definitely not been exactly the same absolute killer that he was looking to be on the T side. Right now, Kamate, though, looking to find himself a couple of prizes right in front, but not getting baited out, knowing that Flash is very likely waiting for him at the other end. And there it is. A little bit of support there for GBB. Slashes ends up getting the drop. Every single number the T's managed to get here just hurts all the more for Game Hunters. And it is looking like, after all, Solid have finally woken up. It did take them quite a while, but in a couple more rounds, I'm gonna start becoming a believer just a little bit, you know? Just a tiny bit.
Finally locked in. It's just like the kind of guys that make their homework at the last minute. They're just making things harder for themselves, but they are the kind of players that actually can do it, so for some reason, it just happened to work out for them. 11-6, the advantage is growing a little bit closer. Closer and closer. 11-6, that's 5 rounds. Instead of 6 that they had since the 9-3. And they jumped on the 10 and then 11, so wow. It was a huge advantage that Game Hunters pretty much gave away. One round, that's all they need, actually. Make sure they can at least get the overtime if things truly do go south.
And it's been an 11 for quite a while now. Game Hunters seem to have been slowed down by just a bit, and their money is not looking to be in the best of spots.
Oh,
Seems
no.
like AKs were all of that solid needed to start feeling a bit more confident for themselves, but tell you what, an AWP is not going to matter to which side you're playing. Melo's still going to get access to it. So, you've seen it, how much impact this man can have, and he continues to be the difference maker here for the squad when Melo is playing well, when he is finding those kills. Game Hunters are thriving, so this may be the round in which finally, after what feels like an eternity, though it was not too long ago, Game Hunters may be securing themselves at the very least OT and apply that extra little bit of pressure that might mean the final nail in the coffin here if you are solid. That's 3 already for designated upper here on behalf of Game Hunters. And again, rounds like this are exactly when Game Hunters are eating. And look at this PRT approaching. Oh, he's going to get called out by Nathan.
Actually gets the shot in, but it's taken down.
Makes 2. Nice. Oh. No way, brother. No way, brother. Nathan calling out the approach from the doors, and then the rest is history as incredible clutchness out of Team Solid, what we are seeing right here. I mean, we're gonna need to catch that. I'll look at that one more time. I mean, Melo was just dismantling them one by one. Little efforts left, but I mean, those couple of shots do make a huge difference, and GBB also there to hold the line till the very last second. It was looking curtains for just a tiny bit, but Game Hunters unable to do much more, and like I mentioned, now the economy is not there. So it is pretty much a big step back for them, as Solid do have a real chance now to even catch up to Game Hunters, to be honest, if they get not only this one, but the next round. I think things could be boding well for them all of a sudden, and we could be seeing the stats be proven right once again. I mean, this has been an impressive comeback, to say the least, so far, but it's not done yet.
Oh man, Melo trying so hard. There we go. Enemy has no weapons, so AK-47s are gonna prove themselves to be deadly. Pretty much annihilating the whole team pretty fast. Solid getting that round for themselves. And now the advantage, which used to be 6 rounds, is now only 3 of them. Now, things, of course, could go different on this round number 20. Game Hunters finally has money. They finally can afford their weapons. Melo, once again, with the AWP and all the utility they want available. Nobody gets killed or tagged on the cross, so that's a pretty good start already. A little bit of chip damage also against Destiny. Oh, but it seems Tourist Force is making their way into mid. Nathan gets a beautiful kill against Logs, completely unsuspecting. Right through the CT spawn. Gets killed around the ramp. Now just like that, after getting the first pick, the T's have a little bit of advantage already. And they are gonna start moving in soon. Here come utility. Oh, Melo, first line of defense, actually getting that kill. But of course, DRG is gonna answer and retaliate with 1 kill of his own. Bomb is gonna get planted right now. getting that timer even shorter and counting against the CTs. But look at that, ABR already claiming a kill for himself, and they're starting to move forward. That's a tough spot for them to actually go.
Ooh,
Boom.
that's big. TBB from the back, but TBB gonna be shut down. Only all left to Destiny. ABR quite tagged up, but PRT is right there with him. Leading the charge, gonna have to find one more to secure it, and Destiny does. He goes absolutely ballistic and gonna clutch that one out for the squad. Team is solid. Don't call it a comeback quite yet, however, it is looking a lot like one. Only 2 rounds after what was an incredible difference. It was about 8, I believe, so at this point, they are looking so well. I mean, picking up the slack by quite a bit, and Destiny has been one of those players that definitely a bit more on the consistent side for Solid in those clutch instances, even though the numbers don't quite reflect that, but he is definitely picking up the pace. I mean, the rest of the boys in yellow are looking much better this time around. There's definitely something magic about those AKs because, well, not only magic, but, you know, that extra confidence definitely does go a long way.
It was looking really close. The Game Hunters right there, but I mean, Melo was doing everything he could. Oh, aggressive coming in. Aggression. That's exactly what has been working out for Solid. Beautiful flashes as well, allowing the first pick. Just like that, Game Hunters, without any advantage at all in this round, also lose 1 player. Another one is definitely gonna fall in. DRG against Melo. Slash manages to get 1 kill for himself with the MP9, but of course against the whole T-Force. Kill from Nulks coming from behind, but that is pretty much it. Solid gets around for themselves now once again. Game Hunters, oh my god, dude. They were so close. Like, what exactly happened? It seems that Solid just told themselves, you know what? It's been enough advantage. Let's go ahead and start throwing right now.
They
just a matter of... yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe they were just trying to humiliate the enemy. Letting them know, hey, you know what? Next time you guys actually want to fight with us again on the tournament, you're better off just giving yourselves up. Look at how we actually managed to come back all the way. Oh my god, how did that shot miss? What? That is not good.
Oh man, that was so tough.
Oh, you know why that happened? Because it wasn't Melo actually shooting that shot.
AVR.
It was AVR, yep. I bet Melo wouldn't have missed that. That is a huge mistake, honestly. Such a free kill. Maybe Game Hunters is just starting to get a little bit too nervous. They know they're losing their advantage. They know that the beast has awakened. It's not gonna be easy to deal with them.
Oh, chaos ensues right here, Tomate. Trying to secure this one for the squad. I mean, Solid. It's been quite a path back for themselves. And the Game Hunters, or what's left of them, I should say, can now only take a look at the other side and try to, you know, give it their best thoughts on what exactly has been going wrong, because in what a fashion they have managed to overcome this. And of course, you're still going to have a fighting chance, as Game Hunters do have, you know, just about enough money to put up a fight here. However, it is not going to be exactly what they might have liked. I mean, they spent big money last time around. And it's not like you can save any further, you know? It is now or never. Team Solid managed to secure themselves quite a bit of a show for their own, I have to say. I mean, the situation completely evened out, and now Solid looking to take over. Seems like it was all about the terrorist side, so for them feeling empowered with those AKs, feeling like they can dictate the pace of the match. But after all, yeah, it's not too much that Game Hunters can find, like I said. I mean, a couple of Deagles, MP9s, not the worst, but just about, you know? They've seen better days for sure.
Well, Deagles could be enough. If they actually... I mean, it's not about the size, it's how you actually use it. So, if they manage to find a couple kills each, it'd be more than enough to actually allow Game Hunters to get that 12 point for themselves. But, I mean, Solid. Oh my god, look at that.
That is
Ow,
big.
Mello. What happened?
That is big. Scouts out of the question. ABR, though. Hey,
Oh,
that's a
there
good
it is.
shot. Oh, not a second time, though. Not going to get to a prize success right there. And, of course, the T's are coming in hot. Man, such a tough spot here for decided Game Hunters. I mean, they have to spend in something, but they cannot go all out. Now they're going to be forced to be playing for this OT themselves, as Solid have all but guarantee that at this point. I mean, Slashes is nowhere near bomb side. He doesn't really have the weapon for the job, and he has been he's been watched. You know, the rest of Team Solid are on high alert as to where he might be, and every single avenue of approach he might take to be more accurate. So excellently done right here by the side of Team Solid. It's been quite a bounce back for them, but hey, here they are, and with this amount of momentum sapped out of the enemy, I don't know what Game Hunters can do to bounce back. This is their pick after all, but I mean, look at that. It's been quite alright, to say the least. On their tier rounds alone, managing to get 9 so far. So Solid look to put an end to all of this. But of course, we're going to be facing off a fully powered Game Hunters right here. We know just how dangerous that squad can be.
Well, here we go. Chastity's so close, just around the corner with ABR, of course. Another player on Catwalk, moving forward, that could be huge. We are playing aggressively.
That is so big!
Yep, with his teammate, but look at
Even
that,
better.
GBB!
Wow.
Retaliation falls in. That's actually 2 players down, but Game Hunters took some casualties. That's just gonna be more than enough. I mean, now, the thing is that wherever Solid actually decides to go, it's gonna be a 3v1. That's 2 players split on sides, so... yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be easy for the Game Hunters. I think we might be seeing game right now, Roy.
It could be the case, like you're mentioning. Of course, they're gonna elect to rendezvous first before they make any sort of decisive move. Only chance that I can see here is if Mello manages to overextend for just a slight bit and catch them on the move. But it seems like they're gonna be clearing things out for a second. They walk out. ERT doesn't find the shots that he needed. Just shut down GDV, but now the smoke has been popped, and that is a 2-on-2 still with pretty much a single avenue of approach right here. Through the window is not going to be an easy approach whatsoever. Team Hunters forced to make a play for this retake, and the reaction is right there. It comes down to the very last man, but it is DRG once again standing tall for his team. and so Solid make what was looking impossible a reality. Like I said, I'm not yet counting them out because I knew there was still some hope left for them, and I mean, kind of staggering really to see just how much progress they're able to make. Game Hunters unable to capitalize on such a big lead. That has to be a massive blow to the morale right there. And not only that, but we are heading towards Ancient, and that is Solid's territory. So Game Hunters right now absolutely unnoticed. That is not boding well for them. But hey, like I believed in Solid, I still believe in Game Hunters. I think that they can still put up one hell of a show for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance, but now we're jumping into enemy territory, and honestly, the way that things have been going, I think that Solid will definitely be able to come out on top. Of course, Ancient is a completely different story, like I mentioned. It's a very different map by itself with very different strategies, and it's not a map that has been with us around for so long, like for example Dust 2. So it's very possible that Game Hunters may not really have a chance or a strategy already, well, pretty much ready to fight with on that map. However, I'm just getting ahead of myself. What about instead we actually just wait a couple of minutes and see what happens on the battlefield? Go ahead, grab probably some popcorn or soft drink, something that you actually need, because this is just about to get interesting. We're gonna jump into a small pass, and we are gonna be right back.
I wouldn't call it exactly a miracle, just given the stat line, the sheer stats that Solid do boost on DOS 2. However, was impressive to say the least. I mean, it was a big comeback, and now they have all the momentum to perhaps close this out into old-fashioned. However, first we're gonna have to see Ancient. So now it is a turn for the side of Game Hunters, to perhaps find an answer or else really.
Well, Ancient, to be honest, it's a pretty good map also for Solid, as we can see right here. They have 16 maps played on the last 3 months, and with a 75% win rate on it. So it's definitely, well, pretty solid, to say the least. These guys are definitely going to be packing a punch against the Game Hunters. And also, I mean, you need to add on into the equation that there's a lot of pressure going on right now on the Game Hunters' shoulders. I mean, losing their pick on DOS 2, which is a pretty standard map, and also when having such a huge advantage, being unable to close it out on a 12 point at least, after so much dedicated on that map to at least go into an overtime, that is definitely a lot of pressure, which will obviously make them do a lot more mistakes, knowing what is right now at stake on map number 2, because they gave away the point that they had a free chance of getting, and, well, I mean, that is certainly not good for the Hunters. Of course, that is all just speculation, but I really do hope to see what happens, because the game is now live, Roy, so how about we actually jump into the action and see how everything develops on the battlefield.
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. Last time around, it was Team Solid who managed to take the advantage early on, and then Game Hunters completely took over for quite a while actually, all throughout the first half. But calm the side switch, Solid once again rose from the ashes like the phoenix. Now though, Solid on their own territory. Let's see how they deal with this duelist. The answer is they don't, as Nokes and Slashes are gonna chip them away and put them into the dirt. Yes, they took quite a few casualties, to say the least, but again, PRT and Mellow, who have been, for the most part, the cornerstone of the progress that Game Hunters has been able to make, and now that it will continue forward with a chip on their shoulders, they are looking to change this track that they have set themselves upon, and also that Solid have put them on with that massive comeback. So at least a good start for themselves, and now it is up to Solid to overcome these early efforts coming in from the CTs.
Well, that was a pretty solid start for the Game Hunters, to be honest. This is going to allow them to probably have a free second round as well. We don't really see any heavy weapons or cobra tactics over here. So that Solid is going to be able to rack up those kills easily at the beginning of the round. Of course, they are definitely going to play with their numbers. That is the strength of the terrorist force. As soon as the smoke dissipates, there's still plenty of time, so they need to scout the area a little bit before they actually choose to pop out and start popping heads as well. Oh, here it goes. Utility falling in. That is the move from the terrorist force, but watch out, because Nulks and Slash with the MP9 dealing a lot of damage. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players down. Second round for Game Hunters. Pretty standard after winning the pistol round at the beginning. But a lot of money on their pockets as well. I mean, SMGs definitely paying off.
Oh yeah, the money makers. Especially here, Game Hunters are gonna be feeling pretty about themselves. But Solid, they finally do get a chance to get their clutches into pretty much full AKs for themselves. Nothing much util, but let's see if they can actually overcome that in the long run. First, tons of pressure being applied here by Game Hunters towards elbow. Solid do manage to weather the storm. Okay, GBB could have taken a step forwards, but the smoke making things a bit more ambiguous, so he's not going to push forward all nilly-willy. Even though he could have definitely had a chance to, at the very least, make some progress. Now the shot's being fired, so the CTs retreat. Interestingly enough, though, full mid control now for Solid, who's, patience pays off in the end for them. If Nox can make something happen here from ramp. He's approaching GBB and closes in the distance. That is one hell of a way to manage to get their hands in an AK, and of course he was not alone. Now Solid, they do have to make a decision whether or not they can approach right now. House is being fully covered. Seems like Nathan was only scouting out for just a little bit. And so much for that mid control, as now PRT gonna be watching over. Nathan, though, takes charge first. Full on aggression towards a Tomate with tons of targets that are gonna be in front of him, but same can be said for DRG, who starts precisely so. And now, with the bomb set, all that was left was clearing up one final player, and that is gonna be Slash's meeting his end. And so Solid finally put one on the.
I really thought much more was going to happen after the first kill coming in by Game Hunters and getting their hands on that sweet AK-47. But it seems that Solid is actually able to come out on top with a beautiful entry on the site. They even do get that bomb planted as well, so that's a little bit of extra money on the pocket. So right now, the one player who died is also going to have his weapon. Ooh, watch out though, AVR getting that kill with the FAMAS. And DRG playing it aggressively, right at the fire as well, but is actually able to get another kill. And survives with only 14 HP. Just perfectly calculated. Now here comes Utility as well, helping out his teammate. There's two of them, two CTs actually taking point. Main side. Smoke that fire off. Grant himself some extra seconds. This actually scares off the tourist force and they decide to retreat somewhere else, try something different. Maybe fight for mid control? No? They actually just choose to fake it out. And it seems that the CTs actually just fell for the bait. So they pretty much got themselves a free A side to get that bomb planted now. 35 seconds on the clock. The rest of the utility is gonna fly off into position. Be careful though, PRT is gonna be the first line of defense over here. You're gonna get that kill against DRG. There's another second player, AK-47, actually winning that duel. Just like that, the bomb was planted. Last three CTs alive. We're in a retake situation. GBB patiently waiting just around the corner. Pushes out, but doesn't really quite see it. Seems that they're trying to fight, getting into sight. Refrag coming by Slash. Finds his second one, but not quite. Landing, he's taking on the bomb. Careful though, he has a kit. Goes down right at the last moment. Nathan gets that double for himself and gets the round for Solid as well. The bomb just barely not blowing up. Taking his life as well, so he carries on with that AK-47 of the next round.
Narrowly so. Solid, though. It's a bit of a jump scare for them, but after all we've seen of these guys, they are able to keep their veins cold as ice It just flows through them. No pistols it is here for Game Hunters. Let's see what Solid can make about that. Molly to force him to push forward. GV gonna welcome them on the aggression, but oh, getting shot down right away. No one there to go for the trade, so it's gonna be an AK now in the hands of Slashes. Nuke making things all the more complicated here. Tomate forced to deal with perhaps more CTs that he was hoping for after that first effort from GBB. Though, of course, Game Hunters are still going to be contained in the watery portion of the map. Whereas the bomb, I mean, always going to be planted further away from them. A little bit of aggression here. Destiny, are you trying to test your luck? I mean, you do have some coverage there from Slashes. Mac, not quite finding his mark. Finally, Mel decides to get wide, and that doesn't exactly bode well for him. Little coverage, and the cleanup continues, though. Slashes manages to survive. No one's left to challenge him right there, as Martin knew that he was near death's door, so all in all, not too bad here for the side of Game Hunters, managing to make sure to get something out of what was pretty much a losing situation regardless.
Yeah, that was actually a really good round for themselves. Though it ends up going for Solid. Also, I'm really liking the way that Solid is actually dominating right now on the T side. I mean, not quite dominating, but you definitely see that they know a lot more about this map than the Game Hunters. I wonder if once they actually hit the second half of the game on the CT side, they're actually going to be able to just play just like that, or even better. They're a very aggressive team, so they're pretty good on the tourist force for this side. Now, firepower is not really helping out one team or the other. Maybe just Nathan with the AWP. And one from Matt in the hands of Nox. It's gonna be all the difference there is. Look at that, aggressive play actually. Don't even wait for any smokes, just go straight up into B side. Ooh, Slash gets that kill, gets Destiny. Of course, the shots are coming right through the smoke, spamming everything they've got. Another couple of kills falling in. Oof, and look at that, Tomate taking another one for himself right through the smoke, expecting that enemy. And now, just like that, the bomb was planted. Alright, for a change of pace. Seems it actually works out for the Game Hunters. Sorry, for Solid. The Game Hunters having a rough time, as they also get quite hurt in the end. That's 3 players killed, an ABR with only 42 HP. He could be chased down. But regardless, the bomb is gonna blow up, and this round is gonna go for Solid, so we can have the 4 on their score. Ooh, with the last second that smoke, pretty much saving their life. He was looking for blood.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can tell. You can tell. They were on the prowl, absolutely. Team Solid coming out on top, and their effectiveness in making it to side has been nothing short. Absolute thorn to the side of Game Hunters here. As this is how they are looking right now on the aggression. Time for them to play defense. Feeling a little scared. No, that is exactly why I'm not playing. Team Hunters willing to bet they're not going to be falling prey to such base emotions. They have much yet left to give. Especially if ABR manages to find one. Get a little bit of height for that one, of course. Likely to be a trade, and well, they do make sure of that. Not even down. It was left right there. Oh, the great aggression. Mellow, though. The jumping shot comes for Mython, and that was the right weapon and the right moment to try and make his push for it. Even if they don't get this round, Game Hunters running away with an AK previous round, and now an AWP. Especially at this juncture of the first half, I think. That is some big plays being made, but of course, they're gonna at the very least kind of try. Nulks, though, gotta go to the right, and oh, GBB not gonna let that one escape him. He
No,
still
he's
has
not
some
gonna survive
support. Oh, yeah, he's also gonna be end up falling a bit of sacrifice, and I thought for a second perhaps they were gonna go, you know, hit the retreat button for a second, but and they deem, okay, we still have the money, we've made our peace with it, so let's try and squeeze a little something extra out of this round number 7. Now into the 8th one. Solid continues to look further ahead in the lead.
That was quite the interesting kill with the 5-7, to say the least. The enemy was definitely not expecting it, and the element of surprise just completely works out for himself. Of course, in the end, it all goes to naught, as they weren't quite able to survive with the weapons. Bring them on the next one. But still a pretty good try from the Game Hunters. Now we have the 2-5 on the score. Solid, having a good time, and also both teams are now gonna go into the play with firepower, so things could go very differently right here. Ooh, the molly, good answer, just in the right moment. ABR with the smoke saving himself, but actually is gonna get out of there because the enemy doesn't really know exactly where he was located. That's having the right idea. Well, the good luck at the right moment. First blood has been claimed. DRG actually catches Nulks as he was pushing forward. And they actually spot another one. He's gonna go in, takes him down. Yep, smoke is not gonna save you from that, my guy.
Not with that timing, it's not. Still, though, a little bit of presence to the other side of the square. Game Hunters may come to stop this one dead on its tracks for B, but they're gonna have to make it all the way back, as seems like Solid are in the full rotation to the other side of the map. Wisely blocking that one with the molly, coming from both Donut and Main, so it's not like Game Hunters are gonna be able to do much more after that. Yes, the lane gonna be blocked by the smoke, and they are not overextending whatsoever. They keep their toys, but in the meantime, Game Hunters do give away any sort of chance of claiming this round for themselves.
Yeah, Solid with the right idea actually gets those huge couple kills at the beginning, forcing the rotation. Just like that, I mean, they know that Game Hunters was gonna have to answer one way or another. They actually stack up the B side in the end, and they just decided to rotate on the other side, get that bomb planted. Be careful though, Melo can actually get a chicken kill over here. I'm definitely sure he is gonna land that shot perfectly. Well, oh, but look at that! GBB takes down PRT. Right through the wallbang, and the second one as well. Is he gonna get the third one? He knows Melo is somewhere around there. Oh, just barely. Both of them actually see each other, but none of them is actually able to squeeze the trigger at the last moment. But man, I mean, that was huge right in the end. Just beautiful wallbang, getting the other kill as well, right in the corner. And man, I mean, just like that, Solid completely annihilated the Game Hunters because they were unable to answer, unable to do something about the bomb getting planted, and just pretty much unable to survive as well.
Oh, I mean, only Melo, really, but looking kind of tough. Though, a trade ensues at the beginning. Melo already hitting shots like so. DRG finds one more. Oh, shots don't come quite as clean coming from slashes, and so... that is a tough break right there for Game Hunters. Of course, it was already not boding too well, but Steve Melo can at the very least pick up some of that slack. He's heading straight straight into the slaughterhouse, and Tomate makes sure turn him into dead meat right there. Solid, showing their prowess here on Ancient. Complete confidence in their shot. Complete alongside pretty good delivering on that end too. I mean, their aim has been on point. Knife the only one kind of trailing behind by a bit, but it's not like he's been a detriment to his team in any regard. So here comes. It is raining utility right at the moment, and Tomate not gonna find one. Another one as the smoke manages to pop up, and so PRT gets to survive. Still gonna be pressure onto elbow, but the rest of Solid decide to hit other side. This next duel against Slashes is gonna be big, but of course Nathan is waiting for his teammates before he makes any sort of move. Slashes still has a flash in hand, but I think he's about to get caught. PRT doesn't quite have his cross yet. Never mind that. Now he's set up. So dangerous cross right here, and they get shut down. Destiny, the only one surviving for the time being. He's got to decide not to re-challenge for too long.
Well, he
Instead,
wins those.
he goes for the money.
He can clutch it up, I'm pretty sure. This guy, he wins those. He can do it.
Oh,
What do you think? Is he gonna clutch it?
I believe, bro.
Oh,
I
no.
believe. However, he takes a little too long. A little bit of hesitation right there. I was definitely a believer for a second. Destiny having the right idea. He full commits onto watching for the plant, and man, oh man, it just doesn't bode too well for him as he takes a split second too long. And it's not like that round was chalked. I mean, unfortunately, Solid unable to convert even from those two early frags there by Tomate, so I have to commend Game Hunters for at the very least sticking to their guns. Getting a little something extra. They are running out of chances to do so, by the way. This first half is coming to a close in just a couple more rounds. This one and the next.
Oh man, I'm just a little bit disappointed right there by Destiny. He had it so free, man. Well, he's actually kind of redeeming himself. Already got one kill right here. Watch out for Mele, though. I was gonna get planted. I mean, there's no need to actually fight it out, but they want to choke the enemy just as much as they can. Now there's only 2 players alive from Game Hunters. Gonna be chased down, but PRT is right there to answer. Takes down DRG. A little bit of your own medicine. But this one is still going for Solid, though. So they just managed to actually redeem themselves from what happened on the previous one, because also the enter was really bad. I mean, and there was 3 players right there, and they lost 2 of them, having kind of the upper hand in a certain way with the weapons. Bomb just about to blow up. There we have it, 3-8 on the score. We're getting close to the second half of the game. Is Solid. Oh! Final kill, Mele being chased down, but was already scoped down and more than ready to get that kill.
Oh, man.
You think that Solid really has what it takes on the CT side on this map? I mean, this is their pick. They're supposed to, right?
They're supposed to. Their odds are overwhelmingly in their favor, and I don't know. We've seen Game Hunters. They look very hot when they have a chance to go on T, but that's maybe something that we could rely on if you're watching over Game Hunters. Here's Lashley, though. Being quiet in his corner.
Let's hit it trade.
One. Trading action, though. Not about to stop. AVR decides to charge forwards, and without fear whatsoever. Seems like the CTs finally have something going for themselves. Unless, oh, I thought for a second I was a believer. Tomate could have been right there. Oh, not finding anything through the smoke, and so that one had been given away already. Game Hunters now heading into their tier rounds. I do think that Solid have what it takes It is not the most comfortable of leads, though it's, 4 rounds, not too shabby for themselves. But a tiny bit of momentum at the tail end by Game Hunters. They are showing signs of life, which I very much have to say I like, so... Not like it's going to be an impossible ordeal for them or anything like that, but... Really curious on seeing what are Solid bringing to the table now that they are perhaps a bit more encouraged to take a step back, you know? And it's not like they're going to have it on the bag so far. When Solid have impressed us most, it's actually when they can dictate how they want things to go. And that, of course, is on T now. On to the other side they go. And so, ball is going to be in the court of Game Hunters. Try and take over.
I feel that Solid also is just a little bit better using the utility, so maybe on the CT side. I mean, they're not going to have the upper hand regarding numbers, of course, towards forces. It's definitely going to be hard for Solid, to be honest. But I feel that if they use their utility right, which they definitely can, they should be fine. It's just 4 more rounds until they can actually claim 12 for themselves and overtime in any case. But it's also only 4 rounds for Game Hunters to actually tie up the game. And as we jump into the first round of the second half, well, pistols. A very important one to actually set up the pace of what's going to happen. Usually, whenever you win the pistol round, I mean, we all know what it means. This pretty much translates to another free round. Some noise. Now GBB kind of knows the enemy is located somewhere around there. Move forward, nice flash, actually allowing the duelist to deal a lot of damage.
Oh, scary.
Another couple duelies. Wild Wild West all the way. Tomati getting a beautiful double, not without himself losing his life. Nathan is right there to answer perfectly as well. Beautiful round. That one goes. Weapons, probably an M4, maybe. Yep, there it is. Hands of Nathan. And that is gonna be huge. Let's just hope that they can put those weapons to work. They got 2 rifles, 3 MP9s, close quarters, and ancient. Very, very deadly for those weapons.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what a great effort at the beginning there from Solid. They're able to collapse. Even that HE comes through. Nathan starts shooting from a distance. He's getting dinked, though. Oh, that is not some damage, and so little reinforcements are required, but nonetheless, the cleanup is right there. They take quite a bit of a beating, but they lose to Mate in the process, but Solid prevail nonetheless. Double digits it is for them.
Good job for Solid. MP9's actually paying off. As the enemy was trying to fight for mid control, but pretty good answer. Of course, also kind of expected. No firepower in the hands of Game Hunters, and still, they managed to get 1 kill for themselves on Tomate. Now, with the AK-47s, they're going to start pushing forward. A little bit of the same, though. Shooting through the smoke, they know their players are there. Takes 1 down, but goes also process to the other side in this case. Tomate goes down. Enemy spotted. Nathan with a double. Just like that, the Game Hunters can say bye-bye to the AK-47s. Only 2 of them still alive. Nathan with the M4. Still packing a punch, although not that much HP. The RG swapping for the AK-47, going for the right thing. Now, there is no utility left except for flashes and smoke. Melo answering perfectly. Takes down GBB, finds another player.
Oh.
Look at that, Destiny. Yep, coming with the flank.
Oh, okay. Oh my god!
Yeah, trying to push out through the smoke. Of course, that's gonna work. It's not gonna work out. Melo was in such a tough spot back there.
Oh, I believed. For a second, I believed that being contained in such a spot, I mean, unable to move forwards, you know that they're going to be watching, and then the flank comes in. That was just the final say in that regard. Even if Melo did try and, you know, change the pace of how that one was going. Outrunning the smoke though. Important here for the CTs is they're able to set up a bit more comfortably. ERG not catching them on the move thanks to that smoke, but still gonna shoot almost at death's door there. Flashes takes quite a bit of a beating. Those take 9s not able to answer as effectively through the smoke. Still gonna try, and quite a few targets right in front. Not getting more than one. Nathan falls to the ground right there. Gonna give that AK back to the rightful owners. And PRT, we know just how deadly he can be whenever he has an AK in hand, though. Tomate. Gonna peek and gonna be successful at it. The remaining players here. War Game Hunters not looking be in a hopeful situation, unfortunately, for themselves. ABR, I mean, he does have the control of the bomb, but unfortunately, he's being watched, and so he's going to have to hit a nasty shot right here, and he doesn't quite land it in the fashion they might have liked, but you know who did? DRG definitely did. So, easy peasy lemon squeezy here are what... Well, that's what it's looking like for Solid for the time being, as they are absolutely decimating their position, and they only have one more round to go before they call it curtains. Though they're gonna have to be facing a case one more time before that happens.
Well, we did see something similar on the previous game, and the clutch actually came up, so comeback is definitely a possibility, but Solid is just overall a better team, honestly. They've been doing wonders. So it's going to be really hard for the Game Hunters to actually come out on top of this one. So we can pretty much call it out already.
Yeah.
Nothing is written on stone, though, so let's see what happens. How it all develops, as we still have 1 minute and 16 seconds left on the clock. A couple of shots have also been landing, but none of them actually strong enough to take anybody's life yet. Seems that's just about to change as AVR goes down. DRG gets that kill with the AK-47 right on mid. Now pushes forward, actually catches the enemy as well. Takes a beautiful double, making it a 3K for himself. The bomb gets planted, but now it's all up to Nolks and Melo.
Oh, damage. We line up the shot right there. Nathan taking tons of damage right now. And Melo. Okay. Time is of the essence here if the CTs want to make this happen, but seems like they won't. Mate gonna get shut down as well, and Melo and Nox absolutely clutching it out for the squad. Game Hunters showing signs of life. But is it too little too late, as we are gonna have still plenty of firepower on the other side, and Solid are looking to put an end to this right here and now.
Seems Solid actually decides to go with the M4s and GBB with the MP9. I think that could be more than enough to actually deal with the Game Hunters. Utility on an aggressive play. No, they actually decide to pull back. Okay, well, nothing really happened, but the problem is Solid doesn't have any utility left. So, very important factor in this round. As the G's begin their movement, going into B side instead. The CTs are just grouping up on mid. Just two of them ready to fight back on B side. That is gonna be a little bit of utility. Smoke actually popped in. Oh, DRG right here gets a beautiful shot coming from the side. GBB with the MP9 deals a double. Tomato takes another kill, and it's now all up to one of the players. Melo unable to do anything at all. Nathan gets the last kill, and just like that, Solid claims the win on a 2-0 on the global score.
Man, Melo was looking like he was late to the party right there. He's like, guys, where did everyone go? And unfortunately, everyone was dead already. And Solid with a beautiful bounce back on Dust 2 and a dominant ordeal on Ancient. They close it out 2-0. Now, that is also what their global score line looks. 2 wins and no defeats for them, both in maps and in their Swiss results so far. So one more and they could be making it further into the playoffs. So mad props to all of them. I mean, it was just such a huge show of grit on their end. Be able to bounce back on that first map, and from then on, I mean, the momentum never stopped being on their side.
Well, Mr. Tomate, right at the end, just pretty much getting the spotlight, as well as DRG with beautiful, pretty good amount of kills, to be honest, for their team. So that is the roster that today actually claims the win, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, also, I mean, an amazing team play that I saw on Ancient, especially on the CT side. Really, really good job. All I can say is kudos to that. Of course, I think that things could have been a lot more cleaner for both teams. But I do hope to see that also changing in the future, because there's still a lot of more games to be played. And Solid's still going to be in the tournament, doing everything they can, as well as Game Hunters, if I'm not mistaken. So here today we have it, the matches that we had at the beginning. Of course, Dusty Roots takes a win as Swingers actually goes for an FF. They do not decide to play instead. But that is all that we are going to have for today, Roy. So I would just like to see the standings if it's possible, if production can help us out on that. Because, yep, there we have it. Of course, Game Hunters still going to have a chance. They're on a 1-1. They have 1 win and 1 loss. None of the players have already been eliminated yet. But this is exactly how we end up at the end of today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, teams are close to elimination. Adali Amigos players, which I'm not used to seeing in that position. Atrix and Nitro. Whereas on the other side of the aisle, we do have Audic, Solid, Dusty Roots, and Uno Mele, who are just extremely close to qualification. So both sides of the scale right there, but so are the standings right now. So we have our higher, mid, and lower matches all decided. And so the encounters are going to be taking place, but that'll be further down the line, because for today we are done, and hope that you guys got to enjoy this last match. But there'll be more tomorrow, so we'll be seeing ya in the next one, and have a good rest.